What is freaking up, gamers? Oh my god. Make sure to turn the stream up. Or turn the stream... Yeah, I don't know. Turn the stream down. The audio... Hold on, let me turn the music down, actually. Speaking of audio... You can actually hear me now. It's at a reasonable volume. Because my mic is closer to my mouth. Crazy how that works. It's a lot closer. Completely new setup, completely new computer. It runs like a dream. It is incredible. I'm very happy with this. Very good computer. I can actually stream at like a decent quality now, which is crazy. I've never been able to do that. I'm very excited to start streams. And also, I know no one's here. I started uploading my VODs. I uploaded my VODs. I'm uploading my VODs on YouTube on a new account. Happy VODs 156. I don't remember if I set up a command for it. I didn't. I was supposed to set up a command for it, and I didn't. Damn, that sucks. Well, I have a new channel, which is awesome. VODs. There's only 4 uploaded right now. I have more in my back catalog that I just haven't uploaded yet. Very exciting. And related to that, I'm gonna try to start stream earlier. Usually I leave like 5 minutes or so. But I was looking at the retention, and everyone leaves within like the first minute or two because nothing happens. So I'm gonna start trying to actually start the stream sooner. I'm gonna try to get prepared before I start stream. Speaking of which, I didn't post on Twitter. Hold on. Half my fucking audience is from Twitter. I gotta post. I just copy and paste the same things I do in like friends, Discord servers, self-promo channels. I just paste the same thing into my tweet. I'm gonna post a picture of Glub from the Jack and Daxter games. For fun, I guess. They're kind of cool looking. I don't think anyone's gonna show up for this stream, honestly. I'm gonna try to stream for as long as possible, because I am home alone for the next, like, week or so. Which means I do have to take care of my animals. So I'm gonna set an alarm for, like, 3 hours and then check up on them. Because I want to stream... My plan, what I was hoping for, I want to stream all day. Because that sounds fun. It probably won't be, but that's what I want to try to do. Clock, alarm, set for 3 hours from now. I have one of my cats in my room with me, but he's a good boy. He's gonna be fucking up the stream all day. I have a feeling. He's very nosy. But it'll make for funny content, so I don't mind. And then I'll check up on my animals regularly. Taking breaks. I'm home alone because my mom went to see my family in another state. So, that's fun. So, hopefully I can stream. I have to clean the house. I'm gonna be doing that all week because it's very gross. The house is very gross. I'm gonna be cleaning pretty much all week, but I think the music is a little too loud still. Hold on. Let me turn it down a little. Such a pain in the ass. This website's volume slider is so small. I'm just gonna use an extension. That seems too quiet now. Yeah, that's too quiet. It doesn't help that the music is fading out. Is that a good volume? That seems like a good volume on the levels. There's one viewer and it's probably me. Gamers is the right ping, right? Everyone should have the gamers ping. So everyone in my Discord server should have gotten pinged. It's been over a month since I streamed. I didn't even realize. I've been wanting to stream more, but I was waiting for the computer, and then once I got the computer, some of the things weren't working all the way, so I had to get parts, whole thing. But I'm here now. I'm streaming. Funny thing is that my GPU... Hold on, I'm just gonna start up. I'm gonna be trying to beat Minecraft. I've never really been able to play Minecraft in a long time. And I've always had the idea in my mind, I want to just stream, start Minecraft, new world, and then beat it. Never been able to do that before, which is what I'm going to be trying to do. I did that, not on stream, but like maybe a month or, like 3 months ago actually. Holy shit, time flies. I did that. And it took me under 4 hours, I think. It was like slightly under 4, like 3:59 or something. I could easily get sub 3 if I got like a fairly good seed and didn't like die 15 times in the most inconvenient ways. Scream. Now we beat Minecraft for fun, I guess. It's not that fun, but whatever. Yeah, look how smooth it's running. I mean, it's jittery, but that's to be expected. I'm not speedrunning the game, so I'm getting wool right now. I need beds. Village would be preferable, but this flower's there, so I can re-dye these. Hi, Loki. Hey, that's a switch. Don't touch that. He's already fucking with me, and I haven't even started yet. This is a good... I'm listening to the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The DLC course tracks, and I don't recognize a lot of them. Die, die, die. Okay. Time to punch a wood. His name is Loki, and it's very warranted because he's a little bitch. My cat. What are you doing? Loki. What? He's looking at me all funny. He really wants to climb onto my desk. I have a completely new setup with a new desk. It's actually like a normal desk size and not like a fucking tiny little thing. Oops. I'm so locked in. Wow. Oh. I forgot about that. I don't know how to disable that. Well, I'm not gonna use an axe until I get a stone axe. I forgot that I had World Edit installed, and it just like it acts funny. Where did those? Is that a pink sheep? Oh my god! What the hell? There's just a pink sheep here. What the fuck? You guys watched me create the world. I didn't put that there. That's insane. What the hell? Well, that's awesome. Streams should actually look good now, which is very cool. It's still at 3K, or no, it's at 6K. I think it's still at 30 FPS, but I don't think that matters. I'm gonna be sleeping in a pink bed from now on. I won't craft the bed yet because I need stone. So I want an axe. I'm not doing speedrun tactics, really. I'll probably, if I find a village, I'll probably blow up the dragon. What are you doing over there, Loki? He keeps distracting me. He's like digging himself into my bedding. Okay. Furnace. Pickaxe. Actually, I should make more of this. Axe. Pickaxe. Okay. Get those out of my sight. Coal? I'll take the coal right now. I don't even care if he rips up my bedding. You can have fun. Does that coal explode on the surface? Interesting. For the past, like, month, I haven't played any other games other than, a modded Minecraft server that I was a part of. Am a part of, really. But everyone stopped playing on it as soon as I stopped. As soon as I stopped playing on it, everyone left. Looking for iron. That was a lie. I haven't played any games on my computer in like a month because I've been playing Mario Kart Deluxe. I've been playing Odyssey. I beat the game. I'm just going through the moons right now. I don't have much to talk about, in all honesty. Well, I have a lot to talk about, but it's not that interesting. I'm just playing Minecraft, man. I don't know. And also, there's no one in chat to bounce off of. I don't even think anyone's clicked on the stream yet. Which is weird. Usually I get more, but whatever. Right when I'm in school. Oh, right, because it's fucking 11 a.m. Okay, that explains why no one's here. Because I usually stream at like 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. I'm going live before noon. Usually I wake up around now. It's really weird. I should probably put OBS back up. I was just watching my own stream, but like delayed by 10 seconds. That was freaky. There's more. I need to find iron. No, iron. More coal. I need so much coal. Because torches and cooking stuff. I never really used food. I would always just starve myself to death when I was playing Minecraft. I would always just starve. But instead of getting food, I'd just kill myself to get my health and hunger back. I did that. I've always done that throughout all of the time that I've been playing Minecraft. But I'm trying to get better about it. Especially because if I'm trying to beat the game from start to finish in one run. I kind of forgot that creepers blow stuff up. The server that I've been playing in for the past month has mob griefing off. Oh, I was totally expecting them to blow up. Can't see shit. Go away, go away. Ow. Why didn't they take knockback on the first punch? Whatever. I'm probably not gonna be that entertaining for this. I'm just playing Minecraft right now. Oh, I need food. That sucks. I just need some. I need a bucket. I need enough for a bucket, in all honesty. And then probably enough to make some armor or whatever. But bucket is the main reason. I need bucket. I'm not going down there into the water. I'm starving. God damn it. It's only normal. I usually play on hard. Oh, I'm so dead. I am so dead. Okay, I'm leaving. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I need a fucking shield. Very important. More important than armor, really. Well, no iron. That sucks. I got some cobble from those guys blowing up. Okay. Where is everyone? This doesn't seem like a very good seed. It seems like a good seed if you weren't trying to beat the game as fast as possible. It's very pretty. I don't even know what this track is. What is this? Berlin Byways. It's a banger. Unstable? Fuck. It might be my internet done. Unless it's lying. It's probably lying. Alright. I need food. I have a bed, I just need to craft it. I need food now. Is there anything good in the ocean? Doesn't look like it. I'm distracted by this music. It's going hard as hell. Pink bed. Awesome. Is the music too loud? There's no one in chat for... There's no one in chat to tell me if the music is too loud. Hold on, let me... Is that better? That seems fine. That's good enough, yeah. Whatever. I know, I did a test recording to test my audio levels, and it seemed a lot better than it has been in the past. Like, streams have always been really quiet. Oh, big cave, big cave. Iron? Oh, iron. Convenient. I need food, though. Let me just cook some mutton. Am I even able to cover this up? Because this water is going to be annoying. Perfect. Not... Okay, yes. I was worried for a second there. It's so refreshing having normal water, because modded, like I've been saying this whole time, the modded server I've been playing on has a mod. No one knows what it is, but it makes water really strong to where you can't do anything in water without Depth Strider. It's the worst. Food. There's too much water here, man. Should make a shovel. My keyboard, I got a new keyboard and it kind of sucks. Sometimes it misses keys, and sometimes the keys get stuck. It's just really finicky. It's good enough. Hopefully. I just want the water out of here. Ouch. Oh, that's a big fucking cave. Oh, that's a big water. I know I'm wasting a lot of time. I don't really care right now, honestly. I just want to beat the game. Ooh, another animal to murder. Speaking of animals to murder, what are you doing, Loki? I don't trust you over there. Stop it! Why do you have to do this to me, Loki? No. You know what? I don't even really care. I need to get my furnace back. I do care about this, though. It's very annoying. Let me up. All my coal is in here. Please let me grab them. No, I can't grab it. Okay. I got him. I've got 5 iron. Ow. I have no idea what the brightness is right now. Probably not high enough. Actually, no, it's probably, yeah, it's probably on bright. Stupid fucking copper. Ooh. Kill. 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 Zombie villager. Convenient. Not, why did I say convenient? 11? Oh. That's a creeper. Ah! Okay, I should probably make a sword. Here it is. I have to take a break here because I'm feeling a doogie coming on. Why do I always have to say shit like that? I just can't help it. Imagine if I find one of those massive iron veins. That'd be fucking wicked. I wonder how many speedruns have found one of those and utilized it. Oh, I almost missed that one. Hold on. I don't think I could ever do hardcore. As soon as you see one skeleton, you're instantly dead. As soon as one skeleton appears on your screen, you die. Okay, I do not have enough wood. Oh, there's some up there. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god. Get away from me. This isn't even gonna heal me. Oh no, I'm making the situation worse. Do I have any blocks? Oh my god. Fuck, these fuckers are unpredictable. Get away from me. Okay. I'm fine, I'm safe, I'm alive. I was looking up and I just kind of fell. I need wood. I don't want to be low like that. Fuck. Eh. Whatever. I don't care. Every once in a while, I have to look around to find the cat. He's just laying down behind. He's just laying down behind me. I just keep having to be like, oh, I forgot. Where is he? What is this? Just a different version? Oh yeah, this is that song, but when you're on the moon. I see. I'll just let it play. I don't mind. The Mario Kart DS that I have, the music playlist, has all of it separated. Oh, hi cat. Why are you scratching at my back? What? What do you want? Hi Loki. You want pets? Good boy. That's not what he wants, but you might have to go potty actually. I don't have a cat litter in my room. Is that a... no. Okay, it's just a single lava source. I was like, is that a fucking... oh. Oh no. Go away. Go away. I don't want to see you. I don't like you. Okay, everything's fine. Did I get a bow? No. Needed wood, because I need to do this. Very important first step. I'll make a pick. And then for armor, I'm just gonna do a chest plate, and that'll be good enough. Oh, and I need a sword as well. I might as well make an iron sword, right? I'm gonna need it. Oops. Did not mean to do that. I don't have any food still, but whatever. Okay, more iron. Because I don't like not being able to see. Oh. Cat brushing up against my legs. Hello. Come here. Come here. Hey, no biting. All I was doing was petting his belly. Oh no. Don't pull out food. No one saw that. No one saw that. I'm so glad no one was here for that. Oh my god. I'm so glad no one was there for that. Oh no, where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I think it's over here. It's down here, it's down here, it's down here. Everything's fine. Nothing ever went wrong. No one saw that. No one was here for that. Where even is my stuff? In here. Oh, 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 oh. I'm screwed. Fucking hell. I'm not cheating. I'm not gonna cheat. Although I really want to, I'm not going to. This music is taunting me. I don't appreciate it. Okay, I thought I was gonna start playing copyrighted music. I should probably close the YouTube music tab. I think the next song on that was fucking Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, there's a baby zombie now? I'm just gonna grab everything I see and I'm gonna run. Oh, why am I in creative? Well, I accidentally went into creative mode, but it didn't really hinder anything. I accidentally duplicated my chest plate, but I got rid of it, so everything's fine. I saw a baby zombie coming up. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna leave my spawn point there, 'cause that seems wise. Food, yay. Ow. Fuck off. Oh, fuck off. I don't like you. I don't like the look on your face. Ah! I don't like you even more. Fuck. Oh my god, I fucking hate reinforcements so goddamn much. Worst game mechanic. It's good for farms, but actual gameplay, it sucks so bad. You kill one zombie, and next thing you know, it's a whole fucking horde. My only food source is now... I duplicated these, so I shouldn't have these. Oh, fuck. I'll get rid of them. Once I secure my future, I will get rid of them. Goodbye forever. I'm probably gonna end up picking it up. This is a good song. Yeah, I know! My computer's actually good now. I can stream Slime Rancher at a reasonable frame rate. I'm very excited. I'm playing... I would never be able to do this. I'm getting 90 frames a second on Minecraft in single player, which is insane on its own, but then I'm streaming on top of it. I'm very happy with my new computer. Redstone, what do I... Now is not the time for redstone. Furnace is down here. You missed the part where I died in the most humiliating way of all time. I don't have Monster Hunter Wilds, and the fucking benchmark is like 70 gigs, so I'm not doing that. That would be funny though. There's probably gonna be a game that I'll just end up downloading on stream and see how that goes. Can't see shit. Ooh, iron. That gravel's gonna fall as soon as I break a block. Oh. I guess not. Okay. I'm gonna use wood to scaffold because I have more of it. I need to conserve all that. Yeah, I know. Streamer's no fun. Before I do anything, I want to beat Minecraft. It's probably enough, right? Because I'm gonna want another pickaxe because I remember it'll break. I might want some more armor, so let's say that. I need a bucket. Maybe 2 buckets if I can get it. I'll probably get a little more. I need the booster course pass for Mario Kart 8. Because I've played online with some of the courses, and they're really fucking fun. I haven't played this map, and I really want to. It looks so awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna. It's embarrassing. I haven't played vanilla in a while. Don't judge me. I think you're my first person that's watched the stream, because usually I stream at like 8 or 9 p.m. I'm streaming at 11:30 in the morning. Not 11:30 at night, 11:30 in the morning. I want to stream all day, 'cause that's fun. Daniel's hardcore scrubber. Yeah, I tried to do hardcore on a single player world, and I almost immediately died, because as soon as you see a skeleton in hardcore mode, your life is over. You're just done. Speaking of which, fucking skeleton. Doing 2 hearts of damage. Skeletons are way too overpowered. They need to nerf skeletons' damage, man. It's the worst. Like, dude. I don't even know where that guy came from. And I don't have any food. I've just been eating rotten flesh. But, I can't do anything about that. I can't do anything about you. Okay. This is dumb. This game is dumb. Ah, this music is taunting me, dude. Yummy flesh. Just let me grab this iron, please. I'm never allowed to do anything in this game. Luckily I was right here, but like, now all my shit's splattered everywhere. I accidentally went into creative mode in a panic and duplicated my chest plate, but I destroyed that, so everything's fine. Yeah, and here come the fucking reinforcements. Where's fucking game mechanic? Okay, I need that desperately. Where did all my shit go? I don't have any blocks. Go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Oh my god. I lost like half my shit. Where did it go? Oh my god, you're kidding me. It's fucking everywhere. Fuck you. Fuck you, Ushi. I don't want to hear it from you. You don't know how hard I have it. Oh my god. Oh my god. And now I'm just stuck in a hole and I can't get out. Fuck off. Go in the hole. You're not good at games. You're just lying out of your ass. All my shit like went down here. Dude. Dude. I'm about to turn on Fulbright for this shit. You see how many fucking mobs there are? I got the iron. Oh my god. Cat. No. My cat started. Oh my god. You're such a fucking asshole. He started walking on my desk. Douchebag. Okay, now I'm not locked in anymore. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Die. I think all the shit that was there is gone now. So... Turn on fly. I don't even care anymore. No, keep it. Why would I turn keep inventory on? I'm trying to beat the game from start to finish. I literally just created this world. And I'm not a nerd that uses keep inventory. I suffer like a man. Ooh, that's lava. Stay away. Oh, so my ship burned in that lava, didn't it? Ooh, diamonds. That would be helpful if I wasn't dying. I need my shield. Shield, shield, shield. It's not really a speedrun because I'm not trying to go fast. I just want to beat the game this stream. Did I get all my shit? I think so. I want to get those diamonds. I'll turn full right off after this. Oh, zombie coming. Don't you dare blow up the diamonds. Okay, thank God. Ooh, that's a good amount. Hell yeah. I wonder if I make a diamond pick or not. I don't think I'll need it. I'll make armor for sure. Okay, that's skeleton. I still don't have food. I'm so glad that none of you guys are here for like the most embarrassing clip that's ever happened to me in any video game ever. Oh my God, more diamonds. I'll gladly take. It was all worth it in the end. Mod check? No mod. You are a mod. What do you mean mod check? You are literally a moderator in my channel. Fucking mod check. Yes, hi Loki, I get it. I'm not paying attention to you. Leave me alone for a second, I'm busy. I almost just walked right into that lava. Mod check. Any mods in chat? Alright, alright, alright. That's enough. I'm being greedy. Never mind. There's some up here. I need this. Watch that wood catch on fire and I just like burn to death. I need iron now. Oh, there's a fucking mine shaft over there? Are you kidding me? Oh, there's so much iron everywhere. I'm so tempted to get the saw. Oh, I had enough iron for a bucket. Wait, I didn't before. A zombie must have dropped an iron ingot or something. What the hell was that? Oh, it was a glow squid dying, right? Didn't realize that we were that far down. Oh my God, you're first. You're my first viewer. I can't believe it. You were clearly the first one. It's really funny that, hold on, I should probably turn it up. I think it's funny that no one showed up for the first, like, 30 minutes because I started a stream at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday, I think. Yeah. Oh, it's Thursday. Never mind. I'm a moron. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Well, it's time to chug water, I guess. Ugh. There goes the water bottle. Technically, I had already taken a couple sips from it, but it was mostly empty. Or it was mostly full. Alright. Alright, alright. What do I make with these diamonds, even? I'm just gonna make a chest plate. I might as well. And then maybe a diamond sword would be good. I think. Oh, hello. Is this your first message in my chat? I didn't realize. Welcome in. I check up on your streams from time to... I'm a lurker in your streams. I don't really chat much. But I am there a lot. Lava. Okay. Whatever. I don't think my diamond sword will break. I say that, and it's going to. I need to get food. I need to get out of here, and I need to get food. Are they actually open Twitch? Yeah. I watch Twitch a lot, quite a bit. But really only when someone that I already... Oh. That isn't even my most embarrassing death today. Not even my most embarrassing death. Oh shit, that was lava though. I should have probably waited a little longer. Okay. I don't think anything too important got burnt. Die. Okay. Everything's fine, nothing happened. Oh, that's the chest plate that I accidentally duplicated. Okay. Stuff definitely burnt. My axe is gone. But the iron didn't burn. And my chest plate didn't burn. Sword didn't burn. The single extra diamond I had burned, but I'm not gonna make like a diamond shovel or something, so I'm fine. Oh shit. Like 3 to 4 items, good. How is the stream quality, by the way, like audio and video wise? Because this is a new computer, and it's my first time streaming on the new computer. It should be a lot louder, at the very least. It's like a reasonable volume, I think. Which is kind of crazy, because it's never been. I think there's skeletons shooting each other. I had to take that iron, it was just kind of there. Is this just a different version? Yeah, I'm shocked I didn't lose more. Thank God I didn't. I almost just fell and died again. Okay, I'm turning Fulbright off now. I only had it on because I kept dying in a cave, and I didn't have time to place torches, because I kept dying. Okay. I'm gonna sleep, and I'm gonna get out of this hole. Everything seems to be good. Raise the bitrate, maybe. What is the bitrate at? I think the bitrate is at 6K. Stream. Yeah, bitrate is at 6,000. The audio bitrate's at 160. Isn't that, like, really good? My encoder is set to ultra fast, which is lowest quality, so I guess I'll just turn it to default. Since it's a new computer, it should be fine. Oh my god, my CPU usage is so small. Discord OBS used to take up like 50% of my 50% of my CPU. Now it's only taking up like 4. Oh yeah, I'm a pigeon. I forgot to mention that. I'm a friggin' pigeon. Don't ask why, I just thought it'd be kind of funny. That's... actually, that's beak. Get it? Because, like, pigeons have beaks. Really funny. Alright. Now that... that's my daily joke quota finished. No more jokes for the rest of the stream. I should probably go into the Discord. I have a Discord, by the way, ! Discord. It's not that entertaining. Not much happens until I stream, and then people actually start talking for like a couple days. And then, people stop talking. That's about all that happens. I need to get more food. I need to find like a village and stuff, and then I need to find a lava pool. There's a lot of stuff that I need to do. Case for majority of the streamer servers, yeah. Especially because I'm a fairly small streamer, and I only stream like once a month. There was a pretty big streak there where I was streaming like every couple days. I'm gonna be streaming more. My plan for this stream is to go as long as I possibly can. Because I'm home alone. There's no one really in the house for me to worry about, except for the animals. Which I have an alarm set on my phone for every couple hours, so I can check up on them. But they should be fine. What are you doing? I have one of my cats in here, and he's just rolling around on the floor. What are you doing? He's so fucking cute. I can't believe how cute he is. Oh my god. I gotta stop doing that. I'm gonna keep dying in more and more embarrassing ways. Hold on, I took a clip of the... I want to show you guys this. I'm pretty sure it pauses the time. I'm pretty sure it pauses the time when I pause the game. I guess we'll see. I think it got pasted into my... Yeah, hold on. I hope it shows the full thing. Because I don't know. Yeah, I don't really, clip much. Okay, it showed the full thing. Let's... Display capture. Oh, the display is capturing a monitor that I'm not using anymore. Okay. Oh, the display capture... Okay, there. Watch this shit. Oh no. Don't pull out food. And then I just stayed in silence for a while. No one saw that. No one saw that. I'm so glad no one was here for that. Oh my... Dude. Oh no. This is so fucking embarrassing. Don't pull out food. I go to crit him and I just fall off a ledge and die. Fucking worst death of all time. By far. Green. What do you mean green horse? I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you okay? Like, do you need help? I have no idea what green horse you're talking about. I'm gonna join the public. I should probably turn streamer mode off. If you hear Discord pings, it's funny. Same ads live 4 times earlier. Nice. Okay. I'm live. I'm in the Discord chat if anyone wants to join. I turned streamer mode off, so you're gonna hear Discord pings, but it's funny, so I don't care. Give me your meat. Give me your bones. All car ads, huh? I get really... It depends. A lot of the time I have a VPN on. And I get, like, I love having a VPN on. I only have a VPN on, and I have it on 24/7 when I'm on my phone. And I love it. It's so funny to get, like, ads in Dutch. Shit that I do not understand for products that I can never buy. It's hilarious. I do not know what this song is. Daisy Cruiser. GameCube Daisy Cruiser. Interesting. I would join, but I might most likely have to go soon. You're fine. I don't expect viewers in my chat. It's very nice when I get them, but I don't expect them. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna go out into the ocean and try to find something good. I keep doing that, because I keep trying to do this, but it just goes into the crafting menu. Okay. Off we go on an adventure. I don't have like a speedrunner's eye to stuff underwater. I need to find a lava pool. I think I might have seen one earlier, but I don't want to have to go back down into those caves. Isn't that Peach Beach, Daisy Cruiser? Yeah, I don't really know these maps that well. Because this is the music from the booster course pass for Mario 8 Deluxe. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And I don't have that. I've only played some of the maps in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I played Mario DS, like on the bus at school a lot through like the connections thing they had, and it was really fun. And then I played Wii at family's house quite a few times, Mario Kart Wii. But besides that, Mario Kart 8 was the only one that I've actually had. Moonview Highway. The song is incredible, actually. As soon as I get a capture card, these streams are gonna be nothing but me grinding Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I promise you. I just don't have the money for a capture card right now. I probably do have the money for a capture card, I just don't want to spend it on that. I think if I get one that one of my friends has, it's only like 60 bucks. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing online play with chat, even though I don't really have a chat to play online with, but I will be doing that. Very excited. Hell yeah. I'll ping, if you join my Discord, I'll ping everyone if I ever end up doing that. We can do that, I would just not be able to stream it because I don't have a capture card. I don't know what I'm even doing right now. I'm just kind of boating around, trying to look for something. This is not a very good spawn, in all honesty. For speedrunning the game, at least. It's a very pretty spawn. Apparently, ads are shutting in 60 seconds. Yeah, you're here most of the time I stream. I don't really stream much, but I'm trying to get better at that. Is that an ocean monument? Why is there an ocean monument over there? It's a good song. I don't know why I should have a bot set up that notifies the chat 60 seconds before an ad starts. But that just doesn't happen. I don't know why. Also, if I keep, you can see that I keep stopping. It's because my keyboard sucks. My new keyboard sucks. If I'm holding something down, sometimes it'll just drop the input for no reason. Oh, okay. Would you stop the ad? Whatever. No money for me, I guess. Not like it gives you much money anyways. Yeah, you can snooze the ad up to 3 times per stream if you're a mod, which is really funny. It's so funny that you can do that. You probably should not have mod. I just gave it to you because you gave me mod on my... You gave me mod on your Channel. Goddamn, I can't speak. It's only been an hour. And I'm already shutting down. Hey, don't say that to me. Yeah, I should just go silent. You are the best mod, like you're not the only mod. I do not have a monster, unfortunately. Ooh, I do have, I have like a little drink mix powder, strawberry, that it has, for one water bottle that's like half a liter, it has 60 milligrams of caffeine in it. So if I ever need it, I'll do that. I have some lemonade as well. It's in the same, it's the same powder stuff, but it's just lemonade. And it's actually genuinely really good lemonade. But hold on, I missed a couple messages. That used to be the case for most streamers I watch, but it's no longer the case that you were there most times. Yeah. I also experienced that with quite a few. Okay. Well, whatever. I guess I'm not cooking all my food. For a lot of streamers, I was like one of their main chatters, and then I just kind of dip sometimes because I'm watching other people. I take Twitch breaks a lot. I just won't really watch Twitch much for like a couple months. Might be the first time I've actually seen you live while I'm watching streams. I think you, well, yeah, because you got a first message. I thought that you've been in my stream before, but I guess not, because that was your first message. Pre-roll ads are on? Why are pre-roll ads on? Oh my god. Pre-roll ads automatically turn on if you don't run ads? Does anyone with channel points want to run a 3-minute ad break for fun? It'd be kind of funny. I lowered all the prices. Huge. Huge. Get fucked, everyone. It's money time. Stream isn't that entertaining anyways. I gotta remember to not be funny at all, or speak. I'm just gonna be silent for these ads. Are you followed to me? I assume you are. I lowered it all of my, oh yeah, cause you used the hydrate. So you wasted 200 of that, right, okay. Ooh, nighttime, that's good. Ooh, there's a field over there. There's a plains biome. Plains biomes are very good. And I need it to be nighttime so I can see the lava pools easier. Okay, the ads are going. You guys have fun. I'm just not gonna speak until someone says in chat that the ads stopped. Ooh, lava pool actually. Hold on, huge. I'm gonna make a bunch of progress without anyone in chat. Oh, I gotta be more careful, man. I'm still playing like I basically can't die, like how I basically couldn't die in the modded server. This is a good song. It's really hard to not be... It's really hard to be silent. Oh my god. And a village. This is actually fucking huge. And a village. Lava pool and a village is huge. Okay. I really hope I get a good spawn here. Okay, this is a very important moment. I didn't even grab water. What song is this? It's hard for you to not be silent. It's hard for me to be silent. I'm like this. Obviously, it's a lot more exaggerated here. Because I actually have someone to bounce off of. But usually when I'm playing games, I talk to myself a lot. When I'm watching a video, I have to pause like every minute or two just to talk to myself about the video like I'm talking to someone else. It's really funny. I don't know, I'm just like this. This is how my brain has always worked. All the fire is really annoying. Okay. This is gonna be my little base of operations for the time being. Okay. And I'll make a little chest. There's a village over there, which is gonna be really good. I'll keep that on me. Just some of this junk that I don't really need. Okay, I want to make another bucket just so that it's easier for this. Fucking hell. I'm still getting used to this new setup. Alright. I didn't even grab blocks. If I spawn in a fucking basalt delta, I'm gonna be so pissed. New mod pack for Minecraft? Hell yeah, what is it? Or is it like your own? Oops. Give me lava now. Whatever. Fuck. Whatever. Actually, that's probably good so I don't run into lava. In fact, I'm just gonna do that real quick. Do I even have anything to light this? No, I don't. God damn it. I always forget to grab, like, flint to light a portal. Will this work? I never can remember if this works. I'm pretty sure it works. I'm pretty sure I did that last time. That should light on fire and it should work. Flint and Steel, yeah, huh? I haven't seen that movie and I don't know if I will. Oh, hi, Sholi. I got back into web fishing a couple days ago. Actually, yesterday, I think. Yes, hi, Loki. He's climbing all over my desk. You're a good boy. Oh, he hates it when I cuddle him. But he's just so fucking cute. He's like the cutest cat in the world. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. He's so mad at me. Well, leave me alone. This isn't gonna work. I'm just gonna try to find flint. Whatever. I need to go raid that, village anyways. There's a donkey! I'll kill animals on the way. I'm not going down there. Should probably keep the wool just in case I run out of beds or something. Okay, that's good enough. Oh, there's a lot over there. I need food. It's slaughter time. I'm seeing a lot of different faces than I usually do. I'm streaming at a lot earlier time than I'm usually live. getting rid of these eggs. I don't need them. I think it'd be kind of cool if I just kept playing on this world, but I don't really do single player outside of like creative world. Oh my god, it's really small and further away than I thought. Oh, there's some gravel over here. Yeah. We should probably do fish. I know fish are really good. I don't remember if I changed... Hold on. I know I'm pausing a lot. I almost exclusively do multiplayer. I pretty much only play Minecraft when there's an SMP that I can join. Modded or vanilla. I changed music, right? Yeah. There used to be a command that give you a massive fucking list of like 16 different OST music, video game OST choices, but now it's just you get to pick a video game OST or copyright free music, because I don't have the thing set up where music doesn't go to VODs. I don't have that set up. So if I play copyrighted music, the VOD will get taken down. And I don't really want that, so. I'm pretty sure, Insane in the Rain by Insane in the Rain is copyright free. I fucking love that album. I know, Twerp is completely copyright free. Very cool. I fucking love this. It's one of my favorite bands. And they're copyright free, which is awesome. Ooh, I'll take that. Yoink. Actually, hold on. No, you're not leaving. I could get pearls from you. But then I'd have to get... Hello.
Oh, he's happy?
Oh my goodness. I'm live right now, so... Hello.
Okay. What's up, man? I'm just playing some Utopia in the meantime.
I'm just playing Minecraft.
Heck yeah, Minecraft.
Villagers not accepting my trade.
Kill him and rob him of his stuff.
Good idea. He's
Yeah.
alive now. I murdered him.
Heck yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I'm taking the brewing stand, though. Hold on. I know sticks are a really good way to get a lot of emeralds. But there aren't any Fletchers around here, and I need flint anyways, so I might as well.
Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna quote the freaking Minecraft movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not going to. I don't think.
I was going to, but no, I'm talking about the freaking the Minecraft movie meme or something like that.
Like chicken jockey.
Yeah, the freaking quotes whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna spoil anything of like something like that.
I don't give a fuck.
And just like
you should spoil stuff. I don't care. I want you to spoil things. I want to ruin it for my audience.
Guys, Steve freaking dies.
No way. Dude, Hero Brian shows up. Their eyes go white and he goes, "You're no hero, Brian."
Yeah, Hero Brian. Steve makes out with Hero Brian in the movie, by the way.
Oh my god,
it was hot gay sex.
Holy shit.
It was some
You're slowly convincing me to watch the movie.
Yeah, let's go.
I need to see this.
Not just that, but the hot twerk girl makes an appearance.
Haley Welsh makes an appearance?
Yes, Haley Welch has a cameo in the
Famed
movie.
famed podcaster, famous for Talk Tua.
Yes, famous of the Hawk Tour girl.
That's awesome.
Yeah, who else? Who else? Yeah, they straight up. I don't. Steve reveals to the cast that he has a whole ass villager factory or something like that. You know those like. You know those like what those things that people build like they have like they imprison
Trading holds.
the traders and stuff, they imprison them.
Yeah,
He imprisons them and forces them to like deal with his goods and stuff like that.
that's fucking awesome.
Technically,
I want to make a
yeah,
villager trading
straight
hall.
up Minecraft movie. That's honestly kind of interesting.
Or does Steve go cowabunga?
He not only just went cowabunga, but he said, okay, okay, never mind. This is an actual quote. This is an actual quote in the movie, by the way. I no, Steve just straight up said, "First we mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft."
I think
He
I've
straight up
I think I've seen that clip. It's man.
absolute cinema, absolute fucking cinema.
I like how Mumbo Jumbo was like basically a concept artist for the movie. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Oh wait, he was a concept artist for the movie.
Yeah, like he did concepts for some of the redstone builds in the movie. And
Oh,
he got some shit added into the movie.
yo, holy, that's actually pretty cool.
And I know he had a cameo in the movie and everything. So did like Dan TDM and some other people.
Oh, oh, sure, okay. Wait, what is it? How much was he paid for that? Along with that, how much they were paid?
Oh, well, as soon as I get flint and steel, that works, of course. I'm gonna get
Okay.
rid of these beds. Uh. Alright, well, it's time to see how good my nether spawn is.
Alright.
I should put this food away, actually. I don't want to lose it.
Alright.
Do you want me to stream in Discord so you can watch, or?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just like trying to like I'm multitasking. I'm just talking with you all, just playing Metopia.
Oh,
Uh,
Metopia.
yep. Based ass game. I could literally make creation come to life. Would you? Okay, it's
No?
the type of game that you can make like okay, you can like customize like characters and stuff like that. Basically, you can straight up just like there's this like one mother and one and a son character. I decided to put freaking Jotaro Kujo as the son and My Melody as the mom.
Oh my god.
Yeah, straight up peak fiction. This is the level of crossover DeviantArt would absolutely enjoy.
That sounds fucking awesome.
It is awesome.
I'm in the nether.
Ooh,
We're not in a
there.
basalt delta. There's a bastion.
Hmm.
Do you Did the cat just show up in the microphone? Because he meowed really sadly at me. I think he might have to go
Sorry.
potty. Ooh, there's a... Oh my god. That thing's so far away. It's my best...
Alright.
That's my best chance. Yeah, the cameo... They all did a cameo together. All the Minecraft YouTubers in the movie. It's at a scene where
Uh,
they're like in a storage container thing.
oh
I
yeah,
don't know any of the
yeah.
context of anything. I just know because I watched those YouTubers, so.
Oh yeah. They did make an appearance in the yeah, in the storage scene. It was like in like the beginning pretty much.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I think if I can remember the context is that Jason Momoa, he's dead, like he's dead broke, and like he heard like rumors that like there's like a rare find in the freaking storage container. Sorry, the storage unit. You gotta like go check it out or something like that. And then he just like, and that's kind of the place where like I think he got the was it the I can't remember what's the name, but it's like the freaking the the stone that like opens the Minecraft world or something like that.
I think it's called the orb, even though it's a cube.
Oh yeah, the orb. Okay. Yeah, I now remember.
I know more of the movie than you do, and you watched it.
Nah, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know much about Minecraft actually. I'm pretty sure you know more.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Okay.
The orb is definitely not in Minecraft, just so you know.
Oh. Okay.
It's a
Yeah,
movie
really like
original.
those details I don't really pay much attention to. I just watch the Minecraft movie because like the freaking memes and all that stuff.
Fair enough. Alright, it's time to get wood. I think it's 4 planks. Oh, 4 logs for an emerald through Fletcher's.
Huh?
So it's pretty good.
Hmm.
It's loosely, it's obviously based off Minecraft, but a lot of the story beats take a direct inspiration from Minecraft Dungeons and Minecraft Legends, which are 2 spin-offs. Hold on, I'm gonna pause the
Ah. Interesting. All right.
fucking cat keeps crawling up on the desk. Yeah, I know. I love you. You're a good boy.
Hey.
Hey,
Look
don't bite
kitty.
me.
Pet the kitty.
Yeah, he's petting me with his teeth aggressively. I've also played Dungeons, but not Legends. Dungeons is a fun game,
Hmm.
especially with like family. I played it with my brother because it was on Game Pass when we had that for a while. And that game's fun, but never Legends. Legends was a massive flop, and it was like it
Uh-huh.
had some live service stuff on it, or like it had online multiplayer, and the online multiplayer got shut down only 2 years after the game launched.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I didn't. Okay, I'm a little dumb. No, I'm not. I'm a genius.
Smart.
I'm so smart.
Yeah.
I have a picture frame on
Straight
my
up.
desk, like it's family, but it's a drawing of Bomberman getting railed from behind by Diddy Kong.
What? What the fuck? Nah.
It's really
Nah.
you'd have to see it. It's really heartwarming.
Okay. Good. Let me see it. Let me actually see that. Uh.
It's really heartwarming. It's really wholesome. I'm gonna move it to a part where it shows in the background as I'm taking this picture that I'm streaming. It shows OBS in the background. I'm gonna post it in announcements.
All right.
Uh, it's very wholesome. It has I have it on my desk as inspiration that I can always strive for better. I could
Give
always
me a moment.
be. Some days you're Bomberman, and then some days you're Diddy Kong.
The fuck? Let me just see announcements. Oh yeah, this picture.
Yeah, I love this
Oh.
picture. I think I've posted the picture of the frame before. Because I had it framed for a while.
Dude, dude, I'm just asking, is it like straight up in the like on your front desk? Like straight up on your desk?
It's right next to my computer monitor. It's
Okay.
basically
Has
touching my
okay,
monitor.
do you stay like? Do you live like your any family members or anything like that?
I live with my mother, and that's it. But
Okay,
I
has
showed my
she
mom,
never?
and she finds it fucking hilarious.
Okay, I was gonna ask like, was she like weirded out when she sees this? But yeah, heck yeah.
I don't think actually she's gone to visit family in another state. I'm home alone right now. That's why I'm gonna be streaming for as long as
Oh,
I can. Um,
nice.
but I don't think I ever showed her the frame of this. I never had it up because I just switched setups. I just now started using this new desk, so I finally put it up. Oh, gambling! I didn't even realize
Gambling.
gambling. Gambling doesn't really work
Gam-
unless if no one else votes for the other option, then if you win, you get your points back, and if you lose, you just waste a bunch of points for no reason. Hold on, is there a villager without a profession? You over here. You are my new Fletcher. Oh, you lost. I think you lost. That's really funny that you just wasted 300 points for no reason. Incredible.
Damn. Wait a sec.
Oh, that villager fell in a hole. I'm not dealing with that. I'm just gonna break this and then put a fletching table there instead.
All right. Wait, let me just flip a coin first. Let me get a coin first.
Still have
I have to
2k.
do
Holy
this.
shit, you have a lot of points.
Okay. I gotta do this really important thing first.
Ooh.
Heads are this tails, right? Wait, which one is heads? Which one is tails again? Wait, which one is heads? Is the
The heads
tails
is
is the one that?
the heads is
Wait,
the one with the head on it.
I mean, like, hey, this is like based on like the freaking was it the U.S. currency? My one is like, I, my one is like completely different. So it's just a
Oh,
design
that makes
number
sense.
behind. Yeah, I'm gonna say the heads is the design and the tails one is the tails is the number. Let me just do it.
The numbers is the number is the heads. The number is usually the heads, and then the design is on the back.
It's okay. It shows tails, so I'm just gonna bring my friend Jimmy into Metopia then. All right. Okay.
My cat's gonna continue bothering me until I like let him go potty or whatever. I don't know what he's begging for, but he's not gonna leave me alone until I figure it out. So
Darn.
I'm gonna go to my be right back screen and I'm going to play music and you can have fun entertaining my chat.
Yay.
Goodbye.
Hey chat. Hey chat. Boopy boopy doop. Boopy doop. Wobble lubba dub dub. Guys. Guys. I'm live. I mean, damn. The craziest thing is that I have the potential to like literally to literally say something terrible that like get him banned, but then you know I am not gonna bruh. Hi chat. Yippee. You can never know. Yeah. Um. Hey guys. Here's a secret. Happy likes to shit his pants all day. He likes to shit his pants. Um. He. Okay. Never mind. What? I'm just looking at the stream right now. Why the heck does he have freaking a bunch of beagles at the be right back screen? That's insane. Nobody thought this would happen. Oh damn. They all say, yeah, it's the freaking same. Wait, is it like? I don't know what. Is that the? No, it's the same breed. I thought it was like the swag dog or something like that. I don't know. The swag beagle. I think it's gonna have the picture. I don't know. It's gonna be. There it is. There it is right there. The swag beagle. There it is. All right. Yeah, like every possible royalty free pick of a beagle. Fun fact: apparently Snoopy is actually a beagle. I honestly I don't really think I see it, but I mean maybe the features I guess like the snap. Nah, actually I don't know really. What the heck? Oh, wait, am I still alive? Am I still here? Testing, testing, testing. Alright. Okay, you guys can still hear me. Yeah, someone joined and left apparently. I think it might be my connection, I'm not so sure. But yeah, how's life? No, today's the 16th of wait, no, it's the 16th of May for me. Probably like, oh yeah, wait, no, it's the 15th for him right now. But yeah, I really don't know how to entertain people. Just straight up nothing at all. Freaking, you guys, wait, doing a presentation. All the best, man. What are your guys' opinions on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? Just that freaking picture of the beagle with freaking mask. Yeah. Anyways, peanut butter jelly. What you think about it? I think it's it's all right. Oh, peanut butter and H. Wait, what does the H stand for? Peanut butter and honey? Peanut butter and ham? I hope you're not. Wait. Um. Honey. Okay. I was hoping that you weren't saying ham. That is a cursed combination. What else? Actually, let me just say. What is the okay? It's good. Best. No, I don't ask about sandwiches or like. Never mind. Best fast food joint. I do believe it. I do believe that's a thing. Damn. People do be eating peanut butter with their freaking ham. That's insane. What else? There's nothing I can talk about. The heck? Yeah, nothing really much going on. I'm just gonna look at freaking socials and stuff like that. Holy crap. Also, holy moly. Deltarune in actually Deltarune's not even. Deltarune's like coming in like just a few more weeks actually. Deltarune in a few more weeks. That's actually wow. It's been a while. Jeez. But yeah. I wonder. I'm gonna get the game once it comes out. Like straight up. I'm pretty sure like everything. I'm pretty sure that I have like a bunch of my stuff will be done for the semester like by the end of May. I think so. Yeah, I'll be there in time for like June 5th. Yeah, Deltarune just a week away. Yeah, like Mr. Heroes, but one of these. Wait, I like Mr. Heroes. Mr. Heroes, I've never heard of that before. But of the ones we get often, probably Burger King or Arby's. Let's see. Yeah, wait. So the 16th. So yeah, just two weeks, 2 weeks and just a few days. Holy moly! Oh my! I really should replay Delta. Okay. I'm gonna say this after I finish a bunch of my assignments. I'm just gonna replay Deltarune like from chapter 1 and then like chapter 2 and then like play chapter 3 right after that. It's actually been a while since I've actually managed to like defeat to do the Jevil fight. I actually completed that. It took me a while, but I managed. I just don't know if I have the same level like as I just don't know if I can do that again, really. It took me a while there to know how much I regressed. Wait a minute. No, Oh. Happy's not back yet. Hey, you guys wanna go to Happy's house and egg his house, like toilet paper it. Just throw a bunch of stuff at Happy's house until he comes out and just straight up just chases off with a pitchfork. That'll be some insane activities. Chat. Okay, wait a sec. Okay, let me just think of some would you rather questions. Would you rather damn, I can't think of anything. Okay, never mind. What the frick? Yeah, nothing at all really, to be honest. Tell Happy that I had to tell Happy that probably I'm gonna head out first because I feel like I gotta do something as well. Sorry. I think I gotta focus on Metopia, so yeah, I just gotta. Yeah, you guys take care. I'll see you when I see you. Just wait till Happy comes back.
I'm back. Oh, no one's in the call anymore. How is Elsie? I'm out of breath. How is Elsie? Oh, shit. I hope Elsie didn't say like a bajillion slurs. I grabbed ravioli. Just eating it out of the can. It's Chef Boyardee. I think Kitty did have to go potty, but also I had to go potty, and also my dog had to go potty. So we all went potty together, I guess. And then I grabbed ravioli, and now I'm gonna continue gaming. So, ugh. I went outside and it's really hot today, so I've taken my shirt off. I don't have a webcam or anything, so I don't have to worry. Ugh. Oh, you can hear my chewing. I'm gonna mute my microphone for this. Oh yeah, welcome back. I hope Elsie was good. I came back like a minute or two ago. I muted my microphone because I'm eating ravioli out of the can. You can hear like my chewing and shit. After I beat the game, I'm gonna be doing something else. I'm gonna keep my mic muted so I can finish eating. Okay, I'm back for real this time. Welcome in. Ooh, I shouldn't have had the ravioli and then drinking a bunch of lemonade right after. Now I'm getting heartburn. I took my meds this morning, right? Yeah, okay. This is being funky. Oh my god. Hold on, I have to take a picture of my cat. He's being very cute. Loki. Loki. He's so fucking cute, man. He's like the cutest, most adorablest cat ever. Gulp. It's gaming time. I'm pretty sure all of your fucking workspaces are gone. Oh. You sound like you're having fun. There are no more composters. I just don't think these guys have realized that they lost their job. I think this one's the one that I traded with already. Dude. Someone, anyone, please become a fucking... Dude. Is it because they don't have beds? It might be because they don't have beds. Oh. I think it is because they don't have beds. God damn it. I'm already throwing. I have to get as much wood as I possibly can. Not just for the sticks for the Fletcher, but for a bridge to the fortress, because it's really far away. Oh, a bunch of tabs open, yeah. I actually haven't, since I've gotten the new computer, I haven't, like, played 5 Twitch streams at the same time, because usually, a lot of my streamers stream at the same time, so I'll just have, like, 5 tabs with streams actively going. But I haven't done that with my new computer yet, so it should be fine, actually. I'm amazed by how little CPU my streams are taking up. I am shocked. I can probably increase the frame rate back to 60 FPS if I wanted to. But honestly, I don't really want to. I'd like to keep it as low as possible. Should I make the chat bigger? I feel like it's too small. I felt like it's too small for a while. Oh yeah, Chrome. I used to use Chrome, but I use Vivaldi now, and it's just a lot better. Sorry, I took a break. Oh, Firefox. Okay, that makes sense. What I'm gonna do, just for fun, do you want to do a coin flip? I'm gonna go on my phone and I'll bet or whatever you aren't betting for, just so that it's a little more fair and you're not just wasting points for no reason. Oh, you'll do it. Okay, fair enough. I was gonna do it. Whichever. Oh, you're voting heads. I just voted for Tails with 0. Oh. Viewers in my region can only predict without using any Josh coins. It's because the VPN that apparently people in the Netherlands can't use channel points. I did not know that. That's fucking weird. Hold on, let me try again. Hopefully I don't... Hopefully I have enough time. Alright. I put 1,000 on. Let's see. Oh, you won! I think you just got 1,000 points from me. That's funny. Well, you have fun with those points. I'm not doing that anymore. I only have 4.4k on my alt now. I used to watch my streams as I was streaming to see the chat, but I don't do that anymore now that I have a second monitor. That's a good song. Like, all of these songs are bangers. Okay. That's not enough food. I need so much food. There's probably 8 bells over there that I didn't grab. I have to get... Oh my god. I have to be very careful. Oh, actually... I know gold is the way that most people get it, but I'm too unskilled for that. But I will grab enough gold to make myself a golden helmet, or maybe boots. Probably helmet, because it'll break slower. Don't think I have enough space. I didn't have enough space on my desk for a second monitor. But I did it anyways. My monitor was literally hanging off the edge of my desk. But now, I have a real monitor, I have a real desk with actual space. So it's actually fairly comfortable. Okay. What is the easiest way for me to get over there? I think it's just bridge. Bridge from here to there. I'm worried about the obsidian, or about the wood, but oh fuck, my keyboard drops my input sometimes. Well, I'm gonna take a screenshot of all the stuff that I have on me. If I lose it, I'm giving it all back to myself. Elsie went to focus on Utopia. Okay, that makes sense. I just saw Elsie was gone and I was like, oh damn. If my keyboard loses an input and makes me fall into the lava, not my fault, and I'm cheating all my shit back. Laptop, PS4, and monitor all on the same desk. Oh, that makes sense. I'm already running out of space, and I just moved to this desk a couple days ago. Because I have my massive monitor, my smaller second monitor. Behind the second monitor is my computer, which is small. The tower is small. But then I have a fan right next to the computer blowing at it because my GPU has an overheating problem that I need to get fixed. And then I have my switch right next to the fan. And then on the other side of my desk, I have a bunch of other shit, like the framed picture and my meds and a couple other things. I don't like the silence. It's making me uncomfortable. I'll make a bridge connecting here, but this is the problem last time I did this. Is the fucking... The fortress, the only fortress nearby was really far away. I'm gonna run out of wood before I get there. Oh, gotta go. See ya. See you too. Yeah, probably later, because I plan on being live for a while. Oh. The fucking music ended. Well, I started at Sydney Sprint, which isn't... I missed quite a few of the songs. So I'll just do this until I hear Sydney Sprint again. And then... I'll probably just end up putting this soundtrack on loop. I'm gonna run out of that, so I'm... Ooh, okay, I'm fine. Banger music, banger, banger, banger. I could also get wood from here if I wanted to, and this wood is fireproof, so it'd be pretty convenient. If I run out of blocks, I'll consider it. I'm gonna have to go up, which is gonna be a big pain in the ass. I'm just really hoping for no gas. I don't know if gas can spawn in the warp forest, actually. They should have done it further over. Whatever. This is a good place if I don't have enough ender pearls. Then this is a pretty good spot to get them, because endermen spawn a shit ton in the warp forest. You know what? I'm just gonna... Okay. As I was falling, it was like, I was freaking out in my head. Let me get up. Let me up, let me up. Uppies, uppies. I should probably have some wood on me. And this isn't gonna be enough to... Okay, hold on. I don't really have anything to talk about now, so I'm just mining. Yeah, I'm just chopping wood in silence. I just tried to double jump. I should have made shears. If I made shears, it would make all this a lot easier. Enderman? I didn't... Oh, I did take my boat with me. I didn't even mean to do that. Where is he? Get in my boat. Get in. Got him. First one. Last time I did this, I made a massive mistake because I forgot that you actually need 16 ender pearls and not 8 like you need with the blazer rods. You only need like 8 blazer rods. 6 technically, but you need extras. You only need like 8 blazer rods because they craft into 16 blaze powder, but you actually need the full 16 ender pearls. And I completely forgot about that. That should be enough blocks. Ooh, I like the noise that these make. I feel like music like this is taunting me. When I'm doing bad, this music like this is just taunting me. Ooh, I should put Baby Park on loop for the end boss. I should put Baby Park on loop for the rest of the fucking oh my god. My keyboard dropped an input. Ooh, ad break in 1 minute. Okay. Well, I can't do anything about that, so I'm just gonna have to live with that. Hello? I'm so scared. Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't have enough food for this. In fact, I don't really have any food. I should probably go get food. Food is very important. Okay, but I'm in the stronghold now. I almost just plunged myself into lava. I'm in the stronghold. I'm in the stronghold. I just have to go get food. Just gonna be a little bit more careful. Now this really is taunting me. This fucking song. Okay, now I won't cheat anything in. If I fall in the lava, it's my own fault. If I fall into the lava, well, if I miss an input and then fall into lava because of it, then it's not my fault. But if I just fall into the lava because I'm bad, it is my fault. And I'll probably just rage quit and do something else. Gold. You know what? I might as well try. Here. God. Why was it making that noise? I didn't like that. Last time... Ooh, gravel, okay. I got, oh my god. That's huge. I gave piglins like fucking 50 gold. I think I gave them over a stack, and none of them ever got, none of them ever gave me a single pearl. And I traded literally all the gold that was in the entire nether region. It was the worst. came back for food, but now that there's piglins here, I don't want to lose them. I should have grabbed the gold that was in the caves. I literally saw it and I was like, I don't think I'll need gold. And completely forgot that the fact that I do in fact need gold. I don't even know what this song is. What is this? This is Tokyo Tour and Tour Tokyo Blur. If I don't know a song, it's almost always a tour map. And it's always the fucking... Oh god. They can't get me. What do you mean? Why are you attacking me? What did I do? Oh, because they watch me pick up gold. I forgot that they get angry if you do that. If I log out, will they stay mad at me if I log out? They are still angry at me, goddammit. These ones aren't angry at me. Okay. 7. That'll totally be enough, right? There's 3 over there. Okay. Baby's over there. I'm worried about the baby. Okay. Why is it making these noises? Okay, nothing good. I don't mind. I don't mind, I don't mind. I got something, and that's better than nothing. Because I've gotten nothing, and it was terrible. Ah, I'm opening shit. Out of panic. Okay. I need food. I got pearls. Worst base of all time. I'm not engaging with that. I'm not engaging with your bait post. You're baiting me. Ooh, food. I need to go over there, and I need to get, food, which is my main thing. And then maybe gold. Oh, and I probably should get... I should probably get shoes. I've been walking around barefoot this whole time. I don't like how far away it is. It really isn't. It's just, it's a leisurely stroll. Fish. There's so many ways to get ender pearls, actually, now that I think about it. I have 3 different options. Option 1 is trading with villagers, which is a pain in the ass, but I can do it. 2 is trading with piglins, which honestly might even be a bigger pain in the ass, depending on my RNG. And then the 3rd one is just killing Enderman, which is by far the worst option. Also, the Fletcher actually got the table, so I am going to... That's you, but you're not the one I've already traded with. You're the one that I already traded with. I take this. And then give this to you. Will you accept it? Yes. Okay. Now I need to make sticks. Fuck! You don't even have the sticks trade. Hold on. I forgot that there's a chance that they just straight up don't have sticks. Okay, you have sticks. come over here, and I trade with you, and now I need more sticks. I think there's like a 2/3. I think there's a 1 in 3 chance that it just doesn't have the ender pearls, which sucks. I might just waste all my time for nothing and have to pivot to the piglins. But, you know, that's fine. Whatever, I don't care. It's 4 planks, or it's 4 logs for an emerald. That's the exchange rate here. So right now I have 6 emeralds. Now I have 7. And now I have 8. I'll just stick to doing 8 in intervals of 8. Because that seems about right. Oops. Okay. That's 4. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's the next trade that can have pearls. I am ransacking this place and I don't even fucking care. Logs. Shit. Glad I have the stone one. Building looks really sad now. Look at this building. Okay, that should be 15 emeralds, if I'm even able to... With the what I already had, it's probably more than that. I think this will be 16 emeralds. If this guy even has enough trades. Ooh, it's actually on a discount. I always forget that's a thing. Okay, 16 emeralds. Okay. More wood, more wood, more wood. I'm probably just wasting my time doing this. Dude, stop pushing me. That's 3 emeralds. Take my emeralds. Or take my sticks. You take my emeralds. Oh my god. I need one more. I'm gonna use glowstone. I don't need this fucking glowstone, man. You kidding me? Alright, it's a moment of truth. give me what I need. Please. Yes! Okay. Now it's time for wood. It's wood time. I have to get a lot of wood now. Okay. That's an emerald. I have almost taken all of the wood out of this village. There's not really a forest nearby this. I can't remember how many emeralds you get. Or how many ender pearls you get for the amount of emeralds. Is it literally just 4 emeralds for 1 ender pearl? If so, I'm wasting my time. Whatever, this whole thing is a waste of time anyways. This whole stream is a waste of time. Waste of time and I'm a streamer. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a waste of time. I don't really have anything funnier to say. Damn you. It's 2 more. Okay, well, I'm just gonna... Are there no hay bales here? Okay, there's hay bales over here. Oh, and there's wood here. I'm making a hoe real quick. Is that all the hay balls? That's only 24 bread. That's not enough bread. I need more bread. Fuck, I'm gonna be short on food, aren't I? Yeah, I'm gonna be short on food. Yeah, those are the only hay bales. Oh, this is... okay. I'm gonna have to... pause. Oh, it's time. I wonder how long we've been going. I know the stream's been going for an hour 20, and I pretty much started this right when like 10 minutes after I started stream, I think. So, probably about 2 hours. But also, I've taken a lot of breaks. I can look right now, I just don't wanna. just gonna grab everything I have. Alright, I'm gonna look. It's in statistics. Down here, time played. Time played is 1 3/4 hour. But the time with world open, which is like me in the pause menu, is almost 2 hours, which sounds about right. I'm going by time played. So that's like with the game actively running. Get rid of these. Need this. I've got some iron. Put those away. I have 7 pearls now, so I only need 9. Probably less, actually. Get all the blocks that I can get. What did I... Oh, I turned all my warped into sticks. Oops. Whatever. Okay. This is good enough, right? Good enough, right? I'll make another pick. And I'll make another axe. Okay. My blocks are all scattered. I can turn those in. Oh, I'm gonna take wood too. I need a lot more blocks than this, actually. Whatever. This is fine. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. Okay. I can always do this to get more wood. Uh-oh. Everything's fine. See? Look, everything's fine. This guy's not angry at me at all. Nothing's wrong, everything's fine. Hello. Perfect. Good enough. Whatever. I don't care. Okay. I've got wood now. Blocks. I got my boat for if I see little googly monsters. I'm just kind of saying shit now. Hello, baby. Ah, baby scary. Biglin, save me. White. Oh, okay. Can you not? Can you not? I don't appreciate that. This is just the theme we were just listening to, but underwater. I don't really care. Ah! Okay. Everything's fine. This guy's still angry at me. Can I just, like, lock you up in a hole and let you die? You have fun in there. I don't think these guys will get mad at me, because they didn't see me take the gold. Okay. That's scary. Watch it just be this and nothing else. Yeah, I figured. That's 3 more gold though. That's... If I get really lucky, that'll be enough. I have to get like really lucky. But if I get like extremely lucky, like, then maybe, It might work, maybe. You're not angry at me. Gold. Gimme the good stuff. Gravel, okay. I guess that's fine. Give me the good stuff. That's not the good stuff. Give me the good stuff. Give me. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. Actually, I'm gonna keep that. Hey, I'll take it. That is a pretty... Wasn't the good stuff I was referring to, but it was pretty good. Gold. Gold. Oh, I almost just jumped off. I may as well come up here and look for gold. This is one of my least favorite maps in any Mario Kart game. Sweet Canyon. It's terribly built. Like, I just don't think the track layout is good at all. It's very clunky. Oh, these guys are gonna get mad at me for mining this. They can't see a thing. Oh, they can see it through walls, I guess. Damn, that sucks. Whatever. I'm gonna need that anyways. You know what? I don't care. Six? That might be good enough. Oh, there's a baby there. I can't. Maybe I can lock the baby in a hole. Or maybe they'll just... Ooh, I almost fell into that hole. And I'm out of there. These guys couldn't be angry at me. Take my gold. Okay. Fire resistance isn't bad. Spectral arrows, really? Okay. And now, what about this? Please be something good. Okay, I'm never gonna get anything, am I? Hey, I got those good boots. This will be really good for the, blazes. I'm gonna go get the blazes and then I'll deal with these fuckers later. Looking for gold. There's gold there. I saw gas, so should be very careful. I say as I almost jump off. There's gold there. Seems like a very risky spot. Please move. Please get in the lava. There's no reason for me to do that, I was just being mean. There's probably some gold this way. Ooh, boat. Now. Ooh, drop one. Now I only need 8, I think. I'm just gonna get 14. So I only need 6. I should be able to get that. I'm not gonna drink the fire as yet. Oh my god. They're too close to the fucking... They're too close to the big one. I didn't grab an arrow. I didn't grab a bow or anything. Oh, get me out of here. Oh, get me in here. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Yeah, I get it. You're breathing it out of my neck. You fucking pigman. Fuck you. You're high. You're in a hole now. Ow. Fucking hell. Okay. Number 1. Okay, I gotta hide in here. Where's the blaze spawner? Fuck. Okay. Oh my god. I'm good. I'm good. Holy fuck. I really hate that noise. If I got some arrows, I probably should have grabbed those spectral arrows. I wasn't thinking about that. Fuck. Oh, I'm dead. Maybe. Oh my god. I forget that it's normal. I'm playing on normal and not easy. Or not on hard. So fire damage lasts a lot less. Where the hell? Okay, I don't even care. Okay. Oh, that's a spawner. It's time. I don't even fucking care, man. Unfazed. Just in case, I'm just gonna block all these off. All I need to do is get 6, 7, I think. I'll just do 8. 8 is easier. I really hope that this lasts long enough for me to get 8. I know this like increases the month or whatever. Okay, that's 5. I keep seeing a shiny that I think is that, but it's probably just the particle effect. Please. I know this increases spawns, so I'm just gonna do it. I need to get 1 or 2 more rods before my shit disappears. Oh my god, fucking pigmen. You go down there into the hole. Or not, or not, or not, or not. Okay, this is enough. I'd like to get 1 more. What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's enough. I just want to get 1 more. I'm greedy, I'm greedy, I'm greedy. Should probably cover up that hole. I'm being greedy. Oh my god, it fell. It's still there. I'm going for it. Okay. Now I just have to get out of here. Run! Oh, I can't run from those guys. I have to hide, I can't run. I'm just gonna fucking book it. I got what I needed, I'm out. Oh god, okay. If I die now, I just die over ground and not lava. There's so many Endermen here, I gotta at least go for them. This, boat pearl. I don't want to accidentally use them. This is just the Shy Guy version. Oh my god, there's so many Endermen. Oh my god. Fuck! I don't have any other blocks. 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 Fuck. Shit! God damn it. I panicked and grabbed apples instead. None of my shit should be ruined. None of my shit should be gone. Everything should be fine. I just have to make a run for it and hope no gas spawn or anything. Otherwise, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I am happy right now with this run. It could be a whole hell of a lot worse. Oh my god. I keep having to adjust my hand. And it just flicks the shit. It flicks my mouse. Okay. All my shit's fine. I wasn't worried about levels or anything. Where did my sword go? No. You're kidding me. One of them didn't pick it up, did it? Okay, no, it was just really well hidden. It was really well hidden. Look at that. Come on. Same color. Okay. I technically have enough, but I want 2 more for, like, security or whatever. There's one up here, or there's one down here, there's one running away from me. Oh my god. Get in the fucking boat, please. Please, please let me, please go in boat. Thank you. Didn't even fucking drop one. Oh, Enderman, where art thou? There's one down there. Ow. God damn it. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of fucking Endermen here. Go on my boat. Thank you. Go on my boat. Oh my god, I accidentally looked at that guy. And they both got... Oh, I'm so out of here. Actually, there's one nearby, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm going to boat. No, you don't. Hey, more security. I'll take it. Alright. I'm gonna have 15. Time to get out of the nether here. Not even going quicker. I'm just trolling for no reason. I need to adjust my hand, but I couldn't because I was on the bridge. Yeah. Oh, I only had 14. Okay, I'm glad I got that extra one then. Okay, I don't know how to triangulate, so I'm gonna waste a lot of time. Let me just... I always throw everything in the chest and then get stuff from the chest. I'll do that, and I'll get torches. I'll take the boat. I'll get rid of this lava and replace it with more water. It's raining. Really annoying. I gotta take all the boats, or all the beds. I'll craft these into beds as well. Take all the wood I can get. Take these. The spectral arrows probably disappeared, didn't they? Yeah, they did. I could I could get arrows, I think. String and dex. Oops. More beds. I'm definitely not gonna need beds, that's for damn sure. I don't have any feathers. I was thinking I could make some wood. Or make some arrows. I should be able to get arrows from the Fletcher. Maybe. Actually, hold on. Flint to make a new one so that I can... I know there's a villager over there. I don't have a shovel anymore. Hold on. One more flint. Get a fletching table. I should have some wood to get quite a few arrows. Excuse me. Ow. Do you think I could beat this in sub 3? Probably not. It's probably gonna be 3 in a bit. Because right now we're at... What are we at now? We're at 2 hours 2.18. So actually I should be able to do it sub 3. And this run kinda sucked, in all honesty. So especially at the beginning. The beginning was really bad. Isn't there nuggets in here? Yeah, there is. I don't really care. Oops. Is it? Yeah. Okay. So I need... I'm just gonna turn all of those so I can get emeralds. I'm glad I did that because he upped the trades by a lot. I'll just do that so I can get one more emerald. So I can do that. And now I have 51 arrows. That should be enough. Alright. I'm gonna go back to make sure I grabbed everything I needed. Once I get to the end, I'm playing Baby Park on loop. Just so that you guys are well aware. This is a good song. Is there any reason why I would need lava? I don't think so. Alright. keep those on me. I'll take these. I might as well take that. I don't need that anymore. I don't really need any of this. Leather, maybe? No. Yeah, I got all the beds I'll ever need, so I should be good enough to head out. I will take my bed. I forgot about my bed. And then, do I have any coal? I only have 3, so it's not worth it to take. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Okay, it's this way. And then I go this way. Oh, okay. Shit, it broke. Okay, well, it was facing this way both times. This is why you grab extras. I might not even have enough extras, honestly. I wanted to get more extras, but I couldn't. Watch it be underwater and I could just see it the whole time. This is what I do if I'm not streaming. I'll just do that kind of shit to the music. I'm gonna do a random color, just for fun. Random background color. Better not be dookie. Ooh. That's almost my color. It's very close to my color. I'm gonna do a little quick hack. Over on this ridge, I'm going to do another. Okay. Ooh, it's straight that way. Okay. And it broke again. God fucking damn it. It's like this way. I should probably learn how to do triangulation. That'd be very helpful. Is that a cherry blossom? It's not a cherry blossom. Yeah, it is. It's gotta be somewhere up here. I'll go to like Y1. Fucking. I have to be careful not to go in powdered snow. Okay, I'm gonna do another one here. It's in the same direction. I shouldn't have done it. Please don't break. Thank goodness. It's still this way. I think they spawn around 1,200 blocks out, I think. Oh shit, I'm running out of food. Fuck. I'm not even gonna need food for the end fight anyways, because I'm just gonna keep dying and losing my and regaining my hunger. Dying replenishes your hunger. That's true in real life. It was still going fairly up, so I'm gonna go past this cherry blossom. Do I see it in the water? No. Oh, okay. Hard pivot. It's probably down there. Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I brought my blaze powder. I'm just gonna have to go with it being here. And if it's not, then we might be screwed. We might be screwed. This is just Mount Wario, but epic. I cannot see a thing. I just gotta hope and pray that I stumble upon... I cannot see anything. Hold on. Am I sure that it's at... Brightness is at 50. I usually keep it at 50, but for this, I'm gonna turn it up higher so I can actually see what's going on. Honestly, I can see better on OBS on the second monitor. Oh, hold on. I'm playing the game through a really tiny screen on my second monitor now. Hold on, I'm pausing the music. Cave? Ow. Oh, here come the reinforcements. Probably just glow lichen over here. It is. Do I pull the trigger and just send it and see if it's actually down here or not? I think I do. Might be a very bad idea. You want this way? And it fell, but it fell, and now it's gonna go up. Wait, this way. I have to get that. Hold on. Can I? I'm just gonna... Hold. No, I can't access the game if I do that. Okay. I'm just gonna do a full screen projector of this screen because it's a lot brighter on my second monitor. Fuck. Blocks. Like I said, I'm playing on my second monitor through OBS, so... I have to hope that it doesn't despawn or something. Turning the music back on. Where's my thing? He went into the wall. Where is it? Kinda need that right now. Is that it? Or is that an egg? That's an egg. We might be a little bit screwed. How is it? But then it's... Now I'm just confused. Where the hell is my thingy? Oops. Oh my god, that killed me. Hold on. I'm never gonna beat Minecraft. I'm back here. Do you have anything even resembling food? Yes. Keyword resembling. Did I leave any wood? Not really. I need a boat. Maybe the sub 3 hours is dead. The dream is dead. Ad break. My dream is dead. The chat is dead. There's a lot of death happening right now. I hope not, actually. Hold on. If I learned triangulation, this wouldn't have happened. It was like 900 1300, I think it was. I took a screenshot just in case. You see that shit? I keep dropping inputs. I really hope I find 2 ender pearls inside of the stronghold. There's always a chance. Should be almost there. Clicking the wrong buttons. There's a chance that some stuff fell down that hole. I think my pickaxe fell in the hole. My pickaxe fell down the hole. Right? I think so. Yeah, it did. I'm gonna take one of these beds and I'm going to place it down up here. Digging straight down time. You just gotta hope and pray that it's directly down here. Let me second monitor again. Hold on. Got slight input delay, which is kind of fun. Oh my god. All I had to do is just dig down a little bit more. Hold on. I'm a fucking moron that wasted a fucking fuck. I just have to hope, and I have to pray that I find a chest, 2 ender pearls in it. Or maybe the portal is somewhat filled out. Okay, more iron, that's good. I don't desperately need iron though. Please. Diamonds? Oh, I don't really need diamonds. Especially not only 2 of them. Okay. More iron. It's not baby park time just yet, but it will be soon. I think I saw a staircase going down over here. Yeah, I hear. Oh, that's a deep dark. Where's this fucking door? That chest and those that are there, I don't think there are. We're so close, guys. We're so close. Oh, that was it? Okay. Ow. Do I go down or do I go over here? I'm going down here. There's nothing down here. Oh, I heard a thing. Where the hell is it? Where 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 the fuck is this thing? I hear an Enderman. Is it below? Oh fuck. Go away. Where is this Enderman? You. Please. Oh. All hope is not lost. I just have to stumble upon one more. At the worst, one more. I might be set, depending on how lucky I am. Probably not at all, actually. Okay, there's nothing down here. There's nothing down there either. This whole area must be wrong. I must have to go back up. I am fine with that, though. Okay. There was more up here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, oops. I'll just literally be like right here. I hear another one. Library. Where is it? I hear you. Whoomp again, please. Oh, I keep doing that on accident. Well, I heard whooping. I hear lava over there, so I think that's the room. Chest. Chest. Where the hell is that goddamn Enderman? Chest. Power 4, sharpness 3, smithing template. Sounds like it's coming from above? Oh, that's just that again. Is it coming from below? You know what? I'm gonna find the portal. Is that another library? Actually, hold on. I'm gonna take this. I don't need the golden helmet anymore. Where the hell is this goddamn portal? How big does this place have to fucking be? Please let this be it. This is not it. Red. Ooh, and apples. Meow. Thank you for meowing. I really appreciate the meow. I'm almost done. I started this server, or I started this world today, and I'm beating it on stream. Which I've never been able to do before. All thanks to my new computer, which I'm very happy about. I'm struggling trying to find this goddamn portal. And I only have 11 ender eyes, so I have to get lucky. I'm never finding this ever. I already went over here. I went down there, I went down there. I went over there. I haven't gone down yet. Wait. Maybe? I'm very lost and confused. I haven't been down here, but there's nothing. Fuck. Yeah, I already dumped shit off there. I'll take more ingots though. I haven't been down here. Fucking voice cracks. I've been talking for too long. Okay. What the hell? Fucking geode? Oh my god! Oh, it's beautiful! I don't think there's gonna be anything good in here. Anything that I want, at least. I don't think it's possible to get a portal, or to get a pearl in one of these chests. This is fucking beautiful, actually. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pause the run to take a couple good screenshots of this. Okay, that's good enough. I can always come back. Once I beat the dragon, I can always come back in creative and take pictures. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Ah. Oh, actually, I haven't been here yet. And I hear lava? It's gotta be around here. Hearing lava. Nothing. Hearing lava is huge, actually. That's the way that I came. And I went there and there. I don't think I went down. It's like the only place that I can think of that I haven't been. And of course it's right there. Please be lucky. Oh, yes, thank fuck. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Okay. Chest. Dump off this, this. This. I don't think I'll need this. Stop the music. I'm gonna need beds. I need more blocks. I'll keep those. I can always mine more blocks. It's time. Hold on. I said this earlier that I'm gonna be doing this. It's time. It's time to fight the Ender Dragon! Oh fuck, I accidentally threw one. Where did it fall? Fuck! Oh, dude. My incompetency has ruined me yet again. No one tell anyone. Nothing happened. Nothing is happening. Nothing happened. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone what? Nothing happened. I had to. There's no fucking way I'm letting myself do that right at the end. Am I missing it? Yeah, I'm missing it. I'm cheating. I don't care. I do not give a fuck anymore. I'm not letting myself do that. I've already done too much dumb shit this time. Okay. I'm such a moron. Just pretend this didn't happen. Guys, it's time. I said this earlier that I was gonna do this. It's time to fight the Ender Dragon. It's time. Of course I got an underground spawn. There were pumpkins that I saw earlier. I probably should have grabbed one of those. Whatever. Ding, 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 ding. Oh my god. Maybe I just suck. Oh my god. There's no fucking way I did that. Oh, you don't even need them for beds. Whatever, I'll wait for the second perk. Oh, they're attacking me. I did not realize. Oh, fuck, and I don't... I might be gone, or... Okay, yeah, I'm a goner. Fucking Ender Dragon got me. Hold on. Oh, I don't... Okay. Well, whatever. This is why I build a staircase. I wonder if we'll get sub 3 hour. I don't think so. I think it's already been past 3 hour. I ran out of food. Not angry at me, are you? Why are you angry at me? I didn't even look at you. Everything's fine. Please. Okay, thank you. I said please nicely. Listen. The game listened. Please? No. Please? No. Please? That wasn't okay. Please? Whatever. Oh, I didn't even grab fucking blocks, whatever. I didn't even grab like obsidian or anything. I forgot how to do it. Whatever. I'm a little bit dumb. I'm just gonna fight the dragon normally, whatever. Oh, that works. I'm just gonna have to do that. I don't really know how to do this. I'm just kind of trying something. In my free time, I might as well just start shooting out towers. Oh my god. Okay, thank god. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Did I say like juice? What did I... Maybe I just suck. Oh, there's the loop. Deep. No, she's not perching. Is she gonna perch? Perching. No? What the? Okay, okay, whatever, okay. Please. Thank you. Not very good with the bow. Oh, as soon as I leave. Oops. I'm not the brightest. God damn it. Oh, the baby park is taunting me. Can I beat 4 hours? Is the question now. Oh, and a lot of my shit just got burnt. Fuck. Oh, most of my shit got burnt. How many beds do I have left? 2? I have 2 beds left. All my armor. And my sword. No bow. 2 beds. Or 3 beds. I am so fucking porked, dude. Oh my god. Oh, and the pickaxe that doesn't have 2 durability on it is gone. And all my buckets. Oh. I regret putting on Baby Park. Why are you attacking me? Oh, I'm glad no one's here to watch this. If I wasn't live right now, I would have quit. Why? What do you mean? I looked at you. I did not fucking look at you. Leave me alone. This is all I have. This is blocks. I don't even have food anymore. There I go. And he's just healing back up. God damn it. Okay. I have to defeat him with only a sword. A well-timed bed placement can take like half his health, I know that. But I don't know how to do that, so I don't know that. Oh, I don't even have water anymore. Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna have to use pearls to get up there, maybe? Whatever. Shouldn't have brought all my wood into the end. Baby park. I regret the baby park, I gotta say. just gonna have to... and hope I don't die. The fattest fucking pillar I've ever seen. Oh, alarm's going off. Oh, fuck. I don't think I'll be able to get up there. I don't think I have enough blocks. Is there a way that I can get blocks? I'm not sure what you mean. What green horse? There is no green horse. I'm miserable right now. I don't know what a peen is. Pney? I'm not sure what that is. This is gonna have to work. I think you were here for my spiel. Trying to beat the Ender Dragon. God damn it. And I keep losing my way over there. I hope blocks fell off the tower. I blew myself up on one of the towers. Okay, so my shit fell. Fuck. Well, it didn't even matter. My boots fell. I hope this is enough. I don't think it will be. Oh, okay, so I just die. Fun. I'm so boned. I have nothing. My best chance is that I can grab some blocks and then get Ender Pearl maybe? But I don't want my stuff to despawn. Oh, sword. Everything fell. Oh, I was gonna say everything fell, but some blocks. Some blocks actually did fall. Fuck. Thank you. Okay, I got all my shit. way for me to get down without dying. Wait, yes there is. I just have to build down like this. I'm alive. I'm alive. This is humiliating, by the way. This is extremely humiliating. I don't even know if I'll beat my previous time because of this shit. Please don't go over. Okay, it didn't. Okay. Now we wait, I guess. There's nothing for me to do right now except for wait. Isn't this fun? I love Minecraft. Actually, I haven't done the Endermen are doing damage. That's really funny. The angry Endermen are showing me where he is. Sorry for misgendering the Ender Dragon. We just have to whittle the health down. Whittle the. Oh, okay. Ugh. Heart attack mode. What the fuck? Is an Enderman angry at its stuff? Hey man, iron bars are blocks, and it's good to have blocks. Even if they're really fucking dumb, pointless blocks. It's very loud on my end as well. Oh, this is fun. How's your guys' days going? I'm not gonna look at the time until I'm done. Cause I don't want to see it. It's gonna be embarrassing. I'll probably end up beating the time, because my time is 4 hours, because I had... Oh, he's almost... Hey, she's almost dead. Come on. You don't want to die. The fucking baby park is not helping my mental state. Oh my god. It's over. Oh my god! I don't even get to finish it. That's so fucking annoying. Oh my god. I clipped it. It was really annoying, but it was really funny. I don't even get to enjoy my final moments on this earth, in this game. I don't even care. I want to finish it. Okay. Okay. It's over. What was the time? 3.24. So that's 1 hour, or 3 hours 15 minutes. It could have been so much shorter. Okay, no more Minecraft ever. Fuck Minecraft. I hate Minecraft. 8 viewers for that is way too many. Alright, I'm gonna put it on Be Right Back until I find something to do. Yummy. 8 viewers and not a single chatter. Oh, my heart. I'm so sad. Discord ping. Slime I could do Slime Rancher again. That'd be fun. Okay, I'm stopping that. And also, I want to watch that clip. It's over. Oh my god! I don't even get to finish it. That's so fucking annoying. Oh my god. Incredible. This is a really fucking funny clip. I beat it, and then I just end up dying right before the portal spawns. Oh my god! I don't even get to finish it. Fucking evil, dude. So extremely fucked up. I know what I'm doing, though. I don't really know how to play this. I've seen a lot of gameplay, but I haven't really played it. It's time for the squares. It's squares time. Holy shit, it's loud. It is loud. How do I turn it down? Oh my god. Okay, that's better. It's squares time. If you guys don't watch the Vegas Experience, you wouldn't know what the squares are. But he's addicted to the squares. I wonder if there will be a tutorial. Yeah, how to play. Left click, right click. It's similar to something like Minesweeper, where there's a number on a tile, and then number corresponds to all of the checked spaces in a 3x3 radius around it. So if it's a 0, there's none. If it's a 9, it's all, and if there's a 3, there are 3 in the immediate 9 square area. The board is divided into smaller parts, and clues only tell you how many light squares are inside the region. This is the free one. It's a 2024 retrospective that the creator did for charity for UNICEF. I've never played any games like this. I have no idea what I'm doing, so I don't even know how to play. Okay, there's a 0 here, there's a 0 here. Which means that these two have to be filled in. Oops. I don't know how to control this yet. It's a mouse game, which is good. I have no idea how to play this. Okay. There's a 0 here. Okay. I'm just going all over because I don't really know what I'm doing. There's a lot of 6s here, which has me worried. Just looking for 0s and 9s. Ooh, is there 2 0s in a row? Cool. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, this has to be all filled in order for that to work. And then that has to be, so this has to, no. That has to be that. Okay, I see. This is the first time I've done this, I don't know. I can't even really do Minesweeper that well. So this is gonna be a struggle. Okay. So here, no, here. Okay. Wait, no. Okay, so this has to be a blank. And this has to be. Okay. This game is hard. Vegas has like 150 hours in squares, and he makes it look so easy. Oops. Oops. Okay. I'm just gonna save this. And that. Okay. I can't touch any of that. Huh. This needs 7. So if I did this and then that. No, because that's that and then that? Fuck! That got rid of everything. How do I undo it? I can't. Okay, well, whatever. And then it was like, it's this, because that's the only spaces, and then this. This is hard. Okay, so this has 7 spaces. I solved it, I guess, actually. That's kind of fun. That has to be there. Okay, I figured it out. This is so hard, actually. What's the small one that I can like get the satisfaction of completing? This one up here is small. Oops. Ah, stop it. Stop. Perfect. which means that that would be that, which means that this would be that, and then this maybe? No. Right. I'm just kind of doing stuff right now, and it's working. Okay. Okay. Whatever. That's good. That's fine. This isn't a very talkative game. What? How can this be 7? Unless it's like this and like that. No? I'm just gonna breathe really heavy into the microphone. I don't think that can be there. But then it gives this errors. Maybe it's something like this? Hold on. This is still giving an error though. fixed. This is really hard. Okay, now what the hell is wrong with this area? I'm struggling. Someone smarter than me could probably figure this out easily. I'm just a little dumb. idea. No more squares. This is hurting my head too badly. It was fun while it lasted all 22 minutes. I'm not sure what to even do. It'd be easier if there was someone to bounce off of. I'm still in my chat in the Discord server, by the way. If anyone's in my server and wants to join that. I'll put the music back on. I'm looking through all the games I have. I have the original Garfield cart, but that doesn't even have achievements, so there's no point in playing it. I love this song. I could play Deus Ex. Ooh, I should play Deus Ex. One shot. I also have one shot. I could play one shot. How do people make 12-hour streams entertaining? I don't get it. I want to keep streaming, but I just don't know what to stream. I mean, I could just do more Slime Rancher. That would work, right? I could play Half-Life for the first time. I don't know if that'd be fun to stream though. It probably would be. You guys want to watch an ATS? I'd have to go get my controller. Okay, I gotta... Oh, fuck. Ooh, I could do Teardown. Teardown's so fun. I haven't beaten it yet. Ooh, I wanna see, I wanna see Teardown... Holy shit. I haven't played this game in a long time. Actually, a little over a year. Is the last time I opened it. I don't even think I played it when I opened it that time. I should play Teardown. It's updating right now, so, and I gotta go pee, so goodbye. Back. And my badass cat is sitting on my chair. I need that chair, buddy. Come here. Oh, you're so cute. I love you so much. Come here. Come here. Give me huggies. Give me huggies. Good boy. Good boy. And there he is. Okay. I'm back. There's so many cords everywhere. It's kind of funny how many cords there are. I grabbed some cheese cracker sandwiches or whatever. I don't remember what they're called. Like Oreo, but cracker and cheese. Pretty yummy. It's Square's time. Never mind, it was too hard. Yeah, tear down. Were you here? Wait, hold on. Were you here when I said tear down, or and just said it now, or was that delayed? True, webfish. You're right. You're so right. Fuck. Oh, you saw Steam, right? Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I opened, what, Teardown. Sorry for the crinkling of the wrapper. Caterpillar video? Oh, yeah! The, my worms. I can't play that on stream. Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm trying to open this fucking food wrapper and looking away from it and talking and not paying attention. Yeah. I can't play it on stream because it's heavily... It's like a really big song. I don't remember what song it was. Hold on. Stop. Ah. No. Cracker. Yummy. There we go. I wonder if it'll actually run well. It has notoriously ran terrible on my computer. And now I'm streaming, but my computer is good, so... Hopefully... Oh, Discord ping. I heard that. Where did that come from? Shally? Saying ahoo. So true. Yeah, the worms video. I hope you can hear me chewing. It's really loud. Holy shit. I don't know if you were there when I said this, but my GPU has an overheating problem and I have a fan pointing directly at it. Even with the fan pointing directly at it, blowing as hard as it can, my GPU is still reaching 85C just from the main menu of this game. With a fan pointed at it. Jeez. I replaced the thermal paste, but that's all I've done. I need to contact support of the people I bought it from. Well, I'm still gonna try to play a level and hope that my game doesn't fucking... I hope that my house doesn't burn down. Character creation, what the hell? You get to choose a family member. Oh, you can unlock different people. That's cool as hell. Merlin. Oh, this is a modded character. Apparently I have Merlin. I don't know how I have Merlin, but I do. I have mods. Oh, it might be a featured mod. I know I have a bunch of mods. All. Do I have to click each one individually? I'm just gonna try some modded. I don't know the maps I have downloaded. I hope there isn't like any copyrighted music in one of these mods or anything. I don't remember. I have not crafted. Well, actually, I did earlier today. Well, during stream. Temple and village and temple. I want both. Oh ho ho, the choppiness is on my end. Oh my. Oh, yeah, okay. Third person. Wicked. Can I turn some settings down? Let me go 1080p. That's better. Let me go. Let's go 75%. Okay, that's a lot better. Oh my god! They have bones! Oh, that's... Oh, that's fucked. We should. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Fuck. Physics gun. I didn't mean to do that. Eh. This is so fucked. I like how it's 2 scale. The door. Ooh. Cat. C4. Okay. Explosion size. Time between explosions. K to detonate. P and L to change the size. Let me make them really big. That's too big. Okay. It's at 3. And then change the time. 0.1. Oh my. Well, this will really test my computer. I can't imagine the bitrate. Oh. It's all just a crater now. Oh god. Oh no. I've made a mistake. Does all my progress reset if I do that? And by progress, I mean the crater. Oh no, it definitely doesn't. Hold on, can I turn the smoke down? The smoke is a lot. Particle density. Whatever. What did that say? Virtual VSync? No. No VSync. I don't think there's a village left anymore. Portal gun is really cool. The portal's all pixelated and shit. Ugh. Eh. I don't remember what the button is to clear the debris. Can I open the chest? Move around that. You can't open the chest. It's in the chest. A pickaxe. A diamond, I think? Maybe an emerald? Some gold bars. And coal, maybe? Oh. Oh, no. I don't want to blow up that any more than I have. Let me just... Cluster bomb? Holy shit. Napalm? Water cannon? And then acid. Look, I'm flying. But I don't want to touch the desert temple yet. Eh. Piano fall? Oh. It's true to its name. Oh, the... That's fucking awesome. It just fucking chucks a piano. This is awesome. Hold on, let me... Oh my god. Oh, it's the katana from Metal Gear Rising Vengeance. That just cuts everything in front of it in half. Yeah. Oh, I see now. Mega gun? Oh, this is the edge of the map. It'd be really easy to destroy every voxel. Well, let me clear out of that area. Well, I can still break stuff out of the map. Those are the strings. Yeah, look, it's the strings of the piano. Oh, they're just falling over there. This really is the mega gun. Barf. Yeah, definitely farf. I kind of want to destroy this entire map. I'll leave the destroying map until later. I'm not even playing. I'm clicked on this to play the story mode, but I haven't. This is really cool. I love how it's actually like indented. Can I not go into the towers? I think they got rid of. Oh nope. It's right here. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. It's just a 1-to-1. Hold on, what's the easiest way I can... I wonder if the pressure plate works. Do that. Okay, well, what was in the chests that I blew up? There's bones and rotten flesh. I'm hearing a lot of explosions and I don't appreciate it. I think there was some gear. Yeah, there's a pickaxe. Oh no, that's a... It used to be a pickaxe, but now it's a hoe. Where are those explosions coming from? Oh, it's fire. Ooh. Okay, well, it's just gonna lag real quick. Oh, all the TNT that was down here blew up, I think. Oh, dear lord. Oh, wait, can I go up with the mouse? Is there a way that I can make myself invisible? Mega gun. Oh, there was a loot. Look at all the loot that I've gotten. Wow. Hold on, can I? Oh, I see them breaking through the wall. I see them breaking through the ceiling. Oh my. Oh. Oh no. I'm about to get flooded in piano parts. This is a horrible idea. Oh no. Here comes the piano. Oh my god, all the hammers. It's a surprisingly detailed piano. Oh my god. Oh, I need to get up there. Oh my god, wait. Look at all the... Oh my god. Oh, that gave me the 10,000 voxels achievement almost instantly. Look at how comically large that hole is. I want to do one here as well. I don't think Farf does anything. I'm just using the shotgun to fly. I don't know, the structural integrity. Can I just... Hold on, I'm just gonna... This might be a bad idea. Holy shit. The frames. Incredible. There's no lights in this. So it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna turn motion blur off, just cause I know it's gonna... I know it's affecting the bitrate. Can I just... This is a terrible idea, but I'm doing it anyways. Here comes the apocalypse. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, well, I'm just gonna wait for a second until the game calms down a little from the from the smoke. Hold on, let me turn down the smoke. Too much smoke. I cannot turn down the smoke. I can only turn up the smoke. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit. We wait a little bit. Okay. There isn't even a structure here anymore. The temple is now a pile of rubble. It's fucking Steam screenshot noise. I haven't even explored the fucking village. Apparently one of the most destructive things is Mjolnir. Who would have guessed? Hold on, I'm gonna restart the world. It's so peaceful. There's beds, there's more chests. There's a shovel. I could get like a full set of tools. Photography table. Now the cartography table is in the way. Oh my god, the legs like dangle around and shit. Awesome. Craft. What the hell is wrong with this crafting table? This is not a crafting table. What is wrong with it? Okay. It's like a jungle crafting table. Looks like a stripped crafting table. Ooh. Furnace. bones. I think it's really funny that they have bones. Alright, I'm going to go... I have another Minecraft world. Actually, hold on. This villager is sleeping. Where's the cauldron? No. Oh no! I think that guy might have severe brain damage. Oh my god, the fence gate's open! The pig is a pig. Oh no. Oh, I need to see their bone structure. Oh. Right when I need to see
Jennifer
their bone
Me8
structure.
is now following.
Hello. Welcome. I'm killing Minecraft mobs in Teardown. Not really much else going on. Your name sounds familiar. I'm not exactly sure, so I'm just not gonna say it. Why am I killing mobs? Because it's fun. Watch. Hold on. Let me just... I just disintegrate him. Ooh. They're gone. Rest in peace. Watch this. See this guy minding his own business? Oh, I died. I did that too... I did it too close to me. He's gone. The only remnants of him are this. The little shard of his pants. Rest in peace. Hold on, can I... There he goes. Is there anyone sleeping in here? Oh god, what the hell? Forgot that that was a thing. Oh no. Oh no. There it goes. I still have its head. With a little bit of bone attached. Ads start in like 50 seconds. But... skull. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance Katana. It's a little bit too overpowered. I like the Mega Gun. Mega Gun is a little bit broken. I'm a big fan of Piano Fall. Wait, hold on. This one's mostly undamaged. I got a prompt that I could play it. I guess it has to be undamaged. Hold on. Do I make a piano fall and then immediately kill it? Okay. That might work. Let me try. Damn it. got it. Piano unharmed. Oh, I'm yellow now. Alright. I can play the... It's just a bunch of random notes. There it goes. It's so fucking fun to just go. There it goes. I'm just gonna spam a bunch of asteroids, and then I've gotta be right back because my cat is being very annoying. Oh, I'm here. Oh my. Oh my. Did the game freeze? I think the game oh, no it didn't. I'm just looking at the sky. Oh. It's just a perfect hole in the floor. I've got to, I gotta let my dog out. Being annoying as hell. So I'm gonna officially be right back. Enjoy the doggies. I'm back. I would be back if my stupid badass cat wasn't sitting on my seat. Come here. You're a good boy and I love you, but you're annoying. Yeah, you are? He looks very upset. I've already had to pry you off my seat multiple times. Oh, hey Daniel. I'm in the now streaming part of my Discord. I haven't put my headphones in. You might be in the call and I don't know. Okay, you're not. I'm out of breath. I had to let my dog out and everything. Oh. Putting this game in 1080p changed the resolution of my whole monitor to 1080p. Which is really funny, actually. I'm playing Teardown, and I'm yellow right now, which is kind of awesome. The audio should be a lot better. The audio should be a lot better, which I'm very thankful for. In the visuals should be a lot better. This game just tends to be this laggy. I would be getting no frames on my old computer. Yeah, like it's actually a reasonable volume. The cat that I have in my room right now is named Loki, because he's a little bastard. But I have 4 other cats, so audible, like a reference. It would be an awesome cat name if it wasn't like the 5th most common pet name in the world, which is very funny. We didn't even do that because of that. I think, oh, hold on. There's a reason we thought that he was a girl because his genital area was really swollen when we got him because he was a stray. Hold on. Small Minecraft castle. So we assumed he was a girl. But we were gonna name him something. I don't remember what we were gonna name him, but it was like some girl name. And then we found out that he was a guy. He was a boy. And then we were like, shit, we have to change the name. And then we changed it to Loki, which sounded similar to the name. I think it was like maybe we were gonna call her, and we were gonna call him Lady. The name of the cat was gonna be Lady, but then we realized, oh shit, he's a guy. So we had to change the name, and that just worked out. Because Loki Season 2 was premiering around when we got him. But apparently it's like one of the most common names for an animal. I'm playing Teardown, if you couldn't tell. Watch this. Awesome. A boy cat named Lady. It would have been really funny. We just didn't want to deal with it. This is the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance Katana from like the GIF, you know? Like from the GIF. And it's so overpowered. It just cuts through everything. I like the Mega Gun. I'm playing modded, obviously. Look at the Mega Gun. Wow, look at it go. This is running so extremely well. I am shocked. I can do this. Oh god. Dude, the particles, man. The particles is what gets me. Yeah, this is running so well. I bought this computer for $600. And I'm shocked at how good it is for that price. The only problem is that the GPU has a major overheating problem. So I have a separate fan pointed at the computer, and it's still, hold on, what is the temperature of the CPU right now? Okay, 60 C. But that's because I have the fan turned all the way up. If I didn't have the fan on, it'd be reaching temperatures of like 95 C right now, which I don't think is very good. I switched to thermal paste if that's what you were gonna suggest. I already bought thermal paste and switched it. Um, there's probably another way to do something. Yeah, is that what you're gonna suggest? I figured. I already did that. It didn't. It helped, but not that much. I'm gonna have to contact the people that I bought it from support page and try to get something figured out because it is. It's a good it's a good GPU, but it's a very overheaty one. Wait, could that be the specs of it? You want to know what the GPU is? It's an AMD Radeon RX 6400. I think it's from like 2018, 2019, but it's still, it was high end at the time. And it's run every game that I have pretty well. The first thing I did as soon as I got the computer, even before I switched out the hard drive, fuck, even before I switched out the hard drives to the ones I actually use and used the one it came with, I downloaded Steam, I downloaded Red Dead, and I did the benchmark. I was getting 65 FPS in the Red Dead 2 benchmark, which is insane. I literally could not run the menu of Red Dead 2 on my old computer. And now I'm getting 60 frames. Insane. There, it's good. It's as good as new. You can barely even tell that there was a crack. See, the ladder is good as new. You can climb up it, I think. No, you can't. It's as good as new. Wow, I fixed it. Don't, uh, don't pay attention to that. I fixed the house. Wow. I think the house is on fire. I hear fire. Oh. Interesting. I'm just gonna ignore that. Yeah, this is 1080p teardown while streaming. Let me just... They didn't pay me enough to repair it, so I'm just gonna burn it down. Oh. The door slammed itself. Let me just... Can I? Oh, I can. Well then. No more house. What if I... Will this break the... Will this break the wall fully? Let's find out. Uh-oh. I killed myself. Oopies. Hold on there. Oopsies. Ooh. Don't think I'm a bummer. It's very funny. Keep saying cowabunga. Cowabunga. Like the reference. Oh, there's too many items. Speaking of too many items, watch this shit. Uh-oh. 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 My orb. Oh, the frames, dude. The frames. My orb is all consuming. My orb is all consuming. I'm just consuming the building with my orb. Yeah, your PC just for watching the stream. Oh my god. Like, I'm amazed that it's working this well. Can stuff go through portals? If I do that and then do that. And then I drop this in the into there. Oh my god, it does. Wait, so if I set over there, and then I place this here, oops, then put that there, and then gravity gun. Oh, I broke the blocks that the portal was on. Can I be like Magneto and just fucking walk on the things that I'm picking up? Can I like fly around? This shit is struggling. Oh, I'm being carried. Oh no. I don't like hearing the noises as it's slowly approaching. Oh, it's seeping out of the windows. It's slowly chipping away. Now it's quickly chipping away. Oh, there it goes. Oh my god. That's actually terrifying. You should have seen it run on my old computer. This was completely impossible. There was no way I was possibly doing any of this. You want to see something very, very dumb? Watch this. And now, we suffer. I have to run, I have to run, I have to run. The heavens above. Smite this man. Oh no! You can see them all! Oh no! Mods, get him. When I say mods, get him, this is what I mean. Every frame a new meteor hits. And now we wait because of the frame, because of the particles. Mods, get him. I should make you a mod. For fun. I made Wooshi a mod. I should give you mod and replace Wooshi's mod. I'm just waiting for the particles to clear. This is the lowest preset you could put for the particles. It's weird, because it's a lot of particles. Oh no. I accidentally misclicked. Interesting. So that's what a meteor looks like. Welcome. Welcome to frame rate hell. This is actually running really well for teardown. I'm shocked. I can imagine the bitrate right now. It still says it's at 6K, but I don't believe it. Hold on, I want to go see the crater of the one over here. It's very tear-downing. Oh my. It's definitely a crater. I only picked this map because hold on, I'm gonna airstrike. What? You can, oh, you can't read that. Hold on. Hold on, there's so many layers there. Look. Which preset should I do? I'll do cluster bomb. I'm just gonna leave everything like that. Cluster bombs are fun. Hold on, let me use water cannon, because the fire is getting a little too much. Oh god, the clusters are going off now. Bye, magic. Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, there's a VOD channel now on YouTube. I'm uploading my VODs finally. My plan for this stream is to stream as long as I can. Because I can. And because I feel like it. I'm gonna revengeance the fire away. Bye. Bye, magic. It's ad time. I love ads. Wow. That's like a reference. M? Oh. Cool. Okay, that's a lot of menu. Okay. I'm gonna turn down the time it takes. I guess. I don't really know what that means. I'm gonna turn that all the way up, actually. Slash force, all the way up. All the way up. Slash radius, all the way up. Bonfire, no. Particles, no. Fire, no. Actually, fire, yes. Fire is funny. Old Spice ad. Let me know when ads are over. I want to wait for viewers to actually be in the stream. It says that the community is back, but it's usually wrong about it. That tower is completely unharmed, which is really funny. Are you back now? I need to try this out. I turned all the settings up on the katana. Hands off the keyboard. Tell me when you're back. Tell me when you're back. Back, back. Boo boo baba. BB. Old Spice. Super hydration. I'm just gonna do it. And you're gonna have to suffer. Oh my. It's very funny without the particles. Oh, awesome. The line. It truly is the line. I got rid of the particles, but I turned everything all the way up. Now that's the line. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Line. You just line and then a lion. Not a lion, but a line. Hold on, I need to come over here and see the line. If my game Hold on, the best way to gain distance is this shotgun. Gain height. It's just a line. That's awesome. What? I inexplicably heard the piano. Look at the beautiful line. Oh my. Don't mind the screenshot noises. Now this is powerful. Screenshot. Gonna get a screeny. I'm still standing there. The air. Awesome. Screenshot. I'm just turning everything into rubble. Okay, I'm done. I can't. No more lightning. Oh, there's... Oh, hey, there's some loot. Hey, I got some gold. Oh my god, is that a diamond? Oh no. Oh no. The rubble. There is no more castle anymore. Not even like a remnant of the castle. Not even a revengeance of the castle. That doesn't even work. Just let me have this. There was a pillar. Until... hold on. Hold on. There was a pillar. Until the line took it. Rest in peace. No! The line! Your castle is gone. No more castle. Should I do like a story mission now? I haven't done a story mission yet. Well, I mean, I have in the past, but like not today. Line. I like lining the ground. Wow. It's a line. There goes the tree. The fucking line, dude. That's so funny. Oh, and the force is it just flinging that. Okay, no more. Quick save, actually. I'm gonna quick save that. And then creative mode. Oh. How do I fly in creative mode? Oops. Okay, there's too much shit happening, and I think my game is broken. Uh... Oh, brush size, wait, hold on. Oh my god, I can do a little drawing. Wow, look at my circle. This is actually really cool. I'm not dealing with that right now, though. That was fun, right? You want to do New York? Oh yeah, I forgot about this. 1 meter in real life is 1 voxel. It's like a model. It's a replica of New York City. I picked pre 9/11 New York City. So, we've got the towers. Look at this. This map is so cool. Every voxel is 1 meter. Look how tall they are. Holy fuck. Why is that building so tall? Wait. No, I can't. I shouldn't have picked the pre 9/11 map. Hold on, I gotta restart. I can't. Yeah, I can't do that to the World Trade Center. I can't. I'm not gonna airstrike it. I'm not gonna meteor it. My game is chugging now. Both? What do you mean both? So I have to see what both means. I don't remember both being an option. Okay. That's the World Trade Center. Oh no, those are the World Trade Centers over there. I'm a moron. These don't even look like the World Trade Centers. Why is it... Oh. Okay, so it's just where the towers were, and then where the World Trade Center is now. But it's... Huh. Weird. I wonder if they have the church. Probably not in the both world. Did I say something in past tense? That was like kind of fucked. This is gonna be fucked up, but but line. Nothing happened. Ignore the noises. Ignore the noises. Nothing happened. Oops. I don't like this, actually. How are buildings all the way over there falling over? Oh god, it's flinging things all over. Honestly, the game probably looks better on stream. Everything is really blurry on my end because I'm using a 1440p monitor, but the game is running at 1080. So everything's all blurry. Oh my god, it flings it so far. Can I turn the fling to 0? Hold on, what happens if I turn the force to 0? Okay, it just falls. Can I was hoping I could change the angle. But I don't think you can change the angle. Oh, wait, what? Apparently, I can do this. that gonna work? Oops. Wait, I can turn it so that they explode? Huh, I can. Interesting. Oh my god, look how far I got flung. I spawned like 30 pianos and then they all exploded at once. I've been live for 6 hours. Speaking of time, where is my cat? He's Professor Time. This is making me uncomfortable. Oh, look at what I've done to Central Park. Ugh, I'm up here now. I love the portal guns. Look, I can see the portal through the portal. What if I put this here and then put this here? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know what's happening anymore. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. It's speeding up. Everything's fine. Oh no. No, 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 no. Where's the Statue of Liberty? Oh my god, I forgot that you can drive the tiny vehicles. I forgot you can drive the tiny vehicles. Look, I can drive the tiny vehicle. Now that there's character models, it doesn't really look that good. Before, there was no character model, so you're just driving the tiny vehicle. Hold on, I can change. What was that button that I was using to change the... Just turn everything up for fun. Oh. Oh, that's New York. New York has fallen. I love all the fucking one-note apartment buildings over there. Yeah, look at the scale model of New York. It's fucking rad. It's like a little chunk of New York. With, like, a bunch of damage. There I go, into the sky. What? Oh, I got an achievement for that. New York is no more. Yeah, I forgot that he moved back to New York. I have no idea if this is entertaining content or not, but I'm having fun. Get the low-end apartment buildings. Get them, get them, get them, get them, get them, get them. Oh, they're just colliding with each other in the air and exploding like fireworks. Get the low-income apartment buildings. Get them. I have a terrible idea. I have a feeling you can guess what my idea was. Hold on, I don't want to be down here for this. I'm going back up. It's starting to get brighter all of a sudden. It's starting to get brighter all of a sudden. I wonder why that could be. That's strange. I wonder why it's getting bright all of a sudden. It's gonna take fucking forever. The game's so busted. It's gonna take a while. We're gonna be here all day. Did they even register? I don't think they registered. I spawned like a bajillion asteroids. I think I was too far up for them to register. Okay, those ones registered. Those ones registered. Fuck, I'm gonna die like a bajillion times. What? Why are all the meteors just disappearing? Huh. Damn. Well, New York is gone. No more, no more, no more, no more. Not audio. No, not audio. Not options. Stop it. In menu. Awesome. I actually really like that shade of yellow. Alright. I'm just gonna exit out of that real quick. Okay. Everything's fine. We're back to normal. You should join the VC. I'm having fun without you. And I could be having fun with you. I tried to play the squares earlier, and it was really hard, and I didn't know how to do it. So I stopped, because my head hurt. Sort by, friends playing? No. Sort by last played. Web fishing? You guys want to do web fishing? Web fishing. You want to do web fishing? You guys want to do web fishing? Or do you want to do, what was the other thing I said? We can do ATS. We could do American Truck Sim. You were you watching that whole time and not chatting until I said web fishing? That's hilarious. Fishies. Fishy thing. I could play Nubbies. You guys like Nubbies? Nubbies. My last like 5 streams have been Nubbies. Doom scrolling while lurking. Nice. I said you like your sleeper agent code word. Fine, we'll fishies. It's fishy time. Let me change the... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna give you... Do you want to keep VIP or do you want to... Do you want to stay... Or do you want to stay a VIP or do you want mod co-jumble? If I give you mod, I'm probably gonna give Shelly VIP. Hold on, community. I'm not gonna be able to read chat for a little bit because I'm going to my roles and I don't want to have to open a new tab. Okay, so get rid of. Where are you? Co-jumble VIP. You are now moderator, and then add new. Shelly. What is it? 48. Okay, good. I'm glad that you were the first one because I forgot what the numbers were. You are now VIP. Fun. Fun times. Alright, I can read chat now. Wowie. Hold on. Perfect. It's awesome. The stream is perfect now. It's awesome. The stream is perfect now. It's awesome. The stream is perfect. Web fishing time. Web fishing time. It's web fishing time. Ad break. It's web fishing time. Ad break. It's web fishing time. There's only one other streamer playing web fishing right now. There's only one. Hold on, I need to see what streamer that is. Hold on, I need to see what streamer that is. Okay, I'm stopping this. No more. I don't like hearing my own voice. There's just someone playing web fishing, and it's 16 plus. Oh, sorry. I don't think anyone in my audience is over 16. I think you're all like 8-year-olds. So I guess we can't do that. That sucks. Oh yeah, the 7 times thing. I did that on purpose, for fun. Legal drinker. Yeah, but also. You're a legal drinker, but in like a weird country that's legal age. It's probably like 6. Should I make a new lobby? I'm gonna make a new lobby. And it's gonna be live. I'm just gonna put up the link to my Twitch channel. I love typing out the full thing. USA legal. That's like 4, I think. I'll do... What is unlisted? Public but not visible in the game browser. Still allowing players to join via codes. I see. I'm just gonna leave it public. But I'm gonna make the max 8. Request to join automatic tags. I don't know if you guys want to be talkative. I'll put silly. Oh, hello, Kojumble. Hello, my premier moderator.
Hey.
Hey. It's the thing that horses eat.
Yeah.
Holy shit, are you a horse?
No.
Did I just give moderator to a horse?
No. Wish I was a horse.
Same. Alright. You could probably just join from Steam, but
Yeah.
I'll pin the web
I
phishing code.
I forgot how awesome this game was.
This game is awesome. And now
Hell
I
yeah.
can...
Tip, uninstalling the game will delete it. That's true.
No, it won't. I don't think it will.
I got it. I found the key.
It's awesome. Okay, I'm going to my secret hangout spot. Actually, hold on. Let me drink my soda that makes you small.
Oh, what the fuck?
Do you know how to clip out of bounds?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. My secret little spot is
I
out of
made a whole
bounds.
video on ways to go out.
Awesome.
There's a whole like
There's the
thing
one
you
way
can
that I
do.
know that's the easiest way.
There's a whole thing you can do with like
I don't think it's valid there.
the flags.
Yeah, the flags is... That's how you used to get it into the void before
Yeah. I remember
they
there was
made it
I don't
official.
think people really figured it out. It's probably been patched out by now. But there was a way to just like get on the map, like the actual map, but it just didn't render
Oh,
because it was
nice.
like
The flag is here, by the
um
way.
oh okay. I was trying to set down my own one.
Right. It's only the small one, because I just... It's just to get over. My secret
Yeah.
hiding spot is over here.
Mhm. I'm ready.
I like hearing all the
Secret hiding
sliding
spot.
noises. It's behind the waterfall
Ah,
and to the
yes.
left.
What? Oh, this is like the background, like,
And this is
yeah.
like underwater.
Yeah.
We're underwater. And then over here, I place down chair.
Chair.
And I place down a medium island for the bait and cell. And
Nobody
then I
has,
have...
someone without a name has just joined the game.
Incredible.
Freak.
Is that still a bug? I forgot that that's still a bug. Oh, it's
Her
literally...
name is
It's the
Freak.
freak.
It's the Freak.
The freak.
It's the Freak.
I wonder if I'm gonna get a follow from the freak, because I made the title of the game literally just the link to my Twitch channel in its
Hello,
entirety.
I'm in your stream. There it is. There it is.
No way. I'm literally a pigeon for some reason. I don't really know why. But
Evil Witch transformation.
and then I sit down on my chair. Actually, the
Yes.
funny part is
Put down that
that
picnic.
if you sit down, if you're small with the small soda,
There it is.
you cannot reach the water. The water is too high up, so I have to drink a water bottle to be able to reach
That's
the
really,
pond.
what the hell?
Yeah,
Oh, that's how this works.
because the water is above us.
Yeah.
The water below us isn't real, it's just the texture of the ocean.
That's true. Oh, I see it. That's really funny.
And then there's grass above us. There's just grass and flowers floating.
Ugh.
This is my
Yeah.
little secret area. I like going here in public servers and just hanging out. It's fun.
Okay, I do have bait. I'm just getting extremely unlucky.
Do you have your stuff upgraded?
Yeah, not like all the way though. I got like the challenge lure and I got some minnows.
Right. Oh, minnows?
Minnows.
Why are you using minnows?
That's the highest tier thing I have.
Isn't that the only Okay, you should...
No, there's worms, crickets, leeches, and then minnows.
And then squids, and then nautiluses, and then gilded worms.
Yeah, I don't have those yet.
You should get those.
I should.
I'm kind of
Oh, hey,
quiet.
no.
Did you hear my streams before this? I'm very loud now,
Comparatively.
comparatively.
You
It's
might want to turn it up in OBS, but
it's at max on OBS, but I could turn the gain back up. It'd
no,
make the
no, the
microphone
game's already
sound
loud
worse.
enough.
It would make
You can
it'd make it sound worse, but
like boost the audio of your microphone by like a positive. You can do like +5.
can you?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Because it maxes out at 0 decibels.
Oh, so what you do is okay.
Advanced audio
God,
properties?
yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
Click on the 3 dots, advanced audio, then you can just like input like plus or minus.
I'll just do +5 for now. That should be better. It seems
Okay.
the exact same, actually. It's probably a little louder.
It's a little better, yeah.
It's like right on the end of yellow and red.
I think it's a little better. Oh yeah, you could also just do the filter for gain. That's
Sure.
true. It's lots
Also,
better. I
the
probably.
another problem is that you are very loud on my stream, so I have to turn you
Really?
down. Yeah.
Turn down Discord.
I don't have my audio split up, so I have to... It's only desktop and mic right now. I need to get my audio split up.
You really should.
But last time I did it, I like completely broke my audio system.
Oh.
So I didn't... I did something wrong, but I don't know what I did wrong.
That's quite strange.
Do you have every fish yet?
I don't. I haven't played this. I mean, that's kind of a lie. I've played this game for like 33 hours.
Oh, okay. Only 33?
Only
I
33.
see. I see.
This guy's a fucking freak.
I
He's
have
a noob.
I have
He's a loser.
82. Jelly probably has like fucking 500 at least at this point.
Wow. Weed. I spent most of my time trying to get
144.
the
Okay.
Oh, dude, you know what I can get? Hold on, check this out.
Why are you doing that?
My portable, I can sell my things.
The flag is there because it has a bait and sell in it.
Yeah, but mine is
And-
awesome, so
Yeah, but you
whatever.
have to pay for that. The one in the
No.
the one in the island is free.
I already had this one. It was just in there.
Okay, whatever. Yeah,
Mhm.
I saw that you got catch all fish in opulent quality. Jelly.
Oh yeah. I got lucky.
Yeah, I have every fish. I have almost every single fish in freshwater in alpha, but I don't have almost any. I don't have a single alpha in the saltwater because I've never really done the saltwater. I've only
There's
done
an
because
alphas now.
I do toilet. I
Those are
toilet
neat.
fish a lot. I do ponds and stuff.
Me and my pond.
I would use the saltwater bait, and I have done that in the past, but I like mine. I have the
Oh, I need to set
patient.
these down.
I have the patient lure, so that I can like be
remember.
tabbed out.
That's true.
Yeah, you're $25 wasted on a phone.
Yeah.
That really adds up over time. I don't think you can metal
really does.
detect down here.
Yeah, I can do that though. No, my heavens.
I have the big and strong one.
I know, I saved up all my money so I could get the when they accidentally added the lame dev title, I really just like did not stop playing till I got it because they were gonna remove it. I wanted it and I got it.
Did they
So
remove it?
yeah, you can't. Well, you can't really get it. I think
I don't know when
that's
they
why
when they put that in.
it was like around the release.
Okay, I got it like a couple weeks after it released. I think maybe a month.
Yeah, it was still in the game for like a couple weeks, and you can't get it anymore, and it's renamed to Fake, which is cool, and I like it. And cosmetics in games get me.
Oh right.
They get me.
I have the super duper rare golden ray and the bass, and it's so funny how long they are.
Yeah, I got those too.
Uh,
Actually, I just have the bass. Just the bass one.
I'm gonna put that as my title. I think that fits me.
I have a lot of titles.
Haha, I got him.
Can
I have my I've caught all the fish. I just haven't caught all the fish in one specific quality. Stop
Oh
meowing at
yeah.
me.
I also need. There's still a lot of quests I need to do.
Yeah, the quests are a pain in the ass.
I think they're fun.
They're fun, but they're a pain in the ass.
I guess it's worth it to get the alien particles.
Yeah, the alien particles are awesome. I have them on right now, I think. And it's just
And
stinky.
also
I'm just stinky
the
all the time.
shithead title. I want that one.
Ooh, the shithead title? I think I have the shithead title.
Shithead.
I wonder if I have it.
Shitdeed.
I thought I had the shithead title. I have the little lad title. I have this quote-unquote straight title that costs 10 grand.
Hand labeler. I would like that.
The only time I've ever used a hand labeler was to change the name of the shrinking soda to twink soda. Because I thought it'd be kind of funny, and it wasn't.
No, it was funny.
It was so
It was
funny.
pretty funny.
I'm laughing so loudly.
I think it was funny. Where's the...
I really want the,
Oh,
what is...
need that
I want
gilded
the
worm.
watch.
Oh, I have 3. Actually, how many watch pieces do I have?
I don't...
I have like
I never...
um
I did metal detecting. I think I got the, top hat. But I didn't really do any besides that.
oh yeah.
I kind of gave
I
up for
think
a while.
I might have enough to make the pocket watch.
I have
No, I just have
one...
3.
I have one
I
blade
went
fragment and one monocle.
Oh, those are I have 2 hats, 2 monocles and 1 watch.
I can trade the watch fragment for a monocle fragment.
Mm.
I'll trade.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that mean
trade.
you're giving me a monocle fragment or a watch fragment?
You give me watch,
Hmm.
and I give you the last monocle fragment you need.
Yes. What's the key to place down my flag? This is free camp.
A V.
True. Got my medium island. There's probably a better spot to clip into the wall at.
Bent. I don't think there is, because you have to be on that specific level. There might be, and you could like fall into
I was
it, but I'm not
thinking near
sure.
the bottom of the lighthouse might be closer.
I don't think so. You have to
Hmm.
come from the waterfall. There's no way to get in besides the waterfall.
Yeah, I know. I think it'd just be closer to the waterfall. Just using my gears in my mind.
Holy shit,
It's a
is it
theory. Yellow.
yellow?
What fish did you get? Tiny largemouth. Oh, a
Is that
wolffish.
like a really long rod?
Yeah, I think so.
That's funny. Oh yeah, you got a lot of rods.
How many rods does one need
Yeah, you're
till they're all
you're a
rotted
little
out?
greedy. You don't need that many rods. I think it's really funny. I have what is the maximum size that a fish can get? I think it's gigantic. Is the is
Yeah.
the maximum? I have a gigantic
Yes.
bull shark. I have an opulent gigantic bull shark that's in my aquarium. And then I have
Yeah.
a microscopic bull shark that's also opulent.
Oh shit, 3-star.
3-star. That's so good. Wow.
Don't make fun of me.
I'm making fun of you.
Check this out.
Look at my freak.
Oh, opulent large snail.
Do you like my freak?
I do. Why does it look like that?
He's tinted red.
What's wrong with him?
He's a freak. It's a
What
real
the fuck is wrong with it?
it's a real fish. This thing is
Check this out.
real.
I got a cool like shrimp.
Look at this thing.
What the fuck?
It's a little too big.
Too big.
It's a little
Too big.
Wait, that's a really small one. How do you get one that small? Is that a microscopic?
Relatively microscopic. That's quite huge.
This is my hold on. It's a radiant massive golden bass. And it's this fish. Guess how much this fish is worth?
$2 billion.
I fucking wish. I need $2 billion.
I need $2 billion. I love the 0-pixel snails.
What is the small? I never really kept any of the smallest things. I have 2
Okay.
alpha branches. And I have an alpha
Mm.
bone. Cause boner.
That
'Cause
shit from
funny.
a tree. How do we trade?
I already sent you the monocle
Oh, okay.
through the inbox.
Yes. Letter. Happy. Well, I am maybe 4 weeks. I'm approaching.
Holy
And
moly.
you want the watch, right?
Yeah. Now you can
Yeah,
go and
yeah.
get your monocle. No way. It's a little tiny shark.
Massive rainbow trout.
That's
These fish
awesome.
is gay as fuck.
These fish is gay as fuck. Good for them. Good for
Good
them.
for them.
I
for
like how you
them.
just disappear into the bush.
That's why I do it. I love it. It's so fun. And then I can just.
I like entering your bush.
Don't say that.
What do you mean? Was that weird? Was that wrong?
It's my bush.
Sorry for invading your bush.
What the fuck?
Oh, there it goes. It's bush time.
Bush time.
Like
This is what
like
George
George,
Bush
yeah,
said
like
before he got
George.
elected. This is what he said before he got elected. It's Bush time.
This is what he said before he puked in the Japanese prime minister's lap.
That's true.
That's true, he
Well,
did
I'm
that.
gonna.
Senior, not junior.
What fish did I get from the aquarium?
12.
That's right. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this one.
I'm scared.
I got a fish.
I got a fish that was this big.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did.
It does this. Ah, how strange. It does let me in the wall, but it doesn't let me. How queer.
Intriguing.
Intriguing. Check this out. I think
Knock,
I have a
knock.
tactic. Who's there? You gonna fucking answer me? Whatever.
Fucking got him.
Whatever.
I ding dong
What
ditched.
the fuck? What the fuck?
I love ding dong ditching knock knock jokes. It's so fun.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What the hell? Check this out.
Wow, awesome. Are you hacking?
Yeah,
I don't hack. I'm not a cheater. I'm not a hacker.
I'm not a
I'm an
fucking
honest
cheater either.
man.
I'm an honest man.
Says the hacker, cheater, thief,
I'm not a hacker
liar,
cheater.
chud.
I'm not a hacker cheater. You can just get in the wall. Whatever.
I forgot I
Yeah.
made an ad 7TV emote. Wait, I have a really funny idea. Watch this. Watch this, Daniel.
What? What's your really funny idea?
Got him.
What?
Check my Twitch. Check my chat.
Oh, hold on. I gotta tab out. What the fuck?
Got him. Get
What
fucked.
the hell?
Get fucked.
What the hell?
Yeah, I made a
You
time
can't do
some.
this to me.
I made a channel point that, and you can time someone out for 5 minutes.
What the fuck? This is bullying. This is harassment. This is.
And it's automatic too. So you just type in someone's Twitch name and they immediately get timed out.
What if it happens to you? Does that still like?
It doesn't work. You can't time out
Bullshit.
the
This
streamer.
is an oligarchy.
You can time out my alt account.
That's. You know, I'll take it. That's close enough.
I also added
Uh-oh.
you can add a 7TV emote to my 7TV.
That's really funny.
And then you can do exclamation point 7TV. And I posted some info about it. Holy crappy.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I still need one more hat fragment.
Are you just metal detecting?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I probably should be. I'm just kind of walking around.
This is freaking epic.
Holy crap. This is freaking epic.
Can I time out the bot? Hold on, I'm gonna time out
Remember
the bot.
when you can? That'd be really funny. Remember when that
Incredible.
guy was going around web phishing servers and like shutting them down and taking them over? What, like?
Remember when there was the air traffic control guy that was just stealing people's IPs for fun?
Yeah, that was the guy.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. Wait.
It was kind of funny, but like it's also really sad.
It is kind of sad. I like doing the chat. I like doing commands in the chat where the bot can't respond to them anymore. It's trying to respond in the console, but it can't. And it's really funny. I have a
It was
lot
this
of.
big.
Wow.
It was this big.
I wonder if I have. I wonder if mine is bigger. I sold a bigger one because I got an alpha one. Yeah.
It was
I had
this
a massive
big.
one, but. Whoa.
Where's the monocle?
Is this a promise? Maybe 4 weeks? What do you mean maybe 4 weeks? The maybe is freaking me out more than anything.
Maybe 4 weeks.
Ginormous.
I have a big diamond ring. Why don't I put this on? The sword and the hook hand and the big boots.
Oh. Welcome back to the land of the living, Loki. I think it was under my bed. Ale was in the chat or in the game. I don't know if they're in the chat. They probably are.
Wow.
I don't know why they would join a channel or a game that's title is literally just a Twitch link
It's fun.
and then not join. So
It's fun.
hold on, I can just kick them.
Oh, I have the fucking. It's the Vinny Vine Sauce hat.
That's yeah.
This is awesome. I had no idea I had that.
I think you're gonna be untimed out, Sam.
I love peeing.
I love peeing.
Yeah. It keeps pulling out the fish every time. I want to show you guys my axolotl.
That's awesome. I think I have.
Axolotl. Don't do these.
I think
Don't do that.
I have a small axolotl and it's an alpha.
Wow.
Yours isn't an alpha. It's a beta. Got him.
What the fuck?
Got him.
No.
I've been live for 6.5 hours. That's a lot of hours.
Lobster.
I don't have a gay accent. Don't be mean to me.
Be mean.
You said.
Be really mean.
Don't be mean. I don't like.
Be
I don't
mean.
appreciate it. I snooze the ads.
Be really mean. Kill him. Kill him.
Kill? I'll kill. I like killing.
Kill
tell
him.
me. Tell me who to kill.
You.
That wouldn't work. I can't do that.
Yeah, it would.
It's impossible for me to do that. I can try.
Okay, here's my bush.
I'll try.
Oh, I reached my prop limit. Whatever.
You should be able to increase
this
the
thing.
prop limit. See, it didn't work. I'm still. It doesn't work. You can't time out the owner.
What do you think of the awesome royalty-free music?
Oh, yes. You're so fucking right. Hold on.
Hang on.
Is this monkeys? Which one is monkey spinning monkeys? I never remember. I think this is monkey spinning monkeys.
No.
No?
It went dun, 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 dun,
Can you
dun,
put on
dun,
monkey
dun,
spinning
dun,
monkeys?
dun. Yeah. Oh fuck, I caught a fish.
Oh. If you time out a moderator, it removes their moderator privileges until they get
Holy
untimed
shit.
out. Oh, it's an alligator.
Big ass alligator. Yeah, I'm no longer a moderator. That's kind of fucked up.
You are a moderator. It gives it back once you get untimed out. This is a good one.
Sneaky snitch.
It's Sneaky Snitch. I think this one's monkey spinning monkeys.
No, it's not.
Monkey spinning monkeys is one of them. I know it
No.
is.
It's not.
You're lying to me. You're lying to me now. I don't
I'm
appreciate
sending you
lying.
monkey spinning monkeys. This is not it.
Save for the sweeter things.
Ah, there's a Culver's ad.
Culver's?
There's a Culver's
I can't even
ad.
go to Culver's. I don't live in America.
Well, oh, that's when he's monkey spinning monkeys. Okay. Fuck. Sometimes I get
You're
them
fake
mixed up.
You're fake.
What's your favorite Kevin McLeod?
Kevin McLeod.
That's not. No.
Kevin McLeod.
No, it's not.
McLeod.
No, it's not. It's Kevin McLeod. That's how you say it.
No. He's not from fucking Star Fox.
He is. That's his name. It's Kevin McLeod.
No, it's not.
That's his name. That is literally his name. That's how you say his name.
No. I don't believe
I've
it.
watched interviews with him. That's how he says it. Unless he's says his own name wrong.
Whatever.
It's a nice crawfish you got there. It's sparkly.
Oh wow. Crawfish.
Crawfish.
It's crayfish, actually.
Crave. Whatever.
I like Elevator a lot. Spasmatica Polka is in my Spotify playlist.
I need to put Kevin McLeod on my Spotify. The one that I'm the most nostalgic towards is Cypher.
Dude.
I probably
That's a
can't
good one.
listen to it anymore without like crying.
Why?
Because it's like, it's nostalgic or it's something, I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, I get that. I opened it again just to make sure I was thinking of the right one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Honestly, I like his version of In the Hall of the Mountain King.
Yeah. Dude, Ice Flow.
Ice JJ Fish?
No, put on fucking Ice Flow by Kevin McLeod.
That's not how you say his name.
It's Kevin Fuck you. Kevin McLeod. You've definitely heard this one before.
I probably have.
There it is.
Discord ping. Yeah, go to Kevin McLeod's Wikipedia page and tell me that that's not how you say it.
I believe you, I'm just kind of mad about it.
Well, when you see a joke so red, it makes you red everywhere.
Wow.
That's so relatable. I always see a joke that makes me so red.
And it makes me red.
It makes me red.
Makes me red. Check this out.
Red.
This makes me blue.
Ah. Oh yeah, I forgot that that was Kevin McLeod.
Yeah. It's a really good one.
That is a really good one. Oh yeah, local forecast.
Also, fucking look up the house. I'm just gonna send it to you.
Local forecast is probably one of his most iconic. Psycho. Oh, the House of Leaves, like the book.
Yeah, like the book.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was named the House of Leaves. That's hilarious.
Scheming Weasel's a good one. What's the one you said?
Ah. Oh yeah, Hitman. I forgot that Hitman was him.
Oh my god, I love that
Fluffing a
one.
duck. Sneaky
check this one.
snitch. Oh my god, who likes to party? I think I've just been... It's loud! Dude, it was so fucking loud. It's like all the way up. I could not hear anything.
It's really funny.
I don't think they'll be able to hear you over the We Like to Party. Or Who Likes to Party.
Yeah, probably not.
It's perfect. You could probably barely even hear me. I have to get right up next to my microphone. This is awesome. this is how you're supposed to play this game.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
That's what I'm fucking saying.
Kevin MacLeod is the greatest composer of our generation.
I think so.
I think he literally is the modern day Mozart, which is really funny to say, but I think he is on that level of notoriety.
Yeah.
Half of the songs
completely
on
agree.
the internet are made by him.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Lego
Kevin
Mozart is
MacLeod
fucking awesome.
Kevin MacLeod most well-known songs, and I'm just gonna put it on shuffle.
Some of them you will have no idea what they are.
Well, it's the most well-known songs, so I should know
Yeah,
them.
I know, but like some of them you have no fucking idea.
True.
Like the ones even I haven't heard before.
Okay, the first one that played was Ice Flow.
I love Winner Winner
Ooh, Winner Winner's a good one.
and Radio Martini. Cool cats.
Speaking of
This feels like
cats,
something from Battle Block Theater.
I haven't played Battle Block Theater.
It's the vibe.
I need to play Battle Block Theater, but I don't have a. I have Castle. I've played Castle Crashers a shit ton with a lot of different
Dude,
groups.
Are you?
With a lot of
are you
different groups
joining
of
us on
people.
Are you joining us on the Castle Crashers remake stream day?
Oh, is there a fucking? I forgot
a
that there was
huge
a
remaster.
remaster coming out.
There's a huge fucking remaster coming out. It's gonna be crazy.
It's probably gonna be like $40 at launch.
No, it's a free update.
Oh, free update? Holy
think-
shit. Okay,
Is it a free update?
I just
If it's
got.
not a free update, it's probably just gonna be like $11.
I've only played it on Xbox, but I finally got it on PC. So.
Yeah, it's a DLC.
Oh wow. Free DLC?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a free DLC.
Okay. Hold on, let me look. Ow.
It's coming in like early summer, so soon. Real soon. It's gonna be awesome. Are you gonna be there?
Depends on when it is, but probably.
Hell yeah.
I love Discord pings because I have streamer
I want to do a
mode
Battle
on.
Block Theater thing with like people I know. I think that'd be fun.
We could do Steam Play together.
That's true. Or I could wait for the game to be on sale and give it to you.
True, because you like spending money.
Yes.
I love money.
Yeah.
I love spending money.
I love spending money. There was 70% off last spring sale, so the summer sale is gonna be crazy.
This one's
I can't wait.
iconic.
Yeah.
It's Kevin MacLeod. Okay, my fucking VPN's being dumb and it keeps disconnecting and reconnecting my Twitch chat.
Oh, that's funny.
And it's just flooding my Twitch chat.
Yeah. Gross. Say goodbye to... I don't know how to pronounce that.
Pronounce what?
I'd give it an earnest try, but I think I just fuck it up horrifically.
Who left? What?
How... It's the
right,
lurk
okay.
command.
You should try. I've
will.
said it many times throughout this conversation.
I haven't been paying attention.
Fair enough. Their name is Shaoli.
Oh,
Yeah. Shaoli is their name.
that makes
I've
sense.
known them for years and years. Actually, I didn't realize how long I've known them. Holy shit.
Do you think you could pull off the electric wind god fist from Tekken?
I don't know what that means. I haven't played Tekken.
Oh, hold on.
I know Kazuya from Smash Bros, but that's it. I know when he like
This
throws
thing.
Kirby off the
This
cliff,
move.
and that was kind of funny.
This move.
Hold on. I could do that.
You could do that
I could do that with the electricity and everything.
with the electricity and everything. Yeah, yeah, okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Repost this Poogie immediately.
I mean, I have to.
You have to.
I have. It's telling me to. I have to.
I know, Gee. What do you need?
I'm selling my glistening king salmon.
I should probably bring
Fuck
his food and
you.
water into my room.
I think that would just be a better
I
option.
probably should. Well,
You
because
probably should do that.
he doesn't sleep in my room because he's too much of an asshole. He'll ruin my shit. So I throw him into my mom's bathroom, which is where he usually sleeps. It's nice
What
in
the
there.
hell?
It's nice in there for him, but
Better be.
his food is in there and not in here. He needs to eat while he's sleeping, but he also needs to eat while he's in here.
True.
True.
Hit you with boxing glove. Don't say that.
I just read the chat. That's awesome.
You missed out on the great interaction. The worst, actually. That was terrible.
That sounds awesome to me.
Yeah, it was great. It would have been really funny. It would have been a clip, but you weren't there.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
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 Gigantic catfish. So mystical. There's a missing pixel on the catfish right around its nose. It's just like not there. There's nothing.
There's a lot of weird shit like that. It's always fun.
There's actually 2 missing pixels on the catfish. One's like right on its chest and one's right on its face.
I've maxed out all my upgrades.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm nowhere even close to that.
Oh no. Gotta go. You have fun. Have fun doing whatever
Bye.
you're doing. I don't know. I should ban one. I should make a rule in my fucking server.
You should ban someone right now.
No One Piece gifts in my server. No One Piece gifts. That, that would only target one person.
It's just Wushi.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I'm gonna lose.
Yeah.
My fishing rod power is only 10 and I was getting like 80s and 90s.
It's only 10?
Yeah.
You played this game for 30 hours?
I like having fun with my friends.
And not fishing, which is the point of the game?
No, I do fish. I fished a lot. I got a lot of money and I spent it all on the cosmetics. I have every single one.
Oh, well that makes sense. Okay. I've bought all the cosmetics too, but like, I did that after.
the upgrades. Yeah. Not me. I'm built different. Personally, I would never.
Oh, it's carefree time.
Is it?
It is. Okay, I'm gonna be
free are
right
you?
back.
How free are your cares if you have to release them?
Very.
Wow.
I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go make food. And I think my cat is hungry, so I'm gonna make him eat food.
I'm also hungry. I might go get food.
But you're supposed to be here entertaining my chat.
But I'm hungry.
You can eat the chat members. I don't really care.
I can't. That's like fucked up. I can't do that.
It'd be kind of funny.
I'm in the. Someone already timed me out. That
True.
was you.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Why'd you delete my message saying I fucking exclamation mark ban One Piece?
Well, that's just what happens when you get timed out. It deletes the messages.
That's fucked up.
Whoa, my bad. My bad. Oopsies.
Oopsies.
Oopsies. Alright.
Oopsies. I can't even like enter. Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing I can do.
Can I untime you out? Hold on.
I don't. I think you can, but like, it takes like a whole minute. You gotta go through menus.
Okay. I removed the timeout.
Check this out. Yeah.
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 Holy fucking hell. Did that get... Oh my god, that about gave me a heart attack. It's
Roingus.
so loud.
I got you, man. I fucking got you.
I was kind of expecting something, but it's a... You should watch
You
the
gotta-
fucking VOD back and hear how loud that was.
No, I heard how loud it was. I had the stream unmuted. I wanted to hear it.
My head hurts. Oh, that instantly gave me a headache.
This is what I was going for.
Okay, I turned
Seems
it
like
back. I turned the volume back down. Because, oh my god. That hurt my head. I'm gonna do another one just to test it. I want to see it. If it's still... Oh yeah, I forgot I put a cooldown on it. I'm not getting rid of that cooldown. But it,
Get rid of the cooldown.
it should put up this. Roingus.
Roingus.
Okay,
I like that thing.
I'm gonna go buy...
Bye. You can go bye. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Mm. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. I love music. What if I open Fortnite? Then that's the whole bit. I don't like the game, but I'm gonna open it. Might elicit a slightly funny reaction. We don't know. We can't tell until it happens. We don't know. Oh man. I hurt a specific part of my arm and my knee, and it like at specific increments just kind of like hurts to move, which really sucks. I wish for my body to get better, but I keep not resting correctly. So I think it's a fault of my own. What if Jar Jar Binks was fucking evil and had a big red lightsaber and killed people? And he was a Sith Lord. What if Jar Jar fucking Binks fucking killed people? You know? What if he really got him? Like he chopped them down limb by limb. I think he would. I think he would absolutely kill people. He has the capacity for murder. It's clear to me. Oh, Lethal Company is back. That's kind of crazy. And cool, in a sense. Wow. I'm like brain mind rotting. Hate that song. Wow. Oh, that's right. They made. I'm like, I could have got the fucking battle pass, but they changed it from 950 to 1,000, so I'm like 50 off. This is bullshit. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to rend you apart. I can't believe this. This is pissing me off. I can't believe they didn't add a single fucking reference to the Star Wars Dance Connect game. I feel like that would be priority number 1 to me. That'd be something I'd do immediately. It just seems like such an obvious like thing to do, you know? They do a little dance. They put fucking Ghost and stuff by Deadmau5 in that game. It's great. Here's the video link. Actually, that's the completely wrong video link. That's Kevin McLeod, Cool Cats. Sorry. Here's fucking, it doesn't copy it. I'm gonna blow up. Here we go. That's the one. Here's Ghosts and stuff. You ready to see Darth Vader fucking break it down? And also the Emperor Palpatine? It's great. Everyone should watch this video at least once, I think. I'm like the worst person ever to leave to do this, I'm sorry. I provide nothing to this. I'm just thinking about the Connect Star Wars Galactic Dance-Off. How could I not? It's such a fucking iconic piece of media. Like, for the Connect and just in general in like Star Wars continuity, this is something that quite a lot of people know about, at least a little bit. I think. If there are people who know about Star Wars and haven't heard of the fucking Connect dancing game, or they break it down to Deadmau5 Ghosts and stuff, I'm gonna be really sad. Cause like that feels like such an important thing to know. I feel like everyone should know about this.
Must I do everything myself?
Says Emperor Palpatine. Before he fucking throws down. That's the video playing. Oh, the tunnel into the cave. Honestly, quite a classic. Don't you know? Oh wow, that's like infuriating. I can't believe that just happened to me. The moves they hit in the fucking Connect game are kind of crazy. Like, hold on, what's the the fucking Dagobah bump? TK421 is one of my favorites. I wonder how they got George Lucas to agree to that. Feels like such a long shot. Oh shit. Star War. Star War. Star War. Hatsune Miku. You know, fuck Star Wars, I think. Too many, it's too woke. Star Wars is too fucking woke. Sorry, I can't. I'm running out of jokes. I'm resorting to the worst things I can think of. I have nothing left.
What the hell are you
How
doing?
long is this? Nothing.
What are you doing? I heard some nefarious things.
Nothing.
What are you doing?
I'm playing Fortnite.
Ah. Wonder if I can play Fortnite and stream at the same time.
You probably can.
Probably not, but
No, probably yes. You're playing fucking Teardown.
true.
You could do it.
There's only one person in the
Lock
game,
in.
and they literally don't have a name.
Fucking lock in, dude. You got this.
I don't think that's how that works. this is a banger.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god, I forgot Quirky Dog. Holy shit.
Sorry, I posted the Star Wars Connect game in the chat as a video.
Why?
It was relevant to the conversation. You weren't there.
Was there anyone in chat to have a conversation
No.
with? You were just yapping?
No, I was just yapping
Oh yeah.
the whole time. I was really trying to keep it up, but I couldn't. I
Yeah.
couldn't keep going.
As soon as I got here, I heard you give up.
It was the worst timing ever. I was like, what's the worst fucking joke I can make right now?
Yeah, I heard that. Okay, no more web fishing.
No, we're canceling web fishing.
Goddamn. I just realized I'm gonna have to upload a 7-hour VOD.
Fuck yes, dude.
And I'm probably gonna
Download
keep
that VOD.
going, so.
Are you using the like a VOD downloader application, or are you just downloading it straight from Twitch?
I download it onto my computer. And then from my computer, I upload it to
No,
YouTube.
but like, do you download it directly from Twitch?
Yeah.
That's evil. You shouldn't do that.
Well, it's a lot better quality if you are the streamer and you go to your VODs page and download it from there. It's a better quality than if you use a third party to download your VODs from
Are you
like
sure?
the public I've tried. It's a lot better
Are you
quality.
sure? Okay. I actually didn't know that.
And it's not that much slower. So that's not the part. The part is the YouTube upload.
Can't you like directly upload it to YouTube?
You can, but I haven't because it's really slow and there's no feedback. And I like having it on
Yeah.
my computer.
That's fair. I just don't have enough storage to keep all of my VODs.
Yeah, I have 2
I only download the
terabytes.
ones I like. I also have 2 terabytes, but it's used up by old videos I was making and then didn't finish. Oh wait, I'm not gonna queue for another match. You're hopping on.
Well, I'm eating right now.
Oh,
I grabbed a bunch of food.
hold on. I'll stream to Discord and you can put that on stream.
Ooh, yeah.
Here you go. It's asking me what I hate about this game right now. Personally, I hate the map. I hate AI players. Oh wow,
hate
Lego. I don't care. I hate Fortnite. Just in general. Wow.
I
like
do.
this guy though.
Fortnite is really fun. I think that the enjoyment that you got from Fortnite peaked right when Chapter 2 came out. Maybe like Chapter 2 Season 2. Because that's when they did all of the movement changes. You can like vault over stuff, and they made it a lot more fluid. And then
That is
it
okay.
wasn't just the Star Wars Roblox AI slop shit that it is
Yeah.
now.
True.
Fuck. Don't do that.
Why not?
I just played that on my stream, and now the entire VOD's gonna get muted.
No, it just cuts out like the minute where it happens.
Yeah, but I don't want that.
That's true. Sorry.
I didn't even think about that. I probably should have.
They really cut out fucking Hatsune Miku songs?
Yeah. It's
How?
owned by a major music label, isn't it?
Oh, that's true. I forget about that.
Yeah, I know Twerp is completely copyright free.
Fuck yes, dude.
I can just listen to all of their albums if I wanted to.
When are they fucking collabing with Fortnite? I want to see all 4 of them in the game.
Yes. That would be fucking awesome.
That would be fucking awesome. That's what I'm saying.
I want Andrew Huang as a Fortnite skin.
Dude. That's kind of a good pick. It's kind of a good pick. I didn't finish last season's battle pass. I didn't get fucking Sub-Zero. I kind of wish I did, but also I don't care that much. It's okay.
Nowadays, I only play Fortnite like once every 3 to 4 months.
I only really log on for the first few days of a new season to see if I like it.
Fair enough.
And it's like it's sometimes it's okay. Like this is pretty fun. But usually it just kind of wears off and I just stop playing after a week.
Yeah.
I give it an earnest try.
I'm not gonna... Do you have the copyrighted music turned off?
No.
You should... I'm probably not gonna watch your
I turned it off
Oh, okay.
just for safety. Cuz as soon as you load into a match, people do just start playing like fucking
Yeah,
the full jam track.
that's why I said it.
Well, let me just double check. There we go. It's on mute. Holy crap, Darth Vader.
When are they adding Vader Griffin?
I don't know. Ask him.
Who played Darth Vader in the Family Guy parody?
I don't know.
It was probably Quagmire.
It was Hold on.
I'm looking it up.
It was Stewie.
Oh, it was Stewie.
I remember that it was Stewie.
They should add a
This is-
Peter Solo.
That's true. I hope the Star Wars opening theme is not copyrighted because it's just the sound from the battle bus.
It probably is.
Well, I have licensed audio off, so
Yeah.
it should be fine.
It should be fine.
Should be okay.
Streamers would be very angry if it wasn't.
Yeah. That's true.
I'd be hearing about it from like that one guy
They should let
who
you
cheats
download
on
VODs
chess.
without the copyrighted like cuts.
You can do that. You just have to
You can?
separate the audio, and I don't have that.
Who the fuck is shooting at me? And from where? I see you. I'm gonna kill you.
You're really good at this.
No, I'm not.
You are really good at this.
That's a lie, I think.
You're really good
I
at
mean,
shooter games. You have really fucking good aim. It's
I just
freaking me
play
out how
too many
good.
of them, and I think
Yeah.
I like intrinsically just have higher than average aim.
I almost
Until
never
I
play
don't.
shooter games or anything like them.
I'm not gonna say that actually.
You're a shooter.
I was gonna say I'm a shooter.
Well, you are.
I think that's a bad idea.
Oh.
Just to say that out loud.
I hope the microphone picks up all of this chewing.
I don't know, man. I think it might just be noise suppressing it out. It might happen on Twitch, though. You could... it's totally happening on Twitch.
It's probably happening on Twitch. The
Yeah.
best part, I love when people put on... Whenever anyone does hydrate, I usually just chug the whole water bottle.
Dude.
Like an entire water bottle, like a normal half-liter water bottle. And I just chug the whole thing really quickly, right up next to the microphone, and you can hear every little throat movement.
That's horrible.
You can hear every chug. It's awesome.
That is horrible.
I love
Why
doing
would you
it.
do
It's
that?
so fun.
That sounds really funny, but I could never do that.
I'm a pretty good chugger. I
You just
chug a
can't
lot.
stop chugging.
I can't stop chugging.
I just can't. You just can't stop.
I can't help it.
Oh, I see you.
Chugging comes second nature to me.
There's like a weird amount of kickback. Strange.
I still
This
have
thing
web
shoots
fishing on my
lasers.
fucking category.
I mean, this is web fishing.
This is web fishing.
This is web fishing. Hold on, can I like? Oh yeah, the.
This is actually me playing the game. I'm just using my mind while I eat food.
Yeah, check this out. This is copyrighted music.
Awesome. It's so awkward. I love it.
It is so awkward and like uncomfortable to look at. This is terrible. Check this one out.
Is that the Slim Shady?
Yeah.
I've got a follower.
The bug house is
Oh,
now
the
following.
Bug House. Hi.
The Bug House. That's an awesome username.
The Bug House.
I love the bug. Oh, what is that rotating orb on your stream?
That's my follower screen.
What the fuck?
What?
This is awesome.
It's two of my old friends. And they're like
Oh.
orbiting around each other. Were you-
JD
I
underscore
wish
I had
underscore
following?
2100 is now
I'm
following.
following.
Were you not following my chat?
What?
Weirdo?
Oh,
Did
I
you?
thought I was, but I was not until just now.
You must have unfollowed or something, because I know you were.
Maybe. Anyways.
Hatred.
Guys, Bug House is in chat. Everyone say hi to Bug.
Hi, bug.
Hello, bug.
They're freaking awesome. They made a game on Steam.
Whoa.
I don't have it because it costs money,
That's fair.
How
but
much money?
it's on.
What's
I think
the
it's
game
like
on Steam?
5 or 3. I don't remember.
I would love a
It's-
link.
It's Freaky Faucets. Yeah, send a link in the chat. It shouldn't.
I would love a link.
It should send. I don't think I have links restricted.
Yeah, links should send.
I'm chewing really loudly into the microphone.
Holy freaking crap! Is that? That's a lightsaber, guys. Like from the move from the
Like from
Like
the
from
Star
Fortnite.
Wars.
like from Fortnite.
Like from Fortnite.
Star Wars. Just on Twitter.com and saw you. Classic Twitter. Wait, no! Someone fucking took the lightsaber!
Oh, send me a
Why
free
did you
link.
touch me?
You should promote. Hold on, I'm gonna promote your shit for you since you won't.
Yeah, start promoting.
What's it called? Freaky Faucets?
Freaky
Yeah, Freaky
Faucets.
Faucets Arcade. Hold on.
Oh,
Okay.
arcade.
I will wishlist this.
I already have a I have a channel point redemption, or I have a command that's already advertising one of my other friends' games. So I can add another one.
You have a lot of friends with games.
Yeah, they're weird. Fucking dweeb. All my friends are dweebs.
All my friends are dweebs. This is awesome.
I call Fooey.
I
Dude,
know we-
Fooey is
oh,
like the
yeah.
dweebiest friend that I have.
This looks sick, actually.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Peak ass gaming.
Boogas.
There's a lot of good reviews too. This is great. This is cool. I like this.
Yeah.
When I get like $5, I'm thinking about it.
Or the. Oh my god.
I think it's made in it's made in like a more professional version of Scratch, I think. Something similar to
Oh.
it. I remember looking it up.
That's neat.
Dev made everything while he was 16. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's kind of impressive actually.
It is impressive.
Yeah.
The most impressive part to me is that you had $100 on hand to put it on Steam.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Real.
That is a lot of money.
If I had money, I'd just make like the worst, most dog shit games, and then I'd port them to Steam for fun.
For fun. I
Where-
don't
I'd
have
make
the
them
money
like
to
a couple.
publish
I'd
anything.
make them like a quarter each, and they're all just
That's
fucking
true.
terrible.
Oh, you have a
I'm
job.
looking
Yeah,
at
that's
my
fair.
Steam library right now.
Employed.
Dude, I need a job.
So true.
I need to get employed.
You
They
do
need to
need to get
hire me.
This is the unemployment stream.
Yeah.
No, I'm employed.
Oh fuck. We need you out of
Sorry.
here.
Yeah, you gotta get out of here, man. No unemployed people in my Twitch.
If you have a job, get out.
We're purging all the people with jobs.
Yeah, they make me feel bad because I'm not employed.
True.
It's unfair. They have a job and I don't. I can't believe it. What the fuck?
It's okay, jobs aren't real.
I'm the best.
Hold
I
on, I'm
almost died.
And then specific
Oh, shit.
window. Why does Discord not count as a window?
Because it hates you.
It does hate me.
This guy was using the fucking campfire. How is he? What the hell?
Whatever.
Something occurred.
Oh fuck. Hold on.
I lived on 1 HP. It was kind of crazy. Oh, they removed the vaults. What the freak ever.
I stopped the stream for the time being. Not like the
What?
actual me streaming your
Yeah, okay.
Why does it?
because I have to sign into Epic Games.
Oh, classic. You're using a fucking desktop capture for everything?
No, I have a game capture. Discord wasn't showing up on the game capture, and I don't know why. So I had.
So
You
make
know
a
what?
window
The
capture.
Maker 2003
Oh, window. I forgot that a window
does
capture is
not
a
pull your
thing.
Steam library.
Well, I don't really use it, so.
I guess that's fair, but like, it's a window capture.
I don't know, man. I'm busy. I'm eating.
Oh, you're busy and eating. You can't look up the window
Whoop,
capture. It's
whoop,
fair.
whoop, Ethan.
Whoop. I love video games. Just not this one.
What do you mean there was an error logging me in? I only sign into Epic Games through my Xbox account.
Why would you
Epic
do
Games
that?
Or like,
I don't know. I've always done it.
whoa,
There's so many people on the fucking
bug.
Bug. Oh my god, it's Bug. Oh my god. It's the real Bug.
Yeah, oh, okay.
I had no idea.
Bug the myth, the legend.
I'm yelling at Chatty Bird right now to release a new update because he's been sitting on a new update for like 3 months and it's like, oh, it's laggy, it's laggy. It's not laggy. It's not laggy at all.
Maybe it's just laggy because they suck.
True.
I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. I'm just like doom scrolling. I was on Twitter.com. I saw Happy and I was like, oh, Happy, I'm happy. I joined Happy Stream.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
How have you been?
Been doing fine.
He's been happy.
I've been hanging
Oh,
out. I've been live for
hanging
7
out.
hours. 7.5
yeah,
actually.
I did start at like 11 a.m. or some shit.
Happy, why are you Tim Horton?
What do you mean?
Tim Horton?
What do you mean? Tim Horton? Like,
Tim Horton.
You know what I mean.
I don't.
Batman.
You can't just say, you know what I mean, when I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
Tim Horton. I can't do the voice, but I said I'm Tim Horton in the Batman voice.
Wow.
Wow.
Here
I just
is
need
a
to
free link.
Why does there
Why
keep
the
being
fuck is someone I
errors?
know in Ronaldo versus Messi?
You should join.
I'm not joining that. I'm not gonna. That feels torturous. I'm not gonna join that.
What? I can't sign into Epic Games, and it's kind of freaking pissing me off.
Please link your Xbox account to an actual Epic Game account.
I do. I have. I only I sign in. I sign in with it.
Sign in with the Epic account. Maybe that will work.
Well, I don't know what the account is. I don't know what the password is.
What?
I don't know the password. I don't even know if it has
How?
a password.
What?
I'm telling you, every single time I've ever logged into Epic Games, I only do it through the Xbox, through my Xbox account. I gotta reset my password right
what
now.
the password. Yeah, you should probably learn what the password for it is.
I probably should, but
You probably should.
I have
I think that's a good idea.
I set up the window capture, right? I can do that. Okay, good. I don't want to leak any of my info.
Leak it.
Yeah, it's just on the window capture.
I'm leaking.
Wait. I'm gonna stream Happy stream to Discord, and then Happy can watch my stream in Discord.
That's just
True.
gonna create a big loop.
It will create a big loop.
That's the point.
No,
We're
it
making a particle accelerator.
True.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
I forgot.
Happy Collider.
Dinosaur.
I forgot.
Particle
Doom: The Dark
Accelerator
Ages came
1.0.
out today.
Yeah, I really want to play it,
It looks
but
so
it's also
fucking
$90.
fun. 90?
Is it
Because
on
I'm
PS5?
Canadian.
Oh right, Canadian.
Sucks for you.
I think
Yeah,
it's
no,
70.
my economy is in shambles.
Your economy is in shambles. Your economy is in shambles only because ours is.
Yeah. The conversion rate is not good. It's not good at all. I'm paying like $20 extra for existing.
Oh.
Wow. Incredible.
And my minimum wage is like barely even higher. Like maybe $1 extra.
Damn. I'm pretty sure with
Oh boy.
with inflation, I think the minimum wage should be like 40 something dollars.
Yeah.
I think the minimum wage should be like.
You could get like
Hold on, I'm gonna chew really loudly.
you could get like multiple Big Macs an hour with the purchasing power of the old minimum wage. You can barely get one with 1 hour worth of work.
Yeah, I think it was like 9 Big Macs.
Yeah, it was like 9 with 1 hour worth.
And now it's like 0.7.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was like 9.
It's a really funny
0.7
thing,
Big
but it's
Macs
also
an
really
hour.
sad. I remember that.
Yeah.
It's a really funny thing.
Who
but
else
it's
is
also
working
really
for
sad.
0.7 Big Macs an hour?
It's a really funny thing.
Who else is working for 0.7 Big Macs an hour?
You know, this is surprisingly not awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this is surprisingly not awful.
It's kind of like misty looking. I'm not sure why that is.
This is surprisingly not awful. I like the
Kind of like
vibe.
misty looking. I'm not sure why that is.
I like the
Kinda
vibe.
like misty looking. I'm not sure why that is.
I like the vibe.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm a moron. I was signing into Epic Games. What
You're
was I
signing into
doing?
Epic Games. You're trying to reset your password.
Yeah, I got distracted. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
distracted.
Hold on. I got it.
Okay.
Blue sky. Okay.
I do not have a blue sky.
I'm looking at the artists in your art channel.
El Zero, yeah,
Yes.
El Zerido.
Yeah.
Looking for multiple accounts to follow. I want to see this stuff.
Why am I getting spammed with Discord pings? What is happening?
People joined the server because they saw our
Oh, I
thick
see.
inception.
I see. Was Icarus and Circle not in it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Huh. I guess they're in my server
you
now.
get- Okay.
Well, they want to see the artist. Great.
Awesome.
Circle.
There isn't enough
Holy
room.
shit.
I maxed out this Discord channel to 4 people because more than that is way too much for a stream.
That's
I
fair.
agree. What was I gonna say? How'd you get those badges next to your name?
What?
Oh, in servers that have like a level, I think it's level 3 boost thing, they can make like a clan and you can join the clan and then
Oh
get
yeah,
like
the
the tag.
clans.
You can join the clan? That's racist.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. There's like clubs.
Happy
I'm
change
gonna-
It's like Clash of Clans, but like worse.
Happy change the server settings to be like notifications for pings only before everybody meets the server and then nobody sees anything. That's what happened to my
Oh yeah,
server.
you should probably have that on by default.
Yeah.
I turned
accidentally left it.
I turned on everything pings on purpose. You turn it to mentions only and not none. They can turn it to
Yeah.
mentions only if they want. I have it set to everything on purpose because I think it's fun. I think it's
okay.
funny.
That's fair, I guess.
I hate my audience.
I hate my audience.
I think it's funny to watch them suffer.
Yes.
Yes,
How do I
suffer.
join a clan?
Fill your audience with bombs.
If
I
you
agree.
follow Happy, you get thrown into a pit with your legs broken. If you subscribe
Yes.
to Happy, you
True.
get lit on fire.
True.
Fed to the pit. Fed to the pit.
Hello, Circle. Who do you want me to time out? I'll time out someone for fun.
It's just gonna be me again.
It probably will just be
Almost
Daniel
perfect
again.
Circle is now following.
It happens every time.
No way. Almost
Who the
perfect
fuck is this
circle
guy?
is still following.
Are you excited for Deltarune chapters 3 and 4?
Yes.
I need to like play it again.
Die. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Die. Fuck.
What did I do?
Not you. Sorry.
I'm gonna
looking at this
kill
person. I just
you.
really want them dead.
Are you excited for Deltarune? I'm gonna kill
I'm
you.
gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. That's exactly what happened.
I love eating chips.
God damn it. This game is annoying.
Can I play Fallout 2?
Yeah.
I have Fallout 2. I could play it right now if I wanted.
I'll Fallout and Fallout 2.
I
Man,
have every
Fallout
single
2
Fallout
is
game
only
except for 4.
2.5 megabytes more than the original Fallout. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
files were small back then. So that's like it's like a big change with not much of a
But no, it's 562.5 to 564.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like
Yeah.
that's like a much I thought the file sizes were like way smaller. Damn.
I mean, that's still
funny.
larger than The Binding of Isaac.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate that game.
I love that game.
It's on your wish list. Don't even.
I have so many games on my wish list.
Okay,
I
that's
have-
true. Like
I have
every-
almost 500 games on my wish list.
That's fair. Every game in my library, I click on it and I see Happy 156 has this game on their wish list.
Yeah. There's a
It's just
select
everything.
couple of big ones that I purposely don't. I had this little thing where if you bought me a game on my wish list, I would play it on stream. I haven't done that in a while. But if you did... If it's a game that I like that's on my wish list, I probably will play it on stream.
Puyo Tetris 2? Or
Dude.
Puyo Tetris 2?
I want that game so
love
fucking
Tetris.
badly.
I can't believe it's
I would.
$30.
I have it. I'd
Just,
play it with you, dude. I'd Tetris it up.
Hell yeah.
Just go to
Dude.
YouTube and watch soft body Tetris videos in like -10 speed.
True.
Yeah.
Dude, $30 for Tetris
It's
isn't
pretty close.
Okay, but Puyo Puyo.
Psychonauts 2 is
Die,
full
die,
price.
die.
I'm sorry, I'm looking through Happy's Twitch right
Ouch, ouch. This is bad.
This Fortnite is loud. Hold on, let me turn it down.
Yeah. There's a dial. Not like a dial, but like you can turn down the volume.
Yeah, stream volume. I know.
Yes.
Hold on, let me pop out the
There we go.
this. Can I not?
now.
Now I'm
SpongeBob
ready.
SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated?
Fuck
Big-ass gang.
yes.
Why can't I pop out this? I should be able to, right?
Yeah, you can. I think it's
I don't know where it is. I don't know
I'm not sure.
where
It
the
has to be
option
like
is.
in a channel, and then it auto pops out. Or no, like the full pop. How do you do that? I forget.
If I buy you Five Nights at Freddy's, will you play it on stream?
I played Sister
Please do.
Location on stream.
Play
you're
FNAF 1 on stream.
FNAF 1 isn't even that. It's not that fun, honestly.
Really?
Okay, which one do you think is scariest? Because I'll buy that one.
Scariest? The scariest
Ooh.
one.
Probably the VR one.
Probably the VR one.
Oh, Help Wanted.
But that's just because it's a compilation, and it's because it's in VR.
FNAF 2.
I
is a
have
fun one.
FNAF 6, and I've never
That's Sister
played it that
Location.
far
Oh,
because
no, that's a Ultimate Custom Night.
no, that's
I think.
Pizzeria
that?
Simulator.
The Sim. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Pizzeria Ultimate Custom Night
That's
is like
7.
7. Yeah, 7.
Okay, I'm
Dude,
finally
Pizzeria Simulator
finally
from
done with
everything
all
I've
of my
heard.
food. I was eating my
Pizzeria Sim
chips
is a
really
good one.
slowly.
Oh, I played another Crab's Treasure.
Mm,
Because it was on
I need
Game
to play
Pass.
that.
I might still be on Game Pass. It's so good.
Okay, it's gonna take a while for Fortnite to update. There's 45 gigs of updates. I'm already 2 gigs in, but
Wow.
Oh, that's right, new PC.
yeah, new PC. Very exciting. I can actually stream
What?
now.
This is crazy.
Oh my god. Hatsune Miku.
Alright, man, I'm so sad I didn't buy the Hatsune Miku skin.
I got them all because I'm an addict.
You are.
Lucky.
You have
Well,
so much
I-
fucking money, and you blow it all on
I-
Fortnite.
I don't blow it all on Fortnite. I blow a marginal chunk on Fortnite.
You
but
blow most of it on Fortnite. It's not all, it's most.
Well, what do you blow
Essence.
the rest on?
I'm better now.
Are you better
Various
now? You have the
objects.
skibbity toilet skin. You can't say that you're better
We don't
now.
talk about that one.
You can't say you're better now.
Well,
That was
no,
that was a different me. That was a long time ago.
A couple months.
It's a couple months.
A lot can change in a couple months.
Yeah. Like me.
How the fuck did the game just magically change on the stream? Oh, that's an ad. Oh, that's a.
Well, yeah, that's how.
That's
Advertisement.
an ad. It's a different-
That's
It was like a
awesome.
really nice transition. I didn't know it was an ad. It like faded in. Holy shit!
It magically changes
Happy,
right
what
into
did
an
Happy
ad.
start playing Stardew Valley? What the fuck?
Oh man, I should
It's a Stardew Valley concert. What the fuck?
really.
Oh yeah, I got an ad for
What?
that.
That's a
Stardew
thing?
Valley concert.
They're
That's a banger.
touring the OST concert. It's coming to where I am.
Oh,
That's
actually,
kind of
that's cool.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dox myself, but
Also, there's a new Doom game. What the fuck?
Yeah, Doom the Dark Ages that came out today. It's like a medieval
out today.
Doom. It looks
I
awesome.
did not. I don't
It's-
know. I'm so done.
A lot
I
of people
know- I don't know
are
about any of this
what's
shit.
it called? Not buying the game due to like
The price or
the company.
the Bethesda?
Also the price. Bethesda.
What? Yeah, because they're Bethesda. I don't know. Did they like?
Yeah, I think they did something recently. which is
Now,
They
Happy
probably
is
like
buying
gave
ketchup.
money to Israel or something, and that's why.
Bethesda's
Yeah.
done literally everything wrong.
Yeah, they've
Absolutely.
literally done everything wrong. If you weren't boycotting them then, you shouldn't boycott them now. They've done so much horrible shit that if you could ignore that, you can ignore pretty much anything they
a
do.
big video essay came out saying the stuff they did, but like for an hour and 8 minutes.
Ah.
Oh, that means stupid people with bad attention spans finally know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was it
Yeah.
that uploaded it though?
Someone I've never seen before.
Is it a bread
Oh,
tuber?
do you want to?
I hate that term.
see? Do you want to fucking see, like some of their past thumbnails?
Oh no, I don't really.
It's
Yeah,
it's
but
the
I
it's the
do.
classic. It's the classic. How blank destroyed their reputation, and it's just like in big bold red letters, greed.
The dark history of
The
blank.
dark history of company. It's over.
With Lake Company? With Lake Ave?
Those fucking thumbnails are terrible. Oh my god.
A YouTuber destroyed their career in one video.
It's hilarious how
You
bad
got- you
those
gotta,
are.
You gotta look at these. You gotta look at these.
Oh my god, you're sending more?
I was sending. That's the whole channel. Just like start scrolling through
Oh
it.
no.
Zombo, could you send me the Poogie?
Where are you sending them?
Hell,
Oh dear
What?
lord. I'm not.
these are like the worst. These are the worst thumbnails you'll ever see in your entire life.
Yeah, and
Let me
then
see.
4 years ago they
Oh, I
started
see.
uploading fucking like Shadowlands videos.
They destroyed a beloved developer with a $200 million flop.
That's awesome.
These videos are so bad. Oh my god.
Yeah, like the content of the videos are probably like your bog standard video essay, but the thumbnails just put me off so much. I can't like look at that.
Bog standard video essay is bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's some of my favorite creators do video essays, but I wouldn't really call them that. A lot of the people that I watch do like documentaries.
Yeah,
It's not. I mean, video essays. The term is basically meant for like
Actually,
someone like Jacob
Holy
Geller is what a video essay is supposed to be. It's a
Mhm.
it's a fuck. It's an essay.
It's a fuck.
the
It's
essay
a
that's
video
a
game
video.
video. That's like
It's a video game video, guys.
It's
yeah.
a video game.
Oh my god. Should
Oh
I
my
play
God.
Rain World?
If you want
Play
to.
Rain World.
I don't know. I've like. What's 46 plus 6?
At
52.
least 52.
That I have that many games in my Steam library, and I
You
have
only-
not
you
played
only
almost
have-
all of them.
You only have 52 games. I have
I did
Only
not start using
52
Steam
games.
until really recently.
okay.
Like
That's
a
fair.
lot.
That's a lot of games for picking it up recently.
Yeah.
I mean, not recently. I basically was not like
Weren't,
a,
like,
a PC
active.
gamer until a year and a half ago, and I still have
Yeah.
a laptop that can barely run. Most of these
Yeah,
is
that's
like
fair.
I'll pick up a bunch of games on sale and they're all $1.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
like
that's how Steam works. You
I
only
love
buy
that.
you only buy games during the sales, and there's like 10 major sales a year, so you pretty
there's
much
a lot of
only
games
buy games.
I bought. Well, I didn't buy Balatro full price, but Wushi gave it to me at full price. There's some games you buy at full price.
Yeah. I
I
think
got
it's,
$12 indies.
I think it's fun. One of my favorite statistics is how stingy PC gamers are when it comes to video games purchasing. Only a third of all games bought on but only a third of all
Steam.
games bought on computer as a whole, not just Steam,
Oh,
is bought at full price.
Jesus Christ.
That's because
That's
computer
like-
gamers are
yeah, that's a-
broke
that's a
because of
stat, I
how
believe.
expensive a PC is.
A third of them are
Jesus
bought at
Christ.
full price. Another third of them are bought at a discount, and then the other third is gotten for free, either playing like free to play games or pirating or getting like a 100% discount or whatever.
I think free to play games shouldn't be included in that stat.
I'm pretty sure free to play games are included.
I think they shouldn't be though. Like just
So
that feels
true.
like kind of out of place.
Well, they're free
Like if you're
game.
talking
You
about
don't
people
have to
buying
pay
games,
for the game.
I know. It's just if you're talking about how people buy games, I think like piracy is an inclusion because they're getting the paid game, but they're getting it for free because they're not, paying for it. But a free to play game is just like anyone can just get that. Like people
That's
who
true.
also buy games at full price can also get the free to play game.
Hold on, let me look
Kinda
up the
muddies up the
specific
stat.
stat because I might be wrong.
Hmm.
I think it was like a massive poll. It was a massive survey.
Hmm.
So it might not be that reliable, but it was a survey. It was
Yeah, that's fair.
36 buy new games at full price, 32 wait for sales, and 32 say their games are quote obtained for free,
Oh,
which
yeah.
means either free to play games, the Epic Games Store is giving away games, piracy,
Okay.
any way to
It's
obtain a
just all
game for free.
inclusive. Okay.
Wh-
That's
I
fair, I
think I'm gonna
guess.
go now because I want to play Helldivers too.
I love that stat a lot.
That's a good stat. I think that's a good stat.
I use that stat a lot. It's very informative. I feel like I don't know if I've ever bought. I've definitely bought games at full price, but very rarely.
Yeah. Me too. I'm gonna break this.
It's very funny watching you play Fortnite. That's what
I'm really trying.
that's what this stream is now. I'm just watching you play Fortnite.
This is like restreaming, but not against the TOS.
Yeah. You should
No,
stream.
just to make it more realistic, you have to stream the gameplay like in the reflection of your glasses.
Oh, true.
Oh yeah. Put up a big mirror.
Yeah.
I should be streaming right now. I don't know why I'm not.
We can do a stream together. I can knock
we can do
you.
a stream together.
I can knock you up.
What the fuck?
What?
chatting.
Just chatting.
Oh, this is still a web fishing stream, by the way. I think
I love web fishing.
I'm the this is the most this is the
What
most
the fuck?
this is the only web fishing stream right now.
That's hilarious. Hold on, check this out.
I'm checking it out.
Oh, you gotta be fucking
Yeah,
kidding
you
me. It's just
missed.
full invincibility the whole time. What the fuck?
You missed.
I'm fine. I'm okay. What the?
Scale issue.
How did I? What?
You got
What was all this
crushed.
shit?
You got
I
crushed.
think it was pointing directly upwards.
You got crushed.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Fuck. I think.
How long has
Check
this
this
been
out.
going? 8 hours.
7
Almost
hours
8
and 52
hours.
minutes.
The longest I've streamed was. You're an asshole. I deserve it. I deserve it. I do it to you all the time. I deserve it.
Yeah.
I think
It's
mine is a lot
like-
louder than yours.
Yeah. I should make mine. I also have mine like specifically set to be quieter in stream. So it's a lot
Oh,
louder for me.
right. That makes sense.
But
I don't.
you don't. You just have it like.
You have to punish. If you're doing it, you're fucking with me,
Yeah.
but you also have to punish everyone else in chat.
That's fair. Gee, what is happening in this fucking game?
What am I watching?
I don't know. This is like. This is insane. This is crazy. Crazy shit. Okay, I'm gonna go back to lobby. Anyways, I'm live.
Oh,
knock,
really?
knock.
What is that fucking
knock.
skin? Is that what I think it is? What was that skin?
Which one?
The one of the last person you were just watching. I'm a little
Oh,
behind.
that's
I'm watching on the phone.
they were just yellow. There's no like specific character. They were just
Okay,
like
thank
yellow.
God. I was about to get pissed off because I thought it was Demon Dice.
Oh.
Who
I
up
was like,
yellowing
yeah.
all over?
Who up yellowing all over?
Someone that was in the
Hold
chat
on.
earlier is live right now. Someone that
Hold on.
someone
Who
that
up
was in the
yellowing
chat
all
earlier
over?
is live.
Who up yellowing all
There you go.
over? That's the joke.
Yeah, cause you're
Is there
yellow.
anyone? Yeah, cause I'm fucking yellow. I love being yellow. You didn't join my
That was really
stream
funny.
together.
Oh, I didn't. I clicked the button to accept.
You hate me.
I
Invite
clicked the button.
guests.
Get started.
Happy.
Would you like to use your
there you are.
microphone? Sure.
Share chat.
This has never worked
There
for
we go.
me. Hello.
It's working.
We're video gaming.
Hi. Mute yourself in the thing.
I purposely left myself unmuted because this has never worked before. The call feature on Twitch. It's never worked before for me.
That's working right now.
I think. Can they hear you if you unmute?
Hello.
I think they can because I'm hearing buzzing coming from the microphone, and that
Yeah.
only shows up. Can you hear my fan through Twitch?
I have a pretty loud fan too.
Yeah, I can.
I only have the fan on because my GPU overheats.
There's no. I think you should mute yourself in Twitch. Just
Yeah, I know. I'm going
check.
to. Oh, you can. Okay.
I can do it too, but it's probably better if you do because it'll stop like transmitting your voice.
Yeah,
It might
right.
save on some internet.
Okay.
Skibidi toilet.
Perfect.
I would not want to live in a world like that looks like Skibbity Toilet.
Oh, I can notify my followers that we're live together.
Yeah. Yes, do
Awesome.
that.
I had 7 followers, but then as soon as I joined your thing, I went down to 4.
I'm like stealing them.
You're stealing all my
I'm taking them away
viewers.
to my big pit.
Well, you have like the full fucking Skibbity room. Holy shit.
Yeah, the Skibbity
Yeah,
toilet.
I did.
It's awesome.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Awesome. Terribly awesome.
Terribly awesome.
I like how my stream is just your stream, but with a pigeon in the corner.
You were supposed to figure out how to log into your account like
Oh.
20 minutes ago.
It's been logging in.
Oh, shit. I think I am
Fortnite's
the
been
only viewer on
updating
this
this
stream.
entire time.
Oh,
Wait, there's
okay.
the other way around. I don't know.
That's
I
yeah.
don't know.
My
Still do
download
that.
is at 13 gigs out of like 46.
13 whole?
It says there's 1 hour remaining, so we're gonna be here for a while.
Oh,
Actually, no, it's going down by quite a bit.
that's good. I don't think I'd be able to do an hour of this just by myself.
Me just watching you play Fortnite.
It'd be great for you, but I'd just be alone.
This is great content for me. I don't even have to do
Check this
anything.
out. Hashtag reference.
What is that a reference to?
In Star Wars, Luke Skywalker cuts open a big like creature in Hoth, and then he climbs into its guts to survive the -2 billion degree winter
Interesting.
storm.
How do you know the name of the fucking planet?
Hoth.
Yeah, I know that Hoth is the ice planet. I wouldn't remember it, but I know
Hoth
that.
to
I don't think I can stream together with you anymore. After that one was bad.
I know. Look, I've been running myself dry for the past like 20 minutes on bits. I don't have much left. I'm dead. No, I live.
Nothing else to throw.
What's your guys' most recently watched movie?
The Minecraft movie.
I went to my friend's house and made me watch Punch Drunk Lord.
The last movie I watched was the Minecraft movie, and I bought a ticket myself to go to the theater alone
Why? Why would you do that?
because it was funny.
It was funny, but like not funny enough.
It was worth it. I think it was a good movie.
I got
Can
like
you like
the
say
link
like
with
major
the
spoilers?
broken CGI.
I only asked that because I want
did
movie
Steve.
spoilers.
Guys, I need to show you this tweet that I saw. I need to show you this tweet that I
So
saw like
okay,
months ago, but I
this
still
is
think about it.
this
Holy
is a
shit.
spoiler. At the end of the movie, Alex from Minecraft.
Oh yeah, I
That's
saw that
true.
the fucking post-credit scene.
Yeah, I posted that. That was me.
Happy, please add this to the stream, please. Like, put this somewhere on your stream.
It's
Who plays it?
my name
Oh
is Steve, and you are
my
Alex.
God, do you know who it's?
Minecraft Steve.
Do you know who it is? Do you know who plays Alex in the Minecraft movie? I just looked it up. You
Who
guess.
plays Alex?
It's
Jason Momoa.
no. It's
Yeah.
a woman.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the name of the lady who wrote Harry Potter? J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, it's J.K. Rowling. No, it's fucking
Yeah,
Kate
J.K.
McKinnon.
Rowling. I don't know who that
Oh,
is.
okay.
It's fucking Kate
I
McKinnon.
thought you were being for real about J.K. Rowling.
No, it's not.
Who's Kate McKinnon?
Old SNL. Were an SNL person. They played
Oh.
I think they played
Oh.
Hillary Clinton when they were on SNL.
Oh.
Yeah. They were in Ghostbusters 2016, I
Oh.
think. Yeah. Okay,
It's really funny.
close it out of your stream because I need to see the
Shooting him down. Are these hit? I think these are hit scan. No.
I don't know what that means.
Hit scan is when you click the mouse and it immediately goes to where you're aiming at,
Oh, okay.
and like
Oh,
projectile
right.
is when it takes like a while to travel. I don't think these are hit scan,
They should be hit
but
scan.
like
no,
I
they
mean,
shouldn't
yeah,
be.
no, because when I shoot, it immediately plays like the bullet hit mark on the ground, but the actual projectile takes a while to travel. I think it's just a visual thing.
Weird.
That's like horrible. Why would they do that?
Bro became the
That's
chickle jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Why would you show me the chickle jockey?
What the hell is the chickle jockey? Oh, what the fuck?
Why would you show me the chickle jockey?
This is terrible.
The chickle
Who would
jockey
do such a
upsets me.
thing?
Bro became
upset
the chickle
me.
jockey.
Bro became the chickle jockey.
Became the chickle jockey.
You became the chickle jockey. I'm so sorry for him. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy.
I can't believe he became the chickle jockey.
He became the chickle jockey.
Can't I pick that up? So bullshit. Ass. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. There's not a single shotgun here. Not even one. Not even like a craft single.
I'm craving Five Guys right now.
Five Guys?
I'm
Didn't they finally do a
craving Five
combo?
Guys.
Didn't they Five Guys like do a combo just recently for the first time ever?
I don't
A what?
know. I have no idea.
It's the guy from the Jujutsu Kaisen.
That's Deku, I think.
Yeah.
No, wait, no, that's Bakugan.
Fuck.
Awesome.
How did he do that? You're not supposed to kill me. I'm supposed to kill you. I'm already running out of steam. I'm not sure if I can keep doing this.
There's
Sorry.
this,
The download is at
bro, just
there's
become the chickle jockey.
there's 42 minutes left on the download.
Hold on.
Holy crap. There's this slider place by my college. You can pay like $18, $20 to
I'm
get a
the
burger
chickle
smaller than your
jockey.
fist.
Do they like personally shove it down your throat?
I'm not changing the
No,
Cosmo
it's
out.
somewhere else. I'm not gonna say.
Ooh, I gotta go
This
there.
is as close to the chicken jockey as I can get.
Became the chickle jockey.
He's
It's as
become
close as I can get.
he's become the chickle jockey.
I've become the chicken
Fortnite
jockey.
added the chickle jockey.
Holy fuck. Can't believe it.
I forgot about that tweet. Mind if a white boy speaks Mexican tonight? Hashtag Arriba.
What?
I know that one, yeah.
It's so
terrible.
fucking good. No, it's so fucking good. Look at the image. Look at the image.
Okay. Where is this? Where is this?
It's in chat.
What?
Oh my god.
It's the funniest I've ever seen. Send
Fucking
that to Wushi.
mind if a white boy speaks Mexican tonight? Hashtag Arriba. The fucking margarita. The
Jiggle,
mar-
jiggle, skin.
the margarita and the Wii controller.
And the Wii controller?
The margarita looks so sad.
That is a very sad looking margarita. Incredible. I'm just looking through my bookmarks. She took my leitmotif in the divorce.
That'll happen. It's like Undertale.
Yeah.
Gamers will rise. The gaming.
Gaming.
They never fix the physics on this thing. It's still completely fucked.
That seems perfectly fine.
It's like perfectly fine and it's like really cartoonishly like overdone in like a good way.
True.
But I always expected them to like make it lame one day and just fuck it up entirely.
Oh my god. Joshua. I fucking love that guy. I've been following him for a while. Sloshua is the goat.
Sloshua. Who is
Sloshua.
this?
It's Sloshua.
Is he slosh?
Yeah. Like Joshua, but
Wow.
with slosh.
Holy fuck. I know too many Joshuas.
Yeah. I
It
know
was a very common name.
I know too many people named Daniel who go by Kojumble online.
There's one.
There isn't. There's a lot.
How many?
It's like 1.2 something.
1.2?
Yeah.
Why is
Something
there
like
a point
that.
2 of me?
Well, it's roughly 1.2.
Okay. I didn't take off the skibbity toilet back bling.
For the best.
For the chickle jockey.
The chickle jockey.
Chickle jockey.
I'm sorry, I'm just like stimming now. I'm not gonna stop saying it. I'm
The
sorry.
chickle jockey.
You
I'm
guys
sending him to the shrine.
you guys should look at the announcements
fuck.
page at the image I posted. It's
Oh,
really
yeah?
awesome. I have it right up on my
the framed photo.
Yeah, the framed photo.
In my fucking dorm, we had a framed photo of
Oh my god,
the
it's All
Miracle
Might!
Machine Weird
Oh my
Al.
god, it's All Might!
That's awesome.
I killed him.
Wait, I need to find the picture of it. I know I sent it to somebody. Yeah, I sent it to Roxy.
Sorry.
Just found
Oh,
out
let me find
about the
out.
election results. Had to get my mind off things. Sometimes you can only process your emotions through art. An incredible post. That's what I have
see.
framed.
Oh, that's where that comes from.
Yeah, I have it framed up on my. I have it framed on my desk, and then
Such a good post.
in the replies of that tweet, he said, "For clarification, I don't care about the elections results. I just didn't know what an election was before today, and I'm kind of overwhelmed by the concept." Incredible.
That's an amazing post.
God tier
Incredible
post. I fucking love it.
Incredible pose.
I have it, but
What does Diddy's shirt say? What does the shirt
I don't
say?
You have
know.
it framed in your announcements, I think.
I haven't no idea what it says on his shirt.
On the shirt.
It says something on his shirt. I don't
Kill
know.
this guy.
I
Look
also
how devoid Bomberman is of any expression. This is a normal day.
Just a normal day.
I have I also have this, but it's not in the frame. Oh my god, that's so awesome. I have this printed out. Not
You do?
but it's not in the frame right now. I swap it out sometimes.
You just have shit like this all over your fucking
I
face.
fucking love it. I love Popper. I'm actually mutuals with him. I love Popper. He's so
Oh, he's
fucking
cool.
funny, and that's one of my favorites from him.
Following Popper now. The
Oh, yes,
fuck am
I'm
I just
evil.
looking through the page? This shit is crazy.
Yeah, this guy's awesome. He works for Smiling Friends now.
No
What?
way.
Yeah, he works on Smiling Friends. I have a couple
Oh, that's
mutuals.
cool.
Awesome.
I have a couple mutuals that work on Smiling Friends. It's fucking weird.
How do you know these people?
That is so
I've
cool.
known them people since before they got on to Smiling Friends.
Like, of course, but like, how?
I don't know. I'm big into
Yeah,
art
I'm on
Twitter,
Smiling
I
Friends
guess.
Too, actually.
Like, Survival Evolved?
No. Art.
Oh, art. Sorry, I thought you said arc.
Arc Twitter. Yeah. They actually got a whole bunch of people who play Arc on Twitter to
Yeah.
work on Smiling Friends. But no, I have a lot of
Of course
art
they would.
mutuals and a lot of people that I've followed
Yeah.
for like many years that do art in like webcomics and stuff. And they hired a lot of people that I know from MySpaces
MySpace.
to work.
That's awesome.
My favorite artist of all time, Gurchin, the guy that actually drew my profile picture on Twitter and Twitch.
Oh yeah,
That guy, he's working on Smiling Friends now.
dude. That's so cool.
It's fucking awesome.
I don't work on Smiling Friends. I can add another one to your numbers.
True.
What's
I'm
happening?
Oomphin Laws with Sakadell.
Finland.
I'm an Oomphin Law. That's what it is. It's like friend of a friend, but it's Oomphin Law.
I see.
One of my favorite
understand.
things to say is calling someone my oomphy from another woomfy.
Oh.
I love saying oomphy from another woomfy.
That's awesome. That's a really good one. I might start using that too.
You should say it. As far as I'm aware, I'm the one that came up with it. Someone's probably thought of it before, but I thought of it on my own. And it's incredible. It pisses people off every single time I say it. People,
It makes me laugh. I love it.
yeah, I love it.
The bug. The bug.
Ooh, this one's a,
Never heard of that guy before.
Did my thing
yeah,
break?
I think I've heard of that guy before. I'm not sure where I've heard of him from. I wonder if,
My
What are we
thing
talking
didn't
about?
go
What are we
off.
talking about?
I like looking through my bookmarks sometimes, looking up the old things I've bookmarked, because
What?
they're all like some of my favorite tweets of all time.
Here it is. Hey, John. That's so strange. My notifications didn't go off for the follow, but it went off for the redeem.
Huh.
I'm gonna have to fix that.
Are you following me on Twitch, John? We're shared chatting. We're shared. It's definitely shared, and it's not just me live streaming Daniel's point of view playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
My shit's still downloading, man.
Thank you for following John Fog 13.
John Fog 13 is now following.
Wow.
I'm gonna just. I'm gonna open
Drugfon 13 is now following.
Dog Fawn 13.
Yeah, I meant to say fog. I fumbled. Ooh, hydrate. I like when people do
You call him a
hydrates.
deer.
Wait, hold on.
You called him a deer.
I did.
That was my hydrate.
Oh, no, that was my hydrate. No.
Oh no, they two hydrates. They love us to drink.
Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. You should be able to hear it. I'm a big fan of
Yeah.
hydrate because I chug an entire water bottle right into the microphone.
Is it?
Oh, do it.
Let's
Hold on.
check this out.
Oh, there's too many
Let's open
cords
it.
in the way. Hold on. Okay.
Okay,
my
I'm
God,
gonna
yeah.
close the notification thing in like my desktop, and I'm gonna. Oh my god. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Here's my whole screen.
Okay, I'm done. Ooh, that hurt. Fuck.
Why would
like-
you do this?
Some air went
Bro,
through some of the
became
water and it hurt.
hydrated.
Oh. Ugh. Here's Godot, guys.
Ooh. Are you just
Wait,
streaming
here's where I
Godot?
do
Don't
my
dox
development.
yourself.
Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Here's where I
in
do my
Godot?
development. What do you mean don't dox? How can I dox myself?
What?
I'm not I'm streaming your window and not your stream.
Yeah. You go.
So,
That's
I
that.
was streaming your OBS and you weren't.
Yes.
That was awesome. Oh yeah, your little
Yeah.
timer
Wait,
thingy.
what are you
Nothing.
looking
Nothing
in
important's
the-
in here. There's no like data you can pull from me. It's just
Geoble.
Yeah.
my setup.
Hmm.
Whatever. So I got the data. I got the welcome data. It's doing the thing. I got all the connections. I'm
Wait, is
confused.
this for your Twitch?
Yeah, I programmed my own notification thing,
Yeah, he's a
What the fuck? That's
nerd.
so sick.
He's
so
a
I can like okay, let me run let me run a test one.
fucking
Like if you send
dweeb.
me a bunch of bits, it like
That's rad though.
Oh.
That's way too much work. But it's awesome.
it was.
I need to use like Godot and stuff. There's so much cool shit that I
It's
can
great.
do with it, but I just haven't learned.
So there's
I don't
this
know
guy
how to
called
code.
Bepithek,
Oh god, Bepithak.
and this used to be half of the height it is now, but I had to extend it because he kept sending me more and more money.
That's
every
really
bit.
funny.
And it was just not enough space to handle it all, so
I
I
still-
made it like 10 times bigger.
I still have the web fishing
Two
code pinned.
Really?
Yeah, I unpinned it. It still says that I'm playing web fishing.
That's funny. So, I mean,
There's
the only thing I
19
could, I mean,
gigs
no, all
left
my
on
data's, like, a
Fortnite.
config file. Fine. What? Where's the thing that like
I'm just gonna switch it to just chatting.
WebSockets? There's the connections down here.
This is freaking
Hey,
awesome.
I'm gonna go. I'm not doing anything. I'm just rotting. I go like lay in bed. for
That's
4
alright. You can
Yeah,
ride
you
in
have
here.
fun. Yeah, this is the
Oh.
rot. This is the rot stream.
Yeah.
You can't even stream for 8
Subscribe, give message.
Yeah, I know. I've
We
been
love
streaming
that.
for 8 hours. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be streaming for a lot, cause I'm home alone for like the next
Streaming
week
as-
and a bit. So I'm gonna be streaming a lot.
Software and game development.
A party and you can have
There is.
drugs, inappropriate music, and sexy ladies.
What?
Whoa,
That's inappropriate.
sexy ladies.
And you can go outside on the road with your friends and moon people.
Wow.
Holy shit. Oh,
So if I test
Hey,
this,
the chickle jockey.
test
Okay,
follow.
bye.
The follow thing still
Goodbye.
works.
that's freaky as fuck.
Freaky Friday.
If you ever end stream, you should raid me, cause I
Is that,
wanna.
like,
I love my raid.
doesn't appear.
What's your raid one? Do you have a raid
Oh
one
shit!
set up?
Hold on, wait. I do. Hold on. Just gotta put it in there.
Oh, that's awesome.
I like that one.
Mine
Yeah,
is set to
I should have like more physics stuff.
True.
I think that'd be funny.
Mine is set up as Sorry, hold on.
Ugh,
Mine is set up as The
oh my,
Simpsons Gangnam Styling.
that's awesome. Holy fuck. I wish I had Wooshi here so he could unfollow, and follow me, and I could test my thing.
I can.
Is he could do that? You can do okay. That would work. Unfollow then refollow me immediately.
I did. It didn't work. Damn.
Did it not? What the fuck? No, Happy156 followed you.
Huh. I did it again.
Should have. Oh, I just pressed the button. Whoops. It should have like sent a message, at least. Actually, it probably doesn't send a message on refollows.
Yeah.
That might be it. What if I make an alt account?
I think I can follow
Oh,
on
this is
one of
like.
my alts.
Oh yeah. That would work. That would work. Hold on, let me just make sure
I'm
that
followed
like
on
it's
this
actually
and my
connected.
alt, but I have my bot account that I use sometimes.
Oh, true.
My
Hold on, let me just test that this is like actually connected. Yes,
Holy
okay, it
fuck.
is working. Follow on one of your freaking bot accounts.
But then I have to sign into the bot account. But then I
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
sign in.
you don't have much else you're doing right now.
Yeah, well, it'll sign me out of my Twitch.
Just no, open a private tab in your browser.
Yeah. Then I have to go through my authenticator app, and then
That's
after
on your
that, I can't make any more excuses. But I don't want to.
but but like
I'm
do
working
it,
on it.
do
I'm
it.
working on it. I'm working on it.
I'm working on it.
I'm working on it.
You're working on it.
Ah!
I haven't captured this yet.
It immediately started playing with audio a random person's stream, and
Oh,
they're playing Doom: The Dark Ages.
yeah,
It was
it does
really
that.
loud.
It does that.
I usually have it muted, but it unmuted
It's
itself
kind of messed up.
apparently.
Why am I doing 1 times the get process delta time and not? What am I doing? Why did I do that? Maybe it does something that I forgot. I don't know.
Do I have an authenticator app
But
set up with my bot account?
if you don't, it will just sign in.
What do you mean that password's
Or like
incorrect?
you.
Is that not my password for the bot account? Oh, it wasn't. Huh.
What is it with you and
God
passwords?
damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it.
God damn it.
God damn it. Enter the code from your email. Now I have to open my email and
Okay.
shit. There's so many
Hold
steps.
hold off on following until I say you should, because I'm gonna like I'm gonna test something right
I'm
now.
holding off.
Holding off. Hold the line.
I like how I'm just streaming you do stuff.
Isn't always on time. Yeah,
This is how it's meant to be.
I had to learn what threaded programming was. It was worth it.
Okay. Code jumble. I'm gonna go to my
Hold off.
stream and then I'm gonna click the freaking epic stream together button.
Yes. Yes. Where's the? What was
I
I
need to
gonna
do something else other than the pigeon, but I'm too
What was I
lazy to
gonna
draw
do?
something. I
Let's-
need to do something else other than the
Yes.
pigeon.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I get it. I do save an event log of every event that passes by, so it should be saved. But I want to print it too. I want it to print.
That's a lot of event logs.
Else, if not predefined, print socket response.
What
I think
language
it.
is
I'm
this
just gonna
in?
make it print the socket. GD script.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Is GD script
Socket
based in
response
C
is my own.
plus or C plus plus or
C
C
sharp.
sharp? Okay,
Kind
I
of.
was assuming it was. I meant to say C
Yeah.
sharp. I don't
C
know
plus.
any programming language, and I should.
Will if socket stay open while getting the packet count. If the socket response is the parse string of that. I'm just gonna make it print it out immediately,
I should learn
just like right in the
code.
console.
I should learn code on stream. Learn
You
how
should
to
learn how
code.
to code. All right, let's get this up. Got the soccer response. Session ID. Okay, I'm ready.
What are you ready for? What am I supposed to be doing?
The follow.
I don't know what you mean.
Damn it.
I followed.
It
It's not working.
didn't do it.
Well,
Huh.
Stream Elements didn't do it either. Which
Huh.
makes me think that it's bugged, but not.
Did Twitch change? Hold on.
Oh yeah, your API probably. You
What?
probably shouldn't be streaming this. Hold on. You're not
No, this
streaming
is
it.
okay. It's
I'm streaming it on my.
no, it's okay. We're fine. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The event sub. Did they change the version of the follow API recently? Maybe.
Your WebSocket. Every time your WebSocket will reset like once every like 2 months, I think. Your WebSocket code automatically resets.
But application is hung and will now close. What?
What?
Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite. Yeah, Fortnite. Okay.
Fortnite.
I have.
That's so strange. But like I auto renew my WebSockets. I don't have it on 24/7.
Weird.
Where's the?
The only reason I even know what a WebSocket is because I've used it for Touch Portal when I was actually using that, and I use it for StreamerBot. StreamerBot is so fucking nice. I love StreamerBot.
Yeah, because
I'm
every
so
now
glad
and
I
then they
switched.
make a V2 version of something, but
Right.
message follow channel.follow. I'm pretty sure it's a what's it called? Version 2 of channel.follow. I think I do that. What's the process of the thing?
I need to make the command for my
Starts with the
VODs
token
channel.
handler. It opens up this, and then it goes through this.
That was awesome.
What about the... Yeah. What about the, new scope? I know there's a new scope thing. Here.
I have a secret little Easter egg in my chat. That's awesome. If you say
channel follow webhook.
Hold on. Yeah.
Oh shit.
I muted. If you say
Moderator
Epic
or use
Chungus
follows.
Poggers in my chat, it'll do a random.
Yeah, that's
It'll
the first
do
one I have.
one of the commands. I don't remember which one it was.
Oh, I probably shouldn't be. That's my. Whoops. That's my token. I'll reset that later.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I wasn't. I'm not streaming your Godot anymore.
I am.
That you are.
So I should probably reset that later. You know. Okay, I'm gonna stop this because it's just doing the keep alive.
I have a secret little Easter egg in my chat where if you say, I only did this to test stuff and then I kept it because I thought it was funny. If you say Epic Chungus Poggers in my chat, it'll automatically set off the random background color for free.
That's awesome.
But you have to degrade yourself
what
enough to
this-
say Epic Chungus Poggers.
Yeah. Okay, so this just loads all the files, tests the access, auto tests it, auto retests it, auto refreshes it. Yeah. And when I go into my WebSocket, this is where I connect. Check. Follow event sub. Type channel.follow.
Okay, it
Version
worked.
2.
I'm purple now.
Condition is broadcaster user ID.
I wonder if it works if I type Epic Chungus Poggers in your chat.
Moderator user ID, which is the same as my broadcaster ID. Transport method is WebSocket. Session ID is the session ID.
Oh. Not sent because it was identical, but I typed it in a different chat. Interesting.
Where's the broadcaster ID set?
This is like nerd ASMR, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, this is what it is to watch my streams.
This is what it's like to
Unfiltered pet
program,
value.
honestly.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna open up my config. You guys can't see this right now.
I should start
Is
doing
this my
stuff.
broadcaster
I'm
ID?
gonna start coding over top of your stream of you coding.
Yes. It's so strange
Perfect.
because everything else works except for the follow. Which did I need the permission channel dot follow, and so I know this. I know I need to. Did I? That's so strange. So I'm giving those permissions. I'm getting the type of channel dot follow. It's the right version. And it should be, am I just not handling it correctly, or is it not like, did you already follow me on your bot account then unfollow?
Yeah.
No, like before today.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Then it should be working. Must have moderator read follower scope. Moderator read followers. And that's the right scope.
I'm gonna turn Kevin
Channel
McLeod
dot
back on.
follow. Yeah, turn it back on.
I haven't
You
had
would be
music
here a
this whole
while.
time. I'm also doing stuff like, not coding, because that's too much brain,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but I'm doing streamer bot.
Application. It should be getting this message, but it's not. Why would that be? Let's go into the user logs, event logs. When was the last time a follow notification came through? Quite a while ago. Follow.
I love quirky
Channel
dog.
follow last time. I'm not sure why this wouldn't work because
I think
everything
just work
it
now, right?
was working a while ago, and everything else points to it being functional.
Okay, yeah, that works.
So I'm not sure why it's not working. Channel.follow event is there. Follow. Follow event.
If I have 7 TV emotes on my channel, will they work in your channel? I wonder.
I'm not sure. I don't think they will.
They don't. They still show up in my chat, but they don't show up in your chat. Don't look at that. I see that. Don't look at that.
What? Kojumble's subscriber badge?
That's my subscriber badge, but it's just saying that.
Why?
My-
Does it do that?
My subscriber badge, they're all annoying orange characters.
No, but why is it named Kojumbles?
I have no idea. Hold on.
That's so strange.
I want to show you the Everything app. It's so funny.
What is the Everything app?
It's
Yeah,
actually
this is
Everything app.
This is when Bethethek followed me.
Hold on. Do you see my
That's
stream?
so odd.
It's-
The last follow I got that worked was 2 months ago.
Huh.
Everything app. Oh, Twitter yeah.
Yeah, but it's a 7TV emote,
Oh,
and it's awesome.
I gotta check your channel now.
It's not... Okay, there it goes.
That's funny.
Look.
Okay.
Watch.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm watching.
It's the Epic Panther. It's awesome, dude.
That's awesome.
It's the
Hold on.
It's X the Everything app.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't believe you fucking posted that.
That it's on my Twitter bot.
You fucking trolled me. Yeah,
Oh yeah, Epic
that's
Chungus
really good.
Poggers.
I like that.
I think
Do it.
it
Do it.
I think it did change my color. The color.
It would just change it to purple again.
Oh, it just changed it to that's hilarious.
That's funny.
I'll change it just to,
Okay,
I
so
can
I'm
just
gonna,
say Epic
like,
Chungus Poggers.
His main scene. So when I ready
Wonder
load
if I
set
say
value.
if I say Epic Chungus Poggers in your chat, will my stream pick it up?
Set.
Probably. I'd have to assume so.
There we go. So it's set.
I don't think
up.
it did.
Now I just gotta copy this link. Redirecting here. Give it permissions.
Why is all my shit stuttering?
Code
Oh yeah, I'm
is
downloading Fortnite.
This.
Keep forgetting that.
The code is this. Did it set? Okay, it set the code.
Okay, I gave you a free one.
And
Ooh, that's
now
a
I can
really
go
nice
into the
color.
Open user data folder.
I really like that shade.
Set the code.
It's like a forest green.
Mm,
You probably shouldn't be showing your configs.
it's all right.
Oh,
I'm just gonna reset them after anyways. It's okay.
true.
It doesn't have like my login codes. It's just like the access to this thing. All you can really do is send like a bunch of follower messages,
That'd be fun.
and that would be fun. But you'd also have to figure out how the fuck I do this, which might be a little hard, because no reason. I just code bad.
Why are the bot? Why is the
They're
bot
gonna, like-
delayed so badly? I don't care enough to
Does my
fix
scene.
it. It's just kind of weird that it does
So
that.
opens token handler. It opens the event handler. Then that loads the WebSocket scene. Yep. So it's deleting previous events. Resubscribe to all the events. Got it.
I'm flooding your chat with me testing.
So
I forgot about Glorp.
forget about Glorp. I like. I'm gonna put some tunes on.
It's Glorp. I'm listening to Mr. Exposition by Kevin MacLeod.
I like the creator.
Oh. Hold on. I should probably.
That's pandemonium.
I'm gonna mute your stream on Discord so I don't hear Tyler the Creator on mine.
Oh yeah, you should probably do that.
Oops.
I have it set up so my Spotify doesn't go through my like VOD.
Yeah, I need to do that.
I don't. Yeah. Masayoshi Takanaka.
I just listened to video game OSTs and Kevin
I'm putting
MacLeod
on
on
fucking
stream.
Dancing Queen by ABBA.
Dude, man, that sucks for me.
That does suck for you.
I think it's really funny. I have a command called Gamble.
You can try having.
I have a command called Gamble, and it's just
Yeah.
it's informing you that you can gamble, but it says bet all your channel points on tails. It's a 50-50 chance. It's a coin flip whether it says bet all your channel points on heads or tails. I thought that was like a funny thing to do.
That is funny. I really like that. I'm probably not going to publish this VOD.
Yeah. But your Fortnite. Your VOD is gonna be my
That's okay.
VOD, so
I'll just download it.
your VOD is my VOD, so it's you just take a chunk.
Oh yeah.
Do you want a command added to my stream?
Yes.
Do you want to promote? What do you want to promote?
Myself. I don't. Oh, I'm so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I didn't. I didn't add the function to subscribe to the followers event.
That's
I just
funny.
didn't do it. When did I? What?
That sounds
What?
about right. Yeah.
No, I completely rewrote how this is done at like 3 in the morning
Ah. I see.
one day, and I just like I guess I just forgot to re-add it. So it's just been like that for months.
That's so funny.
I didn't have to do anything. You know what? Oh my god. These are all wrong.
Wait, all your shit's fucked.
All my shit's fucked. This is okay, this is the fall event. Subscription. Gift. They were all out of order.
That's funny. I'm adding a command for you.
BitShare. Raid event. Okay, this should work now. This should
Awesome. Hold on, let me boot it up
try
again.
unfollowing and refollowing on your bot account. It might work now.
It's loading.
It's loading.
It's loading.
That's really funny. That's really fucking funny. Fun.
I'm holding on.
Huh?
Huh? It worked.
There it is.
Wow.
It did it. I fucking hate computer.
Was that Make Sweet?
Yeah, that was Make Sweet. I love Make Sweet.
I love Make Sweet.
It does it, and it like okay, it gets the data. Yes, yes, keep following me.
Yes.
Yes. Follow. Okay. That's so good. I'm very happy that happens.
I've
now.
seen the Isaac one. That's the one that you've had before, right?
Yeah. Oh shit. All my export templates.
What do you want your command to do?
I want it to promote my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel. Would you like the links?
No. I'll just
Okay.
I'll just guess.
You'll just get. They're both they're just the username.
It's Disco Jumbo.
Yeah, I use the same username literally everywhere.
https://www.
I gotta install the new export template for this. I can't believe all I needed to fix it was to just realize that I'm a fucking dumbass.
That's how coding is, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I have to pick a stupid fucking 7TV emote to use. Do you want me to use wide sausage?
Yeah. Of course, man.
I'm gonna use Kojumble.
Why the fuck is there just a framed picture of the
It's awesome.
the weird Al Albuquerque animation? That's awesome. I'm just gonna forward that. No more. Alright, now is when I reset all my codes. I'm gonna go through all my codes and reset them now, because nobody can see this now.
I'm gonna use wide sausage. You're gonna have the privilege of being wide sausage.
I'm gonna be wide sausage.
Yeah, you're gonna have the privilege of being
Okay.
wide sausage.
properties. Nice.
That should work.
Alright, resetting all my codes. Exclamation mark Dan. White sausage!
Wide sausage.
White sausage!
Are you seeing it on my stream?
I'm
It's
seeing it. That's great.
that's probably my favorite 7TV emote I have. It's incredible.
That's so good.
There's so many incredible 7TV emotes. I've added a couple to 7TV myself. Like I added
That's really good.
I added bald
Okay,
Noah hairless.
Codes.
That's a good one. A lot of the good ones I
God,
stole from
is
Connor Eats
mine.
Pants. Ooh, I like Car Jam is a good one. This is awesome. There's 3 gigs left on Fortnite.
API.twitch.tv, and I need to regenerate my codes.
I worked for Mr. Beast. He's Carlton.
No, it's not. It's dev.twitch.tv. I'm a fool. Which am I using? No, I'm not using the extension. I'm using the application. Right. I need to complete a CAPTCHA. Yeah, I need a new client secret.
I
Generate a
need
new
to
secret.
stream something
Yeah.
else.
You do need to stream something.
Yeah, I've been streaming you streaming for like an hour. I tried doing
Alright,
mosaic.
new client
I-
secret.
I tried doing the squares, but it was too hard for my feeble little brain.
Yeah, that's fair. Squares are hard. Alright, I set the new client. All my codes are now reset, and it should work perfectly.
Can
if
you
it
send
doesn't,
me
I'm
them?
gonna start crying on stream. No,
Down. I thought that would work.
it wouldn't.
I thought that would
See,
work.
I'm just too smart. I'm just too smart. Okay.
Actually, no.
Don't feel bad that you couldn't trick me. I'm just like a genius. I'm a super hyper evil genius.
I was gonna open ATS, but then I remembered that I shouldn't do that because I have Fortnite
You shouldn't
installing.
do that.
Oh, but it's almost done. It's almost Fortnite time.
It's almost done. Alright, now could I get you to test my alert box one more time?
Sure, hold on.
Alerts are up. I think. Think it's working? Let me just test this first. It's not working. It's
Okay,
not working.
well, I had to close. I had to open a whole new tab for that.
Close this. Good thing I
Tchaikovsky
make one with
isn't
a console.
copyrighted, is it?
Chekhov's gun.
Tchaikovsky. I might get hit by the arrangement.
Oh! I'm a fool.
Did you
I
think?
forgot to set the main scene back to the normal one instead of the scope resetter.
Oh, that's funny.
Hello. Yeah, on the phone. Hello. I really like Eyes Without a Face from
Linkin Park.
American Psycho.
Same thing.
It's a good song.
I have not from like the movie, or is there a band called that?
The movie.
I haven't
Eyes
seen the movie
Without a
yet. I need to watch the
Face.
movie.
Eyes Without a Face. Eyes Without a Face. I'm listening to the one by Carpenter Britt. I like that guy.
Jesus?
There we go. Jesus?
Jesus? Is that you?
Jesus?
You're back.
What?
My Fortnite update froze. Hold on.
Fuck. Alright, this should be doing its thing now. Let's re-export it.
Okay, it's going now. There's 2 gigs left. We're so close. Almost done.
There we go. It's working now.
Okay, okay. Do you want me to test it?
Yes, in a second.
Okay. 1.
Okay, now test it.
Wow. It probably has to wait for the hydrate. Okay.
It worked.
It worked.
Yeah, I have an automatic queue set up.
For my followers and everything?
That's
My followers and my raids and all of those alerts are through Stream Elements. Because it was easier.
I
But-
think I just
All my
it's
channel
one of the
points.
things where I like the ease of Stream Elements, but I can't like make my own things in Stream Elements.
Yeah, fair enough. I want to make my own things, but also I'm not smart enough.
Yeah. So like that's why, and I
I'm-
already knew how to use Godot, and I learned that Godot can handle WebSockets and like most web, like transmission through like in-engine shit, which is
It's really cool.
really cool. So I just use that. All right, opening up Fortnite. You're going back to Fortnite.
Back to Fortnite. It's always back to Fortnite. There's like a
Back
gig
to
left, but
Fortnite.
I'll be right back. Did it?
Eyes without a face. Eyes without a face. Ah, I love video game. I'm so awesome. Hold on. You might think I'm crazy. You really
Holy
have
fuck, I'm back.
something to do, but I think that you're wild. Hello.
Hello.
Just like Marvel Comics, the Sex Men.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do that.
Oh my god. Gas lamp.
They fuck.
Gas lamp. Fun works.
What? Is your thing almost done?
Yeah, it is.
Thank God. I'm running out of viewers. They stopped watching me. I was on a black screen for like maybe 10 minutes, so it's fair, but it's getting to me. Oh fuck yes. Thank you.
Couple seconds. Come on.
Forward
You can do it.
participation.
Push.
Ah.
My
I'm
computer.
reading a bunch of What?
My computer's giving birth to Fortnite.
What?
Oh, and it's out. My beautiful baby Fortnite boy.
My beautiful baby boy, he's born. My beautiful baby boy. Running a 3-minute ad.
Yep.
God, pre-rolls are like the devil, so I do everything I can to keep pre-rolls off.
Yeah, you have 90 seconds of ads every 30 minutes. Just to keep pre-rolls out.
I have to run 3 minutes of ads to keep pre-rolls off.
Yeah, but that's 3 minutes every hour.
Yeah, I think it's every hour.
I
it's
do
every hour,
I do
around.
1.5 minutes for every half hour.
Does that also keep? those off?
It's just 3 minutes in an hour keeps pre-rolls off.
Oh. Oh. I should do that. I should really do that. I didn't know I could do that.
You can do 30 seconds of ads every 10 minutes if you wanted to, but I don't know why you would.
That's... Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Pre-roll ads. Well, it's telling me that even like when I turn it down to 1 minute 30, that pre-rolls are only partially disabled.
Huh.
Oh, what the hell? This like GUI sucks. Hold on.
Yeah, it does.
Let me. It did the little pop-out GUI instead of the normal one. I'm gonna go to the actual ad section in Twitch instead of just the pop-out GUI.
Fortnite
Run a
should
0.5
be...
minute. Why can
it's
I
opening
only
right
do
now.
like? What? Oh, okay. I get it. I understand now.
I miss when Fortnite was good.
Yeah. A 1 minute ad break every 20 minutes is not that bad. I feel like that's a good. Would that be good? Is that like,
Maybe.
or is a 1 minute ad every 20 minutes or a 1.5 minute ad break every 30 minutes better?
That's what I do 1.5 minute every 30.
That seems right. Yeah, I vibe with that. Yeah. Oh fuck yes.
Wow, Fortnite crew. I care a lot.
Yeah, I care so much about the Fortnite crew. I'm reading the
Licensed
new
audio
Godot patch notes for the new beta. It's real. They added a ton of shit. Holy fuck.
I forgot that
Spectral
I'm playing
occlusion from
my-
ambient light.
I'm playing my really old OG character that I used to play all the time back in the day.
Which one is? Are you? You're not in my friends list.
Oh, huh.
What's your username in Fortnite?
It's the same as my Xbox.
Happy156.
No.
What is
The
it?
Xbox account was the first account that I ever made, I think.
Oh, there's Happy Crafter.
Yeah.
Right.
Heavy Crafter.
Holy fuck. Yes, I love that old Star-Lord skin.
Yeah, I have the Black Widow skin, and I was upset when it came back to the item shop after like 3,000 days of not being there or something. It was like
That's funny.
It was like the third oldest skin that hadn't come to the item shop,
Yeah.
and I had it.
Like, and you had it.
Hold on, this is showing up on my stream, right? Yeah.
I think so.
These are all
yeah.
the skins that I have. The newest one is the
I-
Travis Scott, because I did the remix
I have.
chapter.
Why the fuck do you have? Oh, that's not Travis
Or
Scott.
Juice WRLD. I don't know why it said Travis Scott. I was thinking of the Travis Scott emote, where he's doing the
That's
microphone thing.
understandable. When people think of Fortnite,
Yeah, Fortnite
rapper
Travis
skins,
Scott.
they think Travis Scott. That's fair. That's completely fair.
I have the original Peely. I have Peely Bone.
Wow.
Dude,
I
I have
Way
Wingman.
more skins.
Wingman. Oh yeah, because I stopped playing in Chapter 2, Season 2. And I made sure I did not spend any money in this game after, I think, Season 9 or 10.
I can't lie. Most of the things I have, I did not spend money for. I just battle passed it. Just kept holding on to that 1,000.
Right. I have a lot of back blings. I have a bunch of the old pets. I love my 1-year
love-
birthday cake. I have-
Me too. I had that too.
I have fucking
Me when I turned
Claptrap.
one.
Claptrap is
You have
so
fucking
fucking
Claptrap?
annoying. He's so annoying. He yaps constantly.
That's what he's made for.
Yeah, it's a very faithful rendition because the entire time he's just screaming and yelling for no reason.
Yeah. It's just like Borderlands.
It is. I have Mary Munchkin.
Isn't it fucked up they locked Darth Vader behind the battle pass forever?
Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah, I have him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think it's fun.
Dude,
I have the
I'm getting the Sunny Stroll. I like this.
I have the 1-year birthday cake and I have the 7-year birthday cake.
I have the 1 year. That's it, because that's the only one I really cared about.
Fair enough. All of my shit is really old.
That's fair.
I have Woodsy, dude. Fucking Woodsy.
Yeah.
I only had the battle pass for 1 year, and it was season 8 with like the ninjas. It was like a ninjas and pirates thing with the volcano.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good. They gave out the free battle pass for that one.
Oh yeah, that's what I had.
Yeah. Dude, I got the Kendrick Lamar humble emote because I was like, oh, I like that song,
Oh my
and
god.
it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Do you want to see it?
I love the Psycho Buzz axes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be playing as Peely
What
Bone.
is this? Yeah, that's a good.
Dude,
pick.
I love the marshmallow pickaxe.
Oh yeah.
It plays a
one
marshmallow
too.
song when you hit stuff, and
I
it's
know.
so fucking stupid.
I
I
was there for
forgot
the
I have
whole, like,
the
event.
Millennium Falcon.
Me too.
I have the old ass equalizers, dude. That shit was awesome.
Oh yeah.
The fucking
Oh,
Quinjet.
I have too many things,
Yeah, I don't.
like from events and shit, because I just did not. When I was a kid, I was like, it was Team Fortress 2 and this on my Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to check out how
Really
bad
don't.
this fucking emote is?
I'm just gonna be watching it with no audio.
That's exactly what like the experience that I feel when I look at it. So that's
Yeah.
good. All right. You're still in your locker.
Yeah, sorry, hold on.
Oh, there you are. Check this. Hey, what the fuck, man?
What the hell? Is that it?
Yeah, it plays the song, but it's like the worst.
Hold on,
Shit
what is the
ever.
button for it again? Hold on, I haven't played this in a
B.
while. B.
B.
I have the old air horn.
Me too.
Dude, I have Phone It In. This is iconic. This is probably my favorite
Yeah.
Fortnite emote ever.
I got this one.
Oh my
This
god,
one's
the
also pretty
cowbell.
close. Yeah.
The T-pose.
Check this out.
Oh my god, you have fucking Orange Justice.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Absolutely worth it. I'm glad I wasted all that time as a kid. It was so worth it.
I have the old rock, paper, scissors emote that, wasn't actually the cooperative skins. The cooperative emotes weren't a thing yet. And they haven't updated the rock, paper, scissors emote to do that. So you just gotta do rock, paper, scissors. Xylobone. Iconic. I think he's dead. Go Jumbo, did you die? Are you dead? Rest in peace.
Sorry, I was listening. I had to go like do some for my dog.
Okay.
I heard it. I heard it. Yeah.
Do you have Peely Bone?
No. Check this out though.
Yeah, I'm definitely checking it out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're in your inventory, aren't you?
No, I am. I'm checking it out. I have the fucking Naruto
okay.
run. The marshmallow emote.
That one's so fucking funny because it just has no audio.
Yeah, you just and it's a random 1 in 3 chance
Yeah.
to get one. I've only spent like $100, and that was only for Wingman, and for
Over a long period of time.
for Psycho Bandit and the 2 Star-Lord skins. Or the 2
I don't
Marvel
think
skins.
I'll ever really feel better about the fact that I got every single M&M piece of.
That's
I
so
got the whole
fucked.
bundle. I got the whole fucking bundle. Do you want to see? Here's M&M.
Oh, I've seen. I've showed
Here's
you.
M&M. And you're Slender Man.
You gotta do Slender Man.
I feel like I gotta put on Darth Vader. It's thematic. They just threw him in a random ass fucking season. There was no. It was like semi a Star Wars season, but not really. It's kind of funny. It was the one right before the Indiana Jones one.
There was an Indiana Jones one.
Dude,
I don't know anything, man.
check this out.
Oh my god. I knew that there was an Indiana Jones skin, but
He's locked behind a battle pass forever.
Yep.
Yep.
The Doombrella.
Oh, dude, I'm getting the. I'm not putting on the Millennium Falcon on the Vader.
Dude, the Millennium Falcon is so bad. It's
I love
probably
it, but it's such a fucking.
it's probably the worst glider. Cause it's
Yeah.
so massive and obnoxious.
I love it so much, but it's so fucking annoying.
The one that I used constantly the most was the Dark Engine from season 6. This is always
love
my
that one.
go-to. The Ghost Train.
Love that one. Yeah, the Ghost Train.
Okay, I'm gonna stick with this. This is good enough. Are we doing build?
No.
Okay, no build. I prefer no build by like a lot.
Me too.
The menus are running fine. That's good.
Yeah, the game. What are your settings?
Probably too high.
Yeah,
Game.
I would leave
Where?
everything on medium as like you can turn like effects and post processing to high, but like textures,
Game.
medium, shadows, medium.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. You can still change them in game,
Yeah, I know. But menu.
but like not currently. Doesn't matter currently.
I got a shit ton of these shitty little
shit.
Easter lollipops.
Oh, dude, I love
Because-
those things.
They were selling massive bags for like 25 cents each. Quality preset
think
is
that's
just
worth
gonna
it.
be medium. Apply.
Wayland, add
Test.
meshes to video RAM profiler and moving meshes without motion vectors.
Okay, well, I'm getting a lot of frames, but
How many frames?
so many. Is that a
Set
fucking?
your
Is that a Zoidberg?
Yeah, the game. Yeah, the Zoidberg.
He was going whoop
Set
whoop whoop
your
whoop whoop.
like. You have
There's enough frames
F-
here.
yeah.
Where we dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping, boys? Yeah, you will stutter and
Slavery
have some weird
City. No,
connection-
Seaport City. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say what?
Slavery City. What?
We're dropping the resistance base.
I don't know where that is. I just kind of dropped out.
It's where I marked.
Okay. Oh my god, fucking Claptrap.
Yeah, is he not shutting the fuck up?
He's screaming. He's
Classic
going,
Claptrap.
wee, wee.
Classic fucking clap.
He's having so much fun. He's like flailing his arms around in enjoyment.
Yeah. Classic fucking annoying bitch.
He is.
Do you like my big starship?
Holy shit, that's a massive starship.
I know. It's
I wonder what the
huge.
biggest glider in the game is.
Millennium Falcon.
Really?
Maybe, or it's the
Well,
train.
the area of effect of the Millennium Falcon is massive.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's the train.
Is it?
It's probably the big train.
Is it the Dark Engine, or
Or
is
is it
there a
Deadpool's
train?
llama?
Oh, right. I forgot about the train.
The evil train that you had that's purple.
Oh no, there's a different train. There's a massive
yeah, I
snake
know.
one. What is the snake one?
Oh, I have that one. I think it's from like a season or two ago. Maybe, if I'm thinking of the right one. God damn it, Darth Vader.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's a blaster.
People are gonna drop in and then start killing you, and that's kind of how the game will go.
Yeah. And I'll just end up dead.
Yeah.
Ooh, these have infinite ammo?
Yep. Every single weapon's a laser weapon.
Like all of them? There isn't a single
Yep.
normal one?
All of them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. Die, Hulk. You are a brand.
You can have fun over there killing people. I'm gonna have
I'm
fun
having
over here
fun.
enjoying myself. You are not my trusty steed, Claptrap. Fuck off. He's calling himself my trusty steed.
That's so fucked.
I've got, slap juice. I have some of these in Lego form.
Yeah. Do you have the fucking Fortnite Lego pack?
I have the loot llama.
Oh yeah. Thermal imploder.
Okay, I have a bunch of guns and I don't know what to do with them. You have a
You
legendary
shoot
already?
people. Yeah.
Where are you
Oh,
shooting?
that's definitely a bot.
Oh, there's a guy.
It's okay.
Oh my god, my aim is so bad. I like never play shooter games.
Well, you're playing one right now, so you better lock in.
Hold on. Let me see. I have a feeling my graphics card's gonna be really hot. I'm just gonna put my
Yes.
task manager over on the second monitor.
Just watch it. With like a peering eye.
Oh no, the storm, we have to run.
Hold on, there's an X-wing around here.
I just realized I only have shotguns.
Oh shit.
Ooh, I like that one.
Yeah.
I like this gun.
Where is the big starship again? I forget. It's somewhere
Sorry if you
around
can
here.
hear my crunching.
Can't. I don't remember where the big starship is. I think. Fuck. No, I remember. I found it.
I'm coming.
You ready to see? No. Don't worry. I'm coming to you. I got
I'm
this.
coming.
I'm coming.
I'm right here, I'm right here.
Okay.
I want to be near you so you can hear Claptrap.
I don't want to be near that.
I want you to hear Claptrap.
I gotta get out of here.
It's stealth time. It is on. Oh my god, shut up. He just dabbed.
What the fuck?
I forgot that he dabs. Do I just stand on it?
Hit
or
E.
pass
Yeah,
it?
you just stand on it.
I forgot that he dabs sometimes. Do you see him?
Yeah.
He's making funny little faces.
He doesn't have a face.
Well, he's making funny little eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, and there's a big light in the sky. I think that means a lightsaber. No, that's one of the shrines.
I think you're seeing God.
Wow. He does not like me. Holy shit, check this out.
Hold on, I was in a menu.
There's a guy right here.
Oh my god. He's a chickle
Wiping him out.
He was a chickle jockey.
Piping him out. Where are they?
Ugh. I can't see anything over the ship's massive wings.
Jump out, get him! Get his ass! It's Mr. Incredible!
Die. I like this gun.
It's a good gun. I love video games. One to our right. Hold on, he's definitely not a real person.
I got him.
Yeah.
Fisherman
You
Joe.
got him.
What do you mean, Fisherman Joe 86 isn't a real person? I see a yellow.
You see a whole yellow?
Ooh, I want to see how much damage this does. Oh, there he goes. Rest in peace. How do I do the VC? Awesome.
Sorry, my whole Discord restarted because I had to update.
I got him.
Yeah, yeah.
That was all me.
All you, all you. There's that. There's this. Who's in the what's it? How's in the who's it?
Ooh, there's a guy over there. I saw him. He was walking around. Oh, he's up on this hill.
Yeah.
I don't even care, man.
I don't even give a damn. This guy's over here.
It's Princess Leia.
It's Leia. Oh, these are the
It's
bots.
Padme.
Stormtrooper. Yay.
That was all me. I didn't land a single
All
shot.
you.
What do you even
Leia.
do?
Reveal my future
If
storm
I
circle.
shoot them, will it do anything?
You can kill them.
Okay, he gave me a thing. Wow. It's a common blaster.
Yeah, and she comes back as a ghost.
That's awesome. Can I kill the ghost?
No.
Ah, you can't kill the ghost. What are you?
Yeah.
Can I?
Right here.
I said, what are you? I got data.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
I'm Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
It's nice playing this in 1440p. I can actually like see
Yeah, that
people
is
from a
nice.
distance. Are you shooting at people?
No. I just wanted to shoot.
Stop telling me who to shoot, Claptrap. Fork over here. He's just he's screaming at. Come over here, over here. Fucking asshole.
What the fuck?
There's some
He's a
chug jugs.
piece of shit.
There's some chug jugs over here.
Holy fuck, I love my jug.
There's a forecast tower access card.
Yeah, you take that up to the big tower marked on the map and you can see the future.
Interesting. What is this balloon? Oh, it's fishing. Oh.
Holy hell, take
Oh, it's
these three
fishing.
big... I'll take them. I'll take them.
What?
Whatever.
Oh,
I
the
got three
shield
big
potions?
shields.
I just
Yeah.
got the one of the chug jugs.
I got one of the chug jugs and the 3 shields. We're never running out of health.
I have 2 slap splashes as well.
Me and my slime. We left the big starship over there.
Yeah, whatever. We can walk.
Whatever.
We've got legs.
We don't need it. Holy shit, there's gunfire.
Holy shit, I like killing people. You have like 50
love
million
killing
kills,
people.
and I have 1. And it was
I got 9.
Fisherman Joe 86. I did some damage.
Why is everyone fake?
Probably because
I think that was a real person.
It's probably it's a me lobby.
Yeah, maybe.
Oops.
Who cares? I'm having fun anyways.
At least it gives me the
I mean, I do-
satisfaction of winning, of losing horribly to bots.
Yeah. I mean, I do care that, like,
Shield breaker
the game that I want to play is full of fake players, but also I'm having fun right now because I'm playing with a friend, so it's okay.
Can I turn off the bots? I'm being shot at.
No.
I can't even see where I'm being. Oh, this is not a real
Check
person.
this out.
Awesome. Oh my god, they went flying.
Yeah.
Fancy Pumpkin.
Yay.
Fancy Pumpkin 87. Definitely a real guy. Oh, that's you shooting. I thought someone was shooting at us.
There's a shotgun that just repeatedly fires.
I've got this. And
I got this.
I've got this.
And this.
I have this legendary that's pretty cool.
I got this legendary.
I like how we're giving our position away.
Yeah, we're just shooting each other in the head.
Thank God for infinite ammo.
Fuck
Gunfire.
mechanical ammo management. Where?
This way.
Okay.
I heard shooting.
Lightsaber over there.
I saw shooting. Lightsaber, more like poop.
Oh, there's a lightsaber
saber.
over here too.
I love third partying.
I love. There's a guys to it, right? Yeah, that's who you're talking about. Let's go kill them and then get that lightsaber. They're in the car. Those might be real people.
Yeah, I think these
Those
are
are real
these are
people.
real people.
These are real people. Got him.
Oh, I'm being shot at all angles.
Yeah, those are from bots on like the other side of the mountain though.
Yeah, and on the bridge. There's a bunch of people on the bridge. Oh, I'm being shot from a
Stormtroopers.
storm. I'm being shot by a stormtrooper from like halfway across the fucking map.
Yeah. Ooh.
I eliminated
Captain
a first
Phasma's
order
blaster.
stormtrooper.
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 Stormtrooper. Let's go get that dang lightsaber. Oh, do you have a car?
No.
Hey,
Oh, damn.
you hit me, but I got in at the same frame.
Lame.
It didn't launch me to the sky and kill me. Whatever.
Oh, you low fuel.
Low fuel. Go boost.
Uh-oh.
I want this one.
No. I don't care.
Yes. See, I'm dropping my old lightsaber. You can take that one.
You had a lightsaber already?
Yeah.
Ow.
I just wanted the force powers that.
It
oh, I
boosted
got
me
enough to kill a
away.
person. Killed the guy. I just wanted the force powers that come with getting one like that. You don't get force powers because you got it off the ground.
It's kind of freaking epic.
You have to get the lightsaber organically to get the force power.
Would you rather
Hey, there's a car
fight
here in perfect health.
110-year-olds or 10 100-year-olds?
I would rather fight the 110-year-olds.
That's a lot of 10-year-olds, though. Would you rather fight one of every Pokemon or a billion lions?
A billion lions.
I could take them.
I could not take one of every. I mean, I could really not fight one of every Pokemon.
Where are we going?
I'm not sure there's anyone who can.
I could.
I think you would die after, like, Wurmple.
I'd kick Warple's face in. Are you kidding me?
You could not.
He would
You
be
would
a
die to
shoe
Wurmple.
stain.
And you would be a fucking shoe stain. That thing can learn Hyper Beam.
Yeah, well, I can learn fucking shotgun.
That's true. Okay, let's say you get prep time and a weapon. Like Batman.
True. I keep hearing shooting, but I don't know where it's coming from, so I'm just going in circles.
Wurmple cannot learn Hyper Beam, I lied to you. But
There's
it
a
does
chug
learn
jug.
bug moves, which can kill you.
Hello. I found someone with a lightsaber.
Wow.
Oh, they're using
I
the
found
gus.
a random guy on this island.
Oh,
that
the
I'm gonna,
gus
like,
work on
kill.
cars.
We 45, 30, 60, 80. Kill you with hammers.
Oh, they're shooting from above me. How do you get up there?
Yeah, that's me. I'm killing someone.
Oh, is it? Do you use the wind gusts?
I'm using the gun that makes me win.
Oh, that's the storm. I'm leaving.
Yeah, we're out of here. Let's not fight the Aoni.
Ow, Oni. Ow.
Aoni.
Only a
protect me.
bandage could help me.
What?
I have not played that video game. There's
I can
shooting
tell.
coming from behind me.
Yes.
There's a little fucking freak running around on this. And I ran him over. And he didn't die. That makes me sad.
What the hell? That's if you
God
pick
damn
up
it.
that freaking
This
if
let
you
me.
pick up that freak and
Just
throw
let
him
me
at the
know
ground,
you're
he gives
doing.
you shield.
Oh, that's awesome.
Check this out. Oh my god.
He's dead.
See? He juiced you up.
Oh, ow. That hurts.
From where? From where? I see.
Oh. That's fucked up.
Got him. Ah.
Take my chug jug.
I can only carry one. It's okay. I see.
You had
I'm here.
14 kills? I didn't even
Yeah.
see 14 people.
Well, then wait, I have to win.
You are
I gotta
so
lock
good
in.
at this.
I'm alright.
You're not just alright.
I'm
Are you
alright.
kidding me?
I think I want to take... I don't want to take the marksman. What's... I feel like I'm in danger.
What's your highest win streak?
5.
5?
Yeah.
I've only won a game like 3 times ever.
Oh. I do have like too many hours in this game.
Clearly. I mostly played on Xbox,
Xbox. Yes.
and I never won a single game the entire time I played.
Mm.
Actually, no, I think I won one game in season 10.
Where the fuck are these guys? I should probably get over there because storm.
Enhanced reboot? Oh.
Enhanced.
Respawn with better loot. I didn't have enough gold.
Oh shit, yeah, I can reboot you. I can bring you back to life.
I don't know why you would do that.
For fun.
True.
It's just me against 2 people, so I'm nervous I'm gonna get double teamed. I can at least have you like take some gunfire.
Yeah, I can
Oh,
be
someone died. Never mind, it's a 1v1.
I can block some shots for you.
Yeah. Hold on. I really hope I don't get shot from here. I forget I have to keep looking at it like so often.
This is epic.
Now this is epic games.
Games.
Check this out. And you're back.
No way.
Yes way.
I'm gonna be coming from the air so I can see better.
Yup.
It just gave me a common
I see 'em.
blaster.
They're over here. Here's a bunch of like stuff on the ground like right here. This is also where the person is though, so careful. Pick up some of the blue guys if you feel like it and just like use them.
I don't like using people. It's kind of messed up.
You're not using them, you're like, they're helping you out willingly. Feel like they're in that bush, but I can't prove it. They're not in that bush. Behind me?
That was me.
Is that you? Okay.
Oh, this is all my loot.
Yeah. Think of it.
Oh,
Well,
that's the
this
storm.
person's gonna... Oh shit, I see him. There.
Oh, he's a galaxy skin.
Yeah, he's right down there.
Oh, hello.
He's running at you. Oh, nice!
I was just hiding in a bush and he showed up. Hold on, let me... Yay! Every single time I play this game, I always get like 1,000 quests completed. I never play more than like 5 games in a season.
Awesome victory royale. I love winning.
I did so little there. I did like nothing.
That's all right. See, what matters is that you did it and you tried and you got something done.
What if the real
The
winning?
15-inch Mouscarada plush is not back in stock.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Holy shit. How much
Holy
money have you
crap.
spent on Pokemon merchandise?
Too much. Pokemon cards.
Oh god, Pokemon cards? Oh no.
Yeah.
I have a lot of
They've been
Pokemon
scalped
cards.
so fucking much recently.
Yeah. My mom's trying to get into Pokemon cards.
Tell her to wait.
And she's struggling. It's funny. We're mostly buying them from like a gaming store near us that sell them in like bulk.
Oh, yeah.
And it's actually very good. I think it's like 50 grams of cards for like $2 or something.
That's really good.
Something insane like that. All their good ones are sold individually, but they have a lot of good ones, not
Hey, check
in the
this
bulk.
out. Hold on. Stand still. If I pet Cottrap, he dabs. I think. No, he just fucking swings his arm around like a freak.
I'm waiting for him to speak, because he's very annoying.
He only speaks to you. I don't think I can hear it.
I'm pretty sure that other players can hear it. I remember that.
I don't. Maybe? Maybe they removed that, though. Because I
Maybe.
don't think
Foxy.
my stream category is still not Fortnite.
That's awesome.
It was on game development and software programming.
I'm going to Foxy, because FNAF.
Why'd you message me want to play Fortnite?
I just clicked the button.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, me too.
You're not gonna die. You're gonna
Swear to
win.
God, man, cut it out right now. Sorry, looking at an image.
Awesome.
It was of like a really poorly drawn Lex Luthor and Superman, and they're just like messing with each other in a funny way. That's a real person. Oh shit.
Oh, they're gonna get my ass.
Take him out. Did he just give up? What is happening?
That was definitely a real person.
Yeah, did something happen?
I think I think his computer crashed or something.
It's really funny.
Hey man, I'll take the gold.
Yeah, that's true. That was totally a real person. There's no way that was like
There's a robot stuck in this
Bot.
basketball hoop. That's so extremely fucked up. Who did this to
Let me see
them?
this.
Who did that to him? That poor fucking
God.
guy. Don't kill him. No.
You have to put him out.
Oh, rest in peace.
Rest in peace. We had to put. Holy shit! Someone's driving the fucking car up there.
Did they steal that dead guy's car?
Yeah. They're trying to, at least. No, they stole a fucking van.
Oh.
Oh, whatever, dude.
Oh
I
my
hate
God.
cars. I hate the cars in this game.
Oh, there was a robot on a bicycle, and I thought it was a person,
No.
and I started shooting at it.
What?
There's
What
a
the fuck, man?
there's a robot on a bicycle, and I freaked out when I saw it.
You're a psycho.
Okay, well, if you saw the fucking robot, look at that,
If you
the
saw-
robot
if
on
you
a bike.
If you saw a Jigsaw on a bicycle, would you let him do his silly little ride by, or would you fucking kick him off?
I'd let him ride by, unless he startled
Well,
me.
according to what you just did, you fucking wouldn't. You'd kick him off his bike and you'd make fun of him.
Unless he startled me. If he startled me, then I would.
He'd start doing his dumb fucking little laugh.
Weapon-o-matic. I
Ye-
don't have enough gold. Actually, I have a blaster rifle now. Shut up, Claptrap.
I really, really, really almost got the Jigsaw skin in this game.
Oh, you should have.
Because I thought it was really funny. I modded him into Tony Hawk's Underground, and I started doing like I started doing like kickflips as Jigsaw from Fortnite, and I thought that was really funny.
That's awesome. I don't know how
It
you
really
got out of
got to
this
me.
building that quickly. I don't know.
I took the rope.
Uh, Where? Oh, can you go into the shaft? Oh, there's ropes in the shaft. Okay.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
figured
realize.
it out, guys.
I'm coming.
You found out the ropes are in the shaft. From where? Who? What? Gunfire?
Ow. I took a bunch of damage.
What? Got me.
What happened?
Someone shot at me like a single bullet and then like disappeared.
Weird.
Check this out.
Fuck. Ping diff. Ping
One more
diff. Ping
time.
diff.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
I have a sniper.
Your little tip of your forehead's peeking through the roof of the car.
I saw a different van out there.
Yeah, I
shouldn't
saw.
have him. Let's get him.
Let's get him.
Let's get him.
Leroy! Chickens! Shoot him! Shoot him!
Get his ass.
He can only run for so long.
There's another team right behind us.
Also in a car? No.
So we're gonna take the high ground here. We're gonna start shooting the other guys.
Sounds like a good idea. Uh-oh.
Oh fuck! Holy shit!
That was awesome.
That was awesome. Holy fuck. Basically, I'm gonna kill these guys though.
Ah! They hit me with a car! Oh, I'm gonna die.
It's okay. He keeps
Hold on.
fucking
I have too little
running behind
frames.
this
I have to
fucking
turn it.
van.
I have to turn this shit to low, man.
Holy fuck. Am I gonna kill this guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just too easy. It's okay. There's people shooting behind us, but we're fine.
There's a TIE fighter.
There's a fucking TIE fighter.
Hey, what the
That shit's
hell?
scary as hell. What? Oh, minis.
You took the only shell.
Hold on, let me check this out.
How did you put him on your back?
Oh, it just automatically does that when you pick them up. Let's go get that lightsaber. This is the one that shoots rocks. You can like throw rocks at people.
That's awesome.
It's great. I love it.
Our cars are gone, and I'm sad about it.
That's okay.
Ooh,
No, ours is still
lightsaber.
parked on the hill.
Where's my kitty? Probably under the bed. I completely lost where you were.
I went to go get the lightsaber so I can do this. Check this out. Look at this dumb fucker run he does.
That's awesome. How do you do that?
I'm just fast.
How many frames are you getting?
140.
Holy shit. Okay, that explains
I'm
it.
on like medium.
What the fuck? 140? I have a 100
Yeah.
hertz monitor.
I have
But
a
it's also-
165 hertz monitor and it's curved.
Ugh, I hate curved monitors. Do you have...
It's not like
is
it's
it
not like, it's not like a
1080p
big curve.
though?
It's just a slight curve.
Is it 1080p?
Yeah.
Okay, I have 1440p 100 hertz. And it was
yeah,
only
that's the difference.
it was only $100.
That's a really good fucking price.
It's
Let's get on that train.
27 inch.
Ooh.
Let's get on the train.
Let's get on the train.
I want to get stuck in the train like that one guy did.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
Oh.
These little packs on the side here are chests.
Yeah, I know.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I opened one, but do you have to like hold it or whatever?
Yeah, I gotta hold it.
Oh, well, it's going up and I'm not holding it. Do you just have to be near it?
I already did it. I already got it.
Oh. Well, I was
Here's a
already doing
big
it.
shield.
I was doing it.
Big shield.
Small
Big shield.
shield. Small shield.
Big shield.
Big
Drink the small
shield.
shield first,
Oh
because
my god.
dude, what are you doing?
It's a small shield. Oh,
Drink the small shield. It's right here.
hold on. That's a big shield.
They just fell off the train.
There was a guy.
What the fuck? That was me.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there's the chest. Okay. You're just like you're doing something.
I don't even know what's going on anymore, man. I'm just
Your
kind of
brain is
walking
not
around
functioning right
doing
now.
stuff.
Oh shit, there's a guy.
Oh,
You're
he's
right.
that guy's walking in place. Oh,
Oh,
oh no.
no.
Oh no. Hold on. I got a legendary sniper.
Oh, I keep sprinting and then it just forces me to unsprint. That's quite strange.
You're too good at this game, man.
What?
Are you at like 30 kills yet?
5.
I'm at 1.
Oh shit. Yay.
I didn't even get a chance to see the people before you kill them.
I like killing people.
Fuck.
Check this out.
I'm gonna die.
That's okay. I got this.
Shut up, Claptrap. I don't care. I didn't see him in the bush. I was just shooting at it.
He was just slightly poking out. There's a DC heavy blaster here for you. Oh, you know what you fucking need?
I need to not be in the storm. I'm running.
A chug jug.
Are you able to grab that?
Yeah, I just threw it at you.
Oh.
If you run with your lightsaber out, you run faster.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
The fucking little freak. I keep seeing the little freaks moving around.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, guys over there.
It's okay if I take some storm damage from this.
What are you doing? Why are you at an altar?
I threw him at the altar.
Oh. Interesting.
You know, just throwing your little blue guy at the altar like you should.
Who up throwing the blue guy at the altar?
Who up throwing they blue at the altar? Who up sacrificing they blue?
Hey man.
Who up blueing? Bluey.
Oh, you do run
Bluey.
faster. That's awesome.
Yeah, you do. Great. I love it. I love my big rocks that I throw at people. You can also double jump with a lightsaber, I think.
Oh, can you? That's
It
awesome.
uses stamina. You might need the force powers to do it.
You probably do.
Yeah. Rocks.
Uh-oh, I'm about to get sniped.
I see the people you're shooting at,
Eh.
right? I think. Yep, I see him.
I cannot
I got
aim
my
for
angle.
shit.
I got them though.
How do you
They
aim
can't avoid my bullets for shit, so it's okay.
How do you aim that from that far away? That's insane.
I'm like right beside them. I'm like way closer.
That's true. And also, he was behind a rock.
Yeah, his head was peeking out from behind it, so I got like a visual on him. Anyways, those guys sucked.
Yeah.
They
They were
ran right
probably-
at you and just kept double jumping.
They were probably better than me.
Who knows?
I do.
They had a bunch of big shields on them though. I'm gonna take those.
Ooh. I still have 70 on my chug jug.
Hell yeah. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song.
Ow.
Don't do that to me. That's so mean.
You're freaking me out.
Look out! Look out! I heard him talking about birthday parties.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he said if we win, you have to go to my birthday party.
I think it's client. Whatever he says is client side.
Yeah, you
'Cause
gotta
I
get
didn't hear
closer to him
that.
to like hear it.
Oh, there he goes. He dabbed.
Of course he did.
It was around then. I don't blame
Check this
him.
out.
Oh, wait. That's awesome.
Join the Republic. Repub.
If I shoot, will it go away?
No.
Oh, I'm just a stormtrooper from now on?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Actually, you're a clone trooper.
Fuck off. Same thing. Okay.
I love throwing rocks everywhere.
I love losing. It's a
love
shame that
winning.
we literally cannot do it.
We just can't. We just can't do it.
We can't lose.
We can't lose.
I love losing, but we just can't.
Well, do you want to hop in the Miku?
The Miko Mobile.
Miko Mobile. Hop in, loser. That's close enough. We'll take it.
Hop on.
Hop on.
Hop on. Where is... Oh.
There's people over here. Let's kill them. I wonder.
Ah! Too steep. Oh
In the
my
van.
god! They're right here. Car.
See.
Oh,
In the
another
van.
car. Oh my god, another car! There's a whole fucking
Oh my god.
squad!
What the fuck?
There's so many cars! Oh,
I'm
they're
gonna
all
pick you up,
doing...
dog.
They're all fighting in their cars.
I gotta pick you up.
Do you
Get in.
do you see that?
I
There's
did. I did. Get in. We're gonna join.
there's 3 vans just going at each other.
Yeah. Alright, get your weapon ready.
I don't have a real gun.
I have many. Oh, as soon as you deal damage, you lose your fucking stormtrooper, whatever. It's actually clinch repeat. Oh my god. What the fuck? Stop that. He's low, he's low. Kill him.
Fuck.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
Aw.
I
You
was
almost got
trying.
him. Yeah, you got him. You just think of the last one with the lightsaber.
I did not know that guy was on a different team. He just kind of
Yeah.
showed up.
He did just kind of show up. I'm gonna change my skin.
Awesome.
Ay, caramba.
Only you can prevent V-Bucks scams.
Only you can prevent V-Bucks.
True.
You wanna play something else?
I have chorus coral.
You have chorus fruit
Peak.
from Minecraft?
Oh.
Dude.
I got Death Star umbrella.
Hmm.
I wonder how many umbrellas you have.
Let's check.
Too many.
So 6 in each row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Holy
6
shit!
times 6. 6 times 6, 6, 12, 18, 28, 8, 16. So
Can
that'd
you
be
not-
36.
Can you not
38.
do 6 times 6 in your head? Do you not just know 6 times 6?
That's not one of the multiple. I know 8 times 8.
Oh. I know
I
every...
know like
I instantly know,
I know
everything.
every multiple of 8. 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. No, it's 64, 96, 128.
How far can you go?
Pretty far.
I can only go to 65k.
Wow.
1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256,
Oh no, I was doing
512.
powers. Whoops.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing powers.
8, 6. Oh yeah, powers. 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8, 8,
8192.
Yeah, 8192. Yeah. I'm just gonna stop there.
16584 or something. And then it's 32768. And then it's 63 536, I think.
Oh no, just 32768.
Yeah,
and then
32768 I knew.
2622144.
All right.
Yes.
But I know
You
everything.
need to ready, dude. You need to ready up.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's fair.
I'm gonna play a Psycho Bandit. I'm gonna have the full loadout.
Psycho Band. Oh yeah.
I thought pretty much everyone knew like all the multiplications of 10 and below like instantly, because I do. I don't really have to think
No,
about it.
that's just kind of like an autism thing. I know 6s as well, but I just
Do you know 5s?
like I can figure out the answer, but then my brain is like, hey, do it again,
Fair
and
enough.
like do it again, and do it again. And it takes me like an extra minute, even though I know. I'm also not on my medication.
Oh
So
yeah.
that'll do it.
I don't think
Excuses.
I have autism. I did a screening for it, and I don't think they were listening to anything I said.
Oh.
The only reason why they failed me only because, oh, I'm doing okay. I can talk to fast food employees and order something. And that's why they
What?
didn't, like, my social skills were too good to be autism, but everything else was off the charts. That's just because I'm older and I've learned how to do that. Fucking morons.
Yeah.
But also, now I'm worried. I have ADHD diagnosed. I've had for my whole life. But I'm worried
Yeah.
to get an autism diagnosis now.
Yeah.
Because
It's scary.
of, like, the whole government
You
thing.
do the same. Yeah.
I'm a lone
Icarus,
wolf.
that's like a classic autism thing.
Well,
ADHD, they're like
because of
a lot
the
of the
how the
symptoms are-
government is.
Yeah. I
don't wanna be put
live
on a
there, so
list.
I'm okay.
Yeah. Shut the
I'm
fuck up,
glad I don't
Claptrap.
live there.
Annoying
Fucking hate Claptrap.
fucker.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that shit all the time. That's like
Where am I going? I started
when
going
I
the
take
wrong
my
way.
meds, it's a lot easier, but like when I'm not on them, I gotta like, oh, what? Thank you for following again, Happy.
You're welcome. I forgot to refollow when I unfollowed and refollowed like 5 times.
That's really
I
funny.
forgot to refollow.
I can't believe the problem with that is that I just forgot to re-add the function that was working.
That's really funny, actually.
Yeah. It was an entirely working function. I just forgot to re-add it.
There's so many footsteps. There's breaking.
Yeah. I was like, why isn't this connecting? All the code's correct, except for the thing that actually ran the code. It didn't run it. That was a real person, and I just fucking murked the shit out of him.
I'm here.
I have visualized sound effects on because audio is hard.
Visualize sound effects is a default. Frozone.
Really? Is it on by default now?
It's been on by default.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, I guess enough people use it to just, like, be assholes.
I should probably be opening chests.
You should probably be opening chests.
I've just been running around trying to find people to kill.
It is quite fun. I like killing people. You know?
Yeah, I know. I'm
Of
well
course you
aware.
know. I'm well aware. Delaware.
I hate that place.
Yeah.
Wait, did they increase the amount of shit you can hold in your shield?
What?
Amount of shield you can hold. It used to be
Oh,
you
this
could
is
only
just
hold
because of
3 at
zero
a
builds,
time.
you get like 50 extra. Oh, 3 at a time for what?
For
Shield.
It used to be 3 at a time for shield. You could only hold 3 of a certain shield. I think it was 2 for large shields. But now I can
Oh,
hold
that's like
like
a while
6.
ago. That was a while ago, dude.
I didn't fucking... Yeah, I'm not a nerd. I don't play this game that often. I play this game sometimes. Every like 4 months I'll play the new
Click, bang, bang.
season.
No, I
Garden
mean
of
like
Ban.
that was before. That was like chapter 1, season like 3 and 4, dude.
No, it was not. Maybe I'm just going insane. I thought I could have
Maybe.
sworn you could only hold 3 small shields at a time.
That was like old Fortnite. Like really old Fortnite.
Maybe I'm just
Crazy.
stupid.
Crazy on you. I like that song. Someone died to a fucking Imperial Stormtrooper. What a freak. They are Stormtroopers. They're not clone troopers. I'm a moron.
I did it. I was a clone trooper. I was wearing a clone
Yes.
trooper disguise when you said that. It's both. I don't know. Star Wars. I don't know anything about Star Wars. I know a lot about Star Wars. I've never
War.
seen Star War. Any
Star
Star
War.
War. I should probably
Star
watch
War.
a Star War. Like at least
I've watched
one.
all of them, like the main movies. They're pretty good. I like them.
I haven't seen any Star War at all.
Oh my fucking, what the fuck?
The hell was that noise?
Oh, I force pushed one of the dining tables and it started flinging around like a physics object.
That's wicked. Uh-oh. Everything's fine.
That was awesome. Check this out.
Ah!
Hee.
How did you get a lightsaber already?
You step into the big portals with like the ghost guys,
Oh,
the holograms,
I didn't see the portal.
and then they like they're marked on the map with the lightsaber icon when you get close to them.
Oh, okay.
I think, and not when you like get. They might just be marked on the map for everyone. Who knows? Not me. I don't know.
Oh, there's people on the train.
Oh, what? Shit. Let's go get him.
I love missing every shot.
It's the classic. I can make it. I can make it to the train.
I can't make it on the train.
I can't make it either. I can kill that guy though.
Is there still a guy? Oh, there's still a guy left.
Yeah. I killed him. Oh, he dropped off the train, I think. No, he didn't. But the train is stopped, so we can just like...
Get him!
Hold on.
Oh, you revived his friend.
No more. No more. Just... Not anymore.
Get their asses.
They're still on the train.
Are there new people on the train? Because I saw
Nope,
someone
same
die.
guy. Same team.
Oh.
Yeah, I killed one of them. It was his teammate.
Oh, I see.
Got him. I love killing people. With hammers. And such. Ain't that neat?
Sure. I'm not comprehending what's happening anymore.
That's alright.
This is what happens every
not-
time I play Fortnite. I just don't know what the hell's going on until someone shows up and then I
I'm
panic.
barely thinking right now. Oh, there you go. Doge hype.
Doge.
Doge hype.
Stop dabbing, Claptrap.
Epic dog. Doge win.
I think my sensitivity is too high, and that's the problem.
You might want to turn that down.
Yeah, that was definitely the problem. My sensitivity is always at max because my monitor is
Oh.
my monitor is so massive. I have to put it at max.
Left.
Ah, I
Yeah.
like killing.
Haha, haha, I love killing, I love killing. Put up Claptrap. Fuck you.
I love Claptrap. I forgot that my car's rocket is just the default Rocket
League.
League.
Rocket League.
I love
I love
League.
that my car is Rocket League.
Ah! Oh no. These pipelines.
Guys
I think
over
these pipelines might be broken now.
here.
Is that you shooting at
Is that
people,
here?
or there's like
There
a fight
is.
going on?
There's guys up. There's Peter Griffin from
Peter
Family
Griffin
Guy.
from Family Guy. I'm stuck in a hole. How do you always stumble upon people and then I never see anyone?
Oh, visualized.
Yeah, I have the visualized audio on.
I'm like really good at it though, so.
Yeah, because you play this game religiously.
Darth Vader. What are you doing?
Ah.
He ran himself into a corner. Can't escape me.
There's someone breaking the store right now.
Yeah. Hold on, check this out.
That's awesome.
I love video games.
Ooh, this seems nice. I also do not organize my inventory.
I do to a weird extent.
I think it's
I always
T.
have to have everything
Right.
right where it is. Or supposed to be.
I have everything
It's
where
tab.
it is. Yeah, I know it's tab. That's what I said.
I smell battle.
Okay.
Get in the car.
Die,
I
die,
smell
die.
war and death and famine,
I like famine.
and I want to be a participant. There's nobody here.
Who is that little guy? That guy's awesome.
I got
I
stuck.
killed him.
Thank you.
You're
Hate
welcome.
that guy. Fucking ass.
That one's mine.
Oh. Oh my god, lightsaber.
That's why I said it's mine. It's Ren from Star Wars.
Yeah, just like me. What? No, my car. If you hold right click and then like if you block and then press the attack button, it will do your force ability,
Wicked.
which is the push. Which is what I have. Yeah, this guy's over here. Gasp. Car. Behind us too? I smell war. War.
Okay.
Shoot him. Yes. Go get him.
Oh, you can
Go
double
get him.
jump.
Go get him.
Yeah. It was a bot, but it still felt cool.
Yeah. Just for fun.
Oh, there's another guy, and that's a real person.
Yeah, real.
Damn, there's another real guy. Oh my god, shut up, Claptrap.
They weren't that good. This is your chug jug.
Look at him stand up on my back. He's doing
He's trying to
push-ups.
protect you.
Look,
No, he's no.
he's doing push-ups.
That's him falling back to your back. He's doing fucking karate.
True.
I hear gunfire. Jump on the car.
You're so bloodthirsty. I missed.
I am. I long for battle.
There's just a guy there.
Yeah.
Kill. Or run over, that works. Oh hey, he's on the
No,
car.
we're taking him with us. That was so smooth, it looked intentional. I did not mean to do that.
There
Hey,
he
just
goes.
leave him back there. Just leave him.
You can have fun.
Go silly fun.
How did you get that kill? What the hell?
I shot him,
Well, yeah, but I was lightsabering him.
but I shot him really hard. I pulled the trigger with enough force to do more damage than you.
The fucking lightsaber that chops someone in half instantly.
Yeah,
I wonder if that guy died or if someone revived
he
him.
died.
Oh, did you go back and run him over?
No, he just died of a heart attack.
Oh, damn.
Or just bleeding out.
I don't have any
whichever.
offerings.
That's okay.
Oh, weapon canting. That's cool.
I hear battle.
I heard.
Please.
I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. There he goes.
He jumped out of the car.
How do you instantly kill everyone?
I'm just really good.
I know.
I'm really good at what I do, which is pulling the trigger and killing.
Oh, I jumped and everything. What the hell?
Okay.
This is more fun.
This is more fun. You're right. We're running out of gas.
Oh, that was a lamppost, not a real person.
Where? I heard gunfire and I saw it. Here it is. That was a real guy.
Yeah, those are both real people, and they had so much loot.
Oh my god. Holy bungle.
What do I even do with any of those?
Holy fucking shit, dude. What the hell? I have a full mythic and legendary loadout now. That's kind of sweet.
I don't.
Storm.
Get me out of here.
Okay. There's just one left, and it came from over this direction. Oh, the wall.
Awesome, Cliff.
Awesome cliff.
I want to kill him with my lightsaber.
That's true. Maybe we should do that.
Oh god. No, you are not. I'm single-handedly winning this whole thing, says Claptrap. Bro, I'm in the water.
Car's out of fuel, pretty much.
I heard the fucking out of fuel noise.
Yep. There goes the car.
Awesome. I wish there was a game chat. I could just say, where are you?
I mean, there used to be. There was a moment in time where there was just a completely public game chat.
I forgot about. I don't think that was enabled on the Xbox version.
No, it's just a PC thing, I think.
Okay, I never played PC. Actually, I played PC
now.
once. I've probably told the story like a bajillion times. It's one of my anecdotes.
One of your many anecdotes.
Yeah. Oh my god, you can tilt around. Hey, what the hell?
Yeah, if you just let go, you slow down like an insane amount on a ledge.
Yeah, but you bounced me off.
Oh, really? What the hell?
You bounced me down.
I'm so sorry.
If you see him, don't kill him.
I want to force push him into the storm.
That'd be awesome.
That's what I'm saying. You got a pretty respectable 4 kills.
You have a 19
Doing good.
kills. You have 15.
15.
You have 15 kills. Respectable 4.
4's good.
4 is good, but like 15?
Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous. I'm just kind of running around.
Yeah, me too. I was trying to find this guy. And we can mess with him.
There should be a prox chat.
There should be prox chat.
There should be a gulag like Warzone.
You just want to make this into fucking Call of Duty, but good.
I do. No, fucking gulag would be hilarious. Are you kidding me?
Chug chug.
I want what Call of Duty
Okay.
has, where if you kill someone, their mic pops
Yeah,
up.
yeah, the death mic.
The death mic is so funny.
I love the death mic.
He's probably up here in this.
Probably. Let me go check this bush. Nope.
You in here? Anyone home? Is he working out on the treadmill? Is it even a real guy, or is my game bugged?
I feel like this has to be a real guy.
It
Like,
is
he's been hiding
totally-
from us long enough.
It's totally a real guy.
He has to be real.
Oh, I see him!
Where?
This way.
Ooh. Oh, I do see him. He's not.
Yeah, this is not a real guy.
Okay, hold, no, stop.
What am I doing?
Hold out your block. We almost got him.
Ah!
We almost got him.
Oh, it's such a long reload time.
You should have it by now. And then we just let him die in his little corner. Oh, he's running up the other side. 2, 1. Hey, buddy. Goodbye.
There he goes.
We combo pushed him. And then we just let him die. Hold on, let me just like...
Awesome. There's no point of even emoting because it was just a bot.
Dude, my fucking win theme is Soldier. Crank that Soldier Boy.
Really? Oh my god. You can customize the win theme?
Yes.
Incredible. Oh my god, that is a... There's a freaky ass looking spider on my wall. Hold on.
What the hell? Put it
Took
under a
my
cup.
headphones out. Where the hell did it go? Oh, it immediately disappeared as soon as I stopped looking at it.
Oh.
Well, it's just gonna be a freaky looking spider running around. Whatever.
Around here.
I can live with it. I put my headphones back
I'm
in.
gonna live like a robot. Beep boop.
Like Bender? Do you have the Bender
No,
skin?
better. No.
Better?
You know
Nothing's
who I
better.
do have? Philip J. Fry.
No way. Do you have any John DiMaggio skins?
No.
Fuck. You don't even have
Here
the
he is.
Joker?
I have the Joker.
Is it the is it the John DiMaggio Joker?
No, it's the comic book Joker.
Which one is that? Okay, I'm pretty sure that that's based off of the one that John DiMaggio voices.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least
Based off like
at least you have one John DiMaggio skin. I think there's 4 John DiMaggio skins.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
His voice actor. He voices Bender.
Oh yeah.
There's 4. I think he's the actor with one of the most Fortnite skins.
Hmm.
He voices Bender. He voices
Yes.
Jake the dog, which is a skin.
Mhm.
He voices Marcus Phoenix from the Gears of War games. That's a skin.
Yep.
And he voices the Joker in the animated Joker
Oh, yeah.
series.
Oh, I know who he is now. You said Jake the dog and I clicked it.
Yeah. Jake the dog, Bender, Marcus Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna be a fucking
Yeah.
dweeb. It's dweeb time.
Is it dweeb time?
It's dweeb time.
It's dweeb time.
Let me... I really like the buzz axes. I don't really have any other good pickaxes. I'm doing the Millennium Falcon.
Hooray!
Hold on.
Basketball.
Why is that in my locker?
You get it for free.
Yeah, but why is it in my locker?
You get it for free.
But it's in my, like,
This
favorited. Hold on. I should have had my, Hold on, I have Jubilation. Can I not favorite from the wheel?
No, you can't.
Damn. The last thing I bought in Fortnite was the, was the Stranger Things Ego skin. Or was the Ego emote.
Yeah.
This is the last thing that I bought in Fortnite. Where's the... There's the... Where's the emo... Where's the Widow emo? Oh no, it's the Stink.
Oh,
I like this music.
We're playing
track.
Fortnite.
oh,
The stink.
Oh, it's Fortnite time.
Oh, you
Ushi.
can't call me that. You can't call me that.
We've been streaming for like 3 hours, and then he's been streaming for like 8.
I
know,
think
I
it's
think
9
it's-
now. Oh, it's
9.
10!
10.
I've been streaming for 10 hours?
Yeah, it was at my wedding.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Awesome wedding, dude. I was there.
Oh,
Yeah, you were. You were the man of honor.
is that the spider?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Spider-Man!
It's running around on my desk.
Spider-Man!
No, 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 Steve!
Oh, it's hiding in
Steam on
a
a
spot
big
where I can't get at it.
Steam in the big picture. I got scared. I'm coming. I'm coming online.
Get online.
Dude, it's
I
hiding
just-
from me. What do I do about this?
You scared it. You scared it. That's why it's hiding from you.
It's hiding. I cannot kill it. I need to kill it. I'm murdering it. I'm taking my
What
headphones
the
out. I can't hear
hell?
you anymore. Oh. Fucker. Fuck. Oh my god, it's so fast. It
Dude, you
ran.
can't swear. Dude, you can't
You
swear.
can't fucking
Whatever.
swear.
Dude, not on Daniel's stream.
Gonna
It's
be
PG
fucking
to a
crawling on
T.
my face here soon. Fucking douche. Douchebag. Fucker.
kill you.
Kill you with my one.
Okay,
rock,
I'm back.
My one
Hi.
big rock.
My one big rock. I'm going optic blast.
What does that mean?
I'm cyclopsing.
I know what that means. I remember now.
I'm gonna
If
ready
only you
up.
had fucking Ryu.
I'm gonna ready up, and then I'm gonna go take a piss. So.
As you should. Pissing is a natural right of
Don't
all
ready up. We need
humanity.
Wushi.
What's up, guys?
He just threw up.
Guys, I broke my microphone cable, so I have to find like a replacement cable for my controller.
That's really funny.
Yeah, I bent my entire microphone cable out of place because I fell and it caught on my foot.
Witness Daigo's fate. Is this when he gets Daigo parried?
Finally, this is when we kill him.
Finally!
Finally, dude, I hate
Jaewon
that. I
got
love
his
that guy.
revenge.
I love
T-Pain!
that guy. T-Pain is at Evo? What?
He would be.
They invited
Sorry,
him?
no. T-Pain was calling the Fortnite hot dog on his phone.
They made one?
Yeah.
Why does Happy have the Black Widow skin?
Oh, I don't know.
Are we matching or something? Don't worry, I got this. Pick us up. I know, be impressed. Oh, fuck. Dude. Dude, go back. We were matching. What the fuck is your issue? We were matching.
No,
dude,
now
go
we're
back.
matching. Now we're fucking matching.
Now we're matching. And I guess Happy counts because Widow is a spider when you think
There
about
we
it.
go. Here, I'm like all blue now.
Oh my god, he's all glue, like gluey. Dude, I got you.
Is that Nicolas Cage?
Blue
Oh my god.
What's up?
What?
What?
What's up?
What?
Oh, dude, Anakin Skywalker's in the chat. Hold on, I'm looking at the story right now.
Dude.
Dude, I could be a stormtrooper. Wait, maybe I spent money. Maybe I spent money.
No wait, Death Star wheels? That goes so hard.
Oh, the Lethal Company is back. I don't care.
What is this guy from?
Spider
Mama.
Noir.
Neg-
That's Spider Noir.
Nega-
Spider-
Nagan.
It's the
Negan.
Spider-Man where Uncle Ben got eaten by the vulture.
Who is
Horrifically.
Negan?
Who-
Who is this?
Who is Megan? Who is Megan?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, I'm so sickly. I'm so sickly.
No one even said Megan. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I don't know
think
who
he's talking about
Megan is.
Negan. He's talking. Are you talking about
Negan.
Negan?
Negan, whatever.
From
Negan.
Who? I
from
was
the-
asking who
from-
he was from.
You were saying
He's The Walking
Meg.
Dead.
It's
He's Walking
the
Dead.
fucking Walking Dead.
Oh,
No, I wouldn't blame. Actually, I wouldn't blame somebody for not watching The Walking Dead. I understand that one.
okay, but it's
I know,
cell
but, like-
shaded. Is it from the
Yeah, like
Telltale
comics.
series?
It's from the comic.
Oh yeah, I forgot it. I forgot it was a comic book.
It's
I
shaded
only
like
know the show.
fucking comic.
I only know the show and the Telltale series.
What if I blow you up with my fucking mind and you die?
I don't care about.
I'm sorry. I'm sick. I caught
Stevie.
strep throat.
What is this? Why is this
I caught
playing?
strep-
Oh, that's a really fucking good song.
What the fuck?
Hatsune Miku.
I really want the
Dude.
Mom Spaghetti back playing.
Dude, wait, it's awesome actually.
I do not
What the fuck
have.
is this?
I don't have copyrighted music on.
It's Cantina Band from Star Wars.
That's awesome.
Daniel, could you ready the fuck up, dude? You're kind of holding back the team. I'm trying to go pro, man. Thanks, man. Love you.
Warning.
This sucks. This fucking sucks.
I'm really
What's
bad
up?
at this, so just gonna say that.
It's okay, dude. I'll carry you. Watch. And then I die. I die from fall damage.
Ooh.
Wait, it's kind of crazy. Wait. Let it ride.
Let it ride. Let it ride.
Let it ride, dude. It's kind of crazy, actually.
Did you see you can do the full song by yourself now?
That's so cool. Do I grow like 17 extra limbs?
Yeah, no, check this out, dude. Hold on. Hold the
I'll
fuck
check it
on.
out as soon as I fucking connect to Fortnite servers. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
back.
okay.
Is that Spider-Man? Hold on, wait, where'd it go?
I sink and I die. Oh, my sweater. Doctor Strange.
I'm gonna use some of the Epic Games ones.
Don't.
I'm using the Epic
Dude,
Games ones.
They suck ass.
Dude, Marshmallow, show you who we
No,
are.
wait. We should check this out.
Oh my god!
You make it go like painfully slow or like way too fast. It's really funny.
Alright, guys, catch you later.
Kappa.
Where are you fucking going?
Wherever God calls me.
Crime City.
Crime City, yeah, I'm glad you know.
Oh. I
I
was
have
gonna
to, my skin, I have to celebrate.
I was gonna go to Kappa. Like the emo.
That's
Why
like
don't you
way
go-
too far
why don't-
away.
Oh god. I forgot about the the Millennium Falcon. I forgot I had that on.
I also have that on, dude. We're mashing. What the hell?
Dude.
Daniel, could you fucking lock in, man? Could you lock in?
I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
gotta use
no
the
one told
Millennium
me this was
Falcon.
happening.
This was happening. God me!
You almost fucking crashed into me.
First thing I'm doing
It
is
was almost
killing
an
this
air-to-air
pig.
collision.
Holy, holy,
Holy moly.
holy moly.
Holy moly.
I think somebody's sneaking up on you, Daniel. I'll protect you.
I already killed him.
I know how to hit my shots.
You didn't hit a single one.
I know, dude. I drank the wrong drink at that wedding.
Really?
Yeah.
I told you not to drink the one that said this is spiked with alcohol.
No, why would you do this? Well, I thought so. I got a Dr. Pepper, and they passed my sister a really fancy glass, and like, oh, this must be my Dr. Pepper because she passed it to me. No, it was not my Dr. Pepper. Actually, they gave me my Dr.
Did you-
Pepper in a can.
Did you take a big fucking sip of just like straight alcohol?
I think it was just straight alcohol. I think my sister might be onto something.
I think you're onto something.
You're fucking onto something. Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna zap you.
It's okay. I'm not even like phased. I look. You don't even give a swag.
Oh.
Happy, what are you thinking right now? Happy, what are you thinking right now? Happy, what are you thinking right now?
You guys are just talking to each other. I was just hanging out. I was here for the
Zoning
ride.
out.
Dude, I
What
was
are
so
you thinking?
tempted. I was so tempted to go to the bathroom during that wedding and just join the VC and like, what's up, guys?
That would have been
Don't.
awesome.
Dude, if someone's heard you fucking talking in the bathroom.
What's up, Discord gamers? It's me,
GamerGod88 here.
Gamer God 88 here. It's me. Just got back from my trial. I was declared innocent.
Where is he? Find him!
Where's on you, man?
Oh hey Bepithek. Thanks for telling me to fix my back.
Hi, Bepifect. It's me. You don't know who I am.
It's GamerGod88.
It's me, Gamer God 88. Did you know I was in the Great Gamergate War? I was there. I
I
found
was
him.
there too.
Yeah, he was there too. That's how we met. Actually, we were in the trenches, and then one
Yeah,
of us got robbed.
Chumpy with a dumpy. He got you.
He got me. What the fuck?
He got you.
And surely it's not
So
my
sorry.
unique voice. It's immediately recognizable.
Here's your blaster pistol. Whatever.
Really? Where?
I marked it. It's in the top floor.
What the hell?
Sorry, it was a trap.
Oh yeah, also, but like I'm here. I've been live for 10
that's a Star Wars.
hours.
That's a Star Wars. It's a trap. What
Sorry.
the fuck? I won't forgive you.
That's okay. I mean, I forgive you, so it's fair.
My son's gonna know about this when he's born in like 7 days.
You're gonna tell your son about the time when Spider-Man in Fortnite threw a thermal imploder at you.
Exactly, dude.
You know, and that's why you should never be friends with Spider-Man.
I'm gonna name my son Augustus, and I hope he does well in life.
I hope your son fucking hates you when he grows up.
I hope he does too. That would be awesome. I'd be like Heihachi, dude.
I swear to
God.
God. Hold on, I want this blaster.
No, you're good, man.
Okay.
Happy ketchup.
What am I doing?
Get on, man.
Ow. If you would let me get on.
Come on,
You
dude.
gotta stop fucking around.
I'm
Dude,
not
you gotta
trying
stop
to get
fucking around,
on.
Happy.
I'm trying to get
gotta
on.
stop fucking around.
You gotta time the jump correctly. What the hell are you even doing right now?
Kept
go.
I kept getting on it, but it kept lagging off.
I could do it in one try, dude. I could do it in one try.
I can do. We see. We're just locked in like that.
This is the
Hold on.
first time I've played this game in 4 months, at least.
4.
We gotta go, Happy.
Three.
Yeah,
Happy,
let's
we
get
gotta
outta
go.
here.
Dude, happy,
Two.
dude, Happy. We gotta go, dude. We gotta go, Happy.
Guys,
What's up, man?
get the fuck back here.
Hop on.
Okay.
Hop on.
See, first try. It's not that hard.
Yeah, because you're standing still.
Keep that pelvis up, baby.
The train. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Goodbye.
Happy, you gotta get on, man. Happy. Behind us, Happy. Keep watch. Right, Happy, jump on. This is like GTA.
I missed.
He's not making it. He didn't make it. All you had to do.
I'm on.
Holy shit, Star Wars.
Dude,
This is
really?
fine. Everything's
I love
fine.
Star Wars. I like that.
I love Star Wars.
I love Star Wars, dude. I love Order 66. I don't love it actually. I cried. I was so sad.
I was giggling the
Star Wars.
whole time.
Yeah, when they shot the guys on the island,
Taking fire.
they started killing everyone on screen. I started giggling and laughing.
Dude, I'm such a baby. I don't like when kids die on screen. I don't like it.
I love it, dude.
Dude, I don't like when
I'm
kids
indifferent
get
about
old.
it.
It's my... I'm
Yeah,
glad we
but, like,
I'm glad
what
we-
about your fucking son that you hate?
Dude, I'd cry. I don't like when kids cry. It makes me upset.
Wow,
I'm,
good job, man.
I'm highly
Yeah.
emotional and empathetic.
Do you like how good I am?
Yeah.
I'm what the kids call an empath, if you didn't know.
No, I'm with the science team.
Yeah.
We gotta leave.
27?
I got this.
Yeah, I knocked 27 off his shield.
Where the fuck?
Oh,
What?
What? Where did he go?
What?
Did he
he just shot at
disconnect?
you guys.
I think
He just shot at you guys.
From where?
What?
I literally just saw. He's right there.
Oh. How strange. Doctor.
Doctor.
Cracked him.
Cracked him. Easy white, easy white.
Easy white, W.
WWE.
Oh hey, free
I
car.
was so locked in before you came here, like, kills wise. Happy tell him about it.
He kept getting like 15 kills every game.
You see, when I'm hero, Daniel does worse because I do bad. That's what
Because you
happens.
do better.
No.
Because I'm like, we're laughing, joking numbnuts, dude. I can't fucking
Hop on.
focus.
Oh god.
What have you done, Happy? What have you done?
Well, there's people shooting at me over there. I don't appreciate it.
Hey guys. I have
Daniel,
a thirst
hop
for
in.
blood.
He's white, he's white, he's white.
He's white. Crash into him, he's white.
He's white.
Run him over with your car, he's white. He's a cracker.
Killing myself. Killing myself, killing myself.
Oh shit.
Moving in, moving in.
Ah,
You're in here.
You were blocking all my shots.
That's okay.
She killed me. She killed me. It's okay. You got this, Daniel?
Yeah, I got it. 360.
Mine.
Happy, pick
Killed
up
him.
my pistol, please.
Pickaxing?
Happy, pick up my pistol,
him.
please. I need my pistol. I need my one pistol.
Drop,
Take my
drop his
pistol.
pistol.
That's not my pistol.
Oh. Well, it was a pistol. Is it? Is this
It's
the
green.
pistol?
There we go. There we go. That's my pistol. That's my pistol.
Why is it
This
green?
goddamn fucking freak.
What the fuck do you mean? Why? It's a pistol, man. Fucking.
Yeah, but like,
Holy shit, dude.
get a better one.
I got the fucking Ultron mobile.
Holy shit. Holy
fucking
shit.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, we could have matching
Hatsune
Hatsune Miku.
The reboot van is right here.
We could have
I am one
matching
laughing fit
Hatsune
away from my
Miku.
coughing to my death right now. I hope you guys know that.
I don't.
One funny joke, and I'm done for.
Oh, there's a car here.
Yeah, it's a gas station.
Why is Spider-Man tipping out
Oh.
his ass like he's trying to fit a martini on top of it?
Do you see this?
That's what heroes do. That's
It's
what
Ice
heroes
Spice.
do.
Ice Spice is just stuck in this car. Oh, there they go.
That's hilarious. Let's kill Ice Spice with our hammer.
We have one?
Holy shit, the van.
Yeah, the van with Ice Spice in it. They were just stuck for a long time.
Hop in. We have almost no, almost, you know.
Ooh, van over there.
Gas.
Baby,
That way.
Give me my pistol.
Oh, I can't. Hold on. Go get your pistol. I dropped your
God
pistol
damn it.
over there. You should probably go get it.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay.
Okay.
This is why you let me
Not-
drive.
Dude, God provides. Actually, I just got my pistol back.
Holy fuck. Just have faith.
Train.
I was chosen to sail this sea of stars, you know.
Yeah.
And by chosen, I mean I came out the womb ready for this.
Ah.
Who are we fighting?
Hold on, wait, check this out.
Wait, hear me out, hear me out.
Where is it?
Where
Oh
is it?
fuck. Where is it?
Hey, Loki, don't go back
Here
there.
it is. Okay, now check this out.
Little bitch boy.
And now let's turn it down.
What if we go all the way up? What if we go super fast? How strong is his pelvis?
They fucking max it out at a point.
Whoa.
I can't
There you
hear
go.
it. We're just kind of dancing in a
This is as
circle.
fast as it goes.
This is insane.
My POV is incredible.
This fucking sucks.
This game is awesome, dude.
This shit fucking sucks. Let's go kill people.
Dude, I'm gonna sneeze myself to death.
I want to see what's in here. Nothing.
What?
You get your little boost. No, not that one.
What?
Check this out. Ooh.
Check this out.
I'm gonna kill
Check
you.
this out. Check this out.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Get back here.
As you- Very good. At you.
I'm faster than you.
No.
Hey, check this out.
Faster is a subjective terminology used by the oligarchy.
I'm going faster than you.
The oligarchy demands that you say, I'm going faster than you to deprive Hispanics of what they truly deserve.
No more lightsaber.
No more lightsaber, dude. What the
No more
fuck?
lightsaber.
Dude, I'm fucking,
Dude,
I'm not playing
I
this
want
game
a hot
anymore.
dog.
Dude, I want to.
Dude.
Oh,
Dude, I want
dude.
hot dog.
That was my favorite thing. That's my favorite thing you've ever said, Happy.
Out of anything,
So-
that's your favorite thing.
He told me about it like a week later, and I thought it was like something XQC said when he's like fucked out of his mind on stream.
No, dude. I think it was just how I said it.
He was like, "Dude, I want hot dog."
No,
Dude,
I
want
didn't.
hot dog.
I didn't say
I
it
want-
like
I want hot
that. I
dog.
just said,
Dude,
I,
I want hot dog.
man. Out of nowhere,
Yeah.
during a conversation, I was like, I want a hot dog.
I want hot dog.
I want
It was
hot dog.
It was such fucking. I was like mindlessly building my base, and you just did it out of
It's
nowhere.
such a good fucking. It's such a good bit though.
It wasn't even a
No,
bit.
give
I
it to
just
Wushi.
I just
Give it to
saw a
Wushi.
hot dog. What?
Dude, I want hot dog.
I just saw a hot dog and I was like, dude, I want that.
I want hot dog.
Thank you for saving
It's
me.
been like that's been like the most prominent bit in my mind since I heard about it.
Thanks, man.
It's
They call me
genuinely
Johnny
been like
Too.
my favorite thing for like a week.
I didn't even get what's funny about it. I just wanted
Dude,
a
I
hot
want
dog.
Good. I think I want hot dog.
Dude, I want hot dog. It's just so fucking funny. Like, it's probably the mental image of Wushi just completely fucking like brain dead building a Minecraft base, and that you're like, dude, I want hot dog.
Dude, I think I want hot
Like
dog.
you're both fucking rotting in your chairs, like seeping through the bit, and it's just, dude, I want hot dog.
Dude, you don't. Dude, I know what I want.
There goes Daniel.
I know what I want.
I have an.
An idea. I want hot dog.
Oh, I hear combat.
Dude, I want hot dog. That was the train. I turned it on.
Awesome.
Let's go throw the wind guy.
What?
This guy. The wind guy.
I like spamming it.
Is that all it really took to make you fucking sneeze and cough?
Dude, no, I'm gonna die in like 2 minutes.
Dude, I want melatonin.
Dude, I want. Save.
Dude, I
hot
want
dog?
Advil. Dude, I want
Hand scratch,
Claritin.
finger scratching forehead, hot dog.
Hot dog?
Hot dog.
Dude. Hot dog? Scratching forehead?
Oh, 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 oh.
What's happening to you?
Combat. Unlocked. Unleashed.
Unleash. Release the baby!
Stupid bitch. Not you. I'm sorry.
Did you release the baby?
I did release the baby.
I killed fucking Tony Stark, the bitch.
Dude, Spider-Man feel me so sad.
I am Spider-Man, you fucking...
Salt crag right now. Oh, somebody's shooting at me. Oh, their aim was so shit. I didn't even fucking notice.
I'm killing people. It's my favorite pastime. Dude, I want hot dog. Dude, I want hot dog.
Everybody, name your favorite streamer. Mine's
Hot
hashtag
dog.
Code Jumble.
Hot dog. Dude, I want hot dog.
I can't believe your favorite streamer isn't me.
Is hot
What's my
dog.
streamer is it? Dude, like 2 days ago, your streams were awful.
You like waffles? Yeah, we like waffles. Do you like pancakes? Yeah, we like pancakes. Like French
I
toast?
don't
Yeah,
like-
we like
actually, I
French
don't like
toast. Do,
waffles.
do, do, do. Can't wait to get enough.
Guys, I'm in a situation.
Yeah,
We all are,
we
aren't
all
we?
are.
No, I don't. I'm not getting up there on time.
You'll be fine.
My situation is that I had to kill 4 people and not die.
My
I've just been
situation
on the
is,
mountain looking around and I haven't seen anyone.
Well, yeah, because you're not cool enough. There's gunfire
What?
over this way.
What
Like
why
the
would you
place
say
I'm
that?
looking.
Why would you say that to somebody?
You're a fucking freak loser, and you should be shot like a dog.
I am kind. I'm a kind soul.
You're
know when they
not
put
Han
Jesus-
Solo.
Do you know
They're
what-
on the
you know
top
when
of
they
the fucking mountain with sniper rifles, and they suck ass. Hold on.
When they put Jesus on the cross, I was up there
one.
because I was like I sacrificed myself for Jesus. Or some shit.
Happy, did you see them on the hill?
Yeah, I shot at them. I broke one of their shields. They were pretty low.
I knocked one of them. I killed him.
Oh,
Oh, he's in a situation. Is it
They're
the
driving a
snipers?
shitty van. They're driving.
Yeah.
They're driving a shitty van. They're driving a shitty van. There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. They're on me. Hot dog. Hot dog.
hot dog, hot dog.
I thought one of them is knocked, and they were abusing the guy who's knocked.
Yeah, I got that guy. He was dead. There's no way they could have
Oh,
like
yeah.
moved him. The
Unfortunately,
fucking
my
Teenage
Uber
Mutant
code
Ninja Mobile
is
dude,
going down the
won't
mountain.
fucking- They're driving the fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle van.
Happy, what are you doing, man?
Happy, I need you to lock the fuck in.
I'm trying, man. I don't know, even know where they went.
This way. Dude,
I'm watching them.
They're trying to
guy's
fire back.
not
They
gonna
suck.
fucking...
They suck at. Oh my god, they got you.
Yeah, because it's standing still. It's whatever. If they try to fight me for real, I'd kick their ass with my fucking big, like I'd kill them, dude. I'd rend them apart. Fuck your dumb fucking van, fucking Rick. Oh hey, that was like actually helpful.
Evil Rick.
Evil Rick, evil Rick. He's like one health.
Evil Rick. You should
Evil
probably
Rick.
chug jug.
Let me
should
get this
chug
one
jug it up.
happy.
I want it.
But I want it.
They're hiding in the. They're hiding
Dude,
in
I
there.
want it. Dude, I want it. Dude, I want it.
Good job.
I...
They're in the llama, dude. They're in the llama. It's just
Go,
like
Rick.
Anakin Skywalker.
He's fucking leaving.
Nowhere to go, buddy.
I thought you were supposed to be getting him.
I'm getting him. He just like jumped away like a little baby.
The lightsaber is this cool mechanical blocking, and I feel as if he does not know that.
Yeah.
Soldier boy.
We win. All me and my 2 kills.
No, check me out. See, this is all me. Look at how chill I am.
Wow. Look how chilly
Fuck,
it
he's
is.
so chilly right now. He's so chilly right now. Oh my god.
I'm just so chill right now. Fucking cheap viewers 2 in a row. Oh fuck.
No, I should be moderating.
Yeah.
You're a moderator in both
moderating.
our chats.
Yeah.
I am.
I'm a moderator in
I'm a
Happy's
moderator.
chat now.
I'm a moderator in everybody's chat, actually.
I'm a mod.
I'm not. Don't call me that.
I'm mod.
Don't call me that. Don't call me that.
I'm mod.
Mod check.
Sorry.
Mod check.
Mod check.
Mod check.
I went back to lobby.
Oh, let me change my skin too then.
Yeah, sorry. I needed to be gay openly.
I know.
What?
You can't help it. You can't help it.
We know.
You can't help. We know. Love wins.
Boom, 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 boom. This is all I got from the Adventure Time.
I'm the Mandalorian.
I'm the Mandalorian.
I'm the Mandalorian, dude.
I'm the Mandalorian.
I'm the Mandalorian, dude.
I'm the frickin' Juice World.
I didn't fucking ask. I'm
What?
so sorry. I'm sorry.
What the hell?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're so mean.
Hold on, do you guys want to? Wushi, I showed this to Happy, but do you want to see the worst fucking emote ever?
Yeah.
It's not because I like the song, but the moves are just ass. There's just nothing.
Yep.
There's
Is there a way
look
to
at this.
kick? Is there a way to kick somebody when I'm not the party leader?
Yeah, you die. I think. Anyways, check this out.
I can do that too. I can do that too. I can do that too. Hold on, let me find it.
Mhm. Happy, ready up.
Oh, hold on.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Be amazed.
Good try.
No, I got no this time. This time. This time. Fuck. This time. This time. Fuck. This time. There you go.
I got my helicopter. Oh shit, you got it. Oh my god.
Oh god, oh god, hold on.
I'm a
Ninja
generational
Fortnite,
talent. I'm a
Master of
generation.
Puppets. Master of Puppet.
Master of one puppet. He only has one. It's Pinocchio.
$1 million baby.
What's the worst thing you've ever bought?
They made another one.
It's the whole reason I bought that stupid fucking emote, just because it pisses you off.
Which one? I love this thing.
I love the song, dude. I
I
love,
love
this
this
song.
shit.
Dude, happy get in here, man. Fucking stop
Check this
fucking
out.
around.
So cool.
Are you Gangnam styling? Oh my god.
No.
What do you mean no?
You be in squad? Oh, I got you, bro.
Nah, no you
By the way,
don't. No you
I don't
don't.
stop. I don't want to stop emotes.
How the fuck?
Oh my god, dude, we're synced up. This is like DDR.
Dude, Happy, get in here.
This is what we would do. Did you just T-pose on my ass?
T-posing on you.
Think we
I'm
need
gonna
to
kill you. I'm gonna castrate you.
The First Order.
Okay. They call me the Mandalorian. They don't call me that.
That's Metallic Madness. Sorry, guys.
Keep it going, man. What else used to
Dude, Butterfly? I want to listen to this right now.
Butterfly.
Dream like in blue, make the colors in the sky.
You can never see me coming.
Where's my samurai?
I'd stream, but currently LeBron James is taking over my OPS overlay, so I cannot.
For a man all across Japan, just to find my samurai. Someone who is strong, but still a little shy. Yes, I need my samurai. I'm a little butterfly, green like a blue, make the colors in the sky. I'm a little butterfly, green like a blue, make the colors in the sky. Sorry.
And he needs to skin the show is gay.
Killing everybody I know.
That's my boy.
That's my boy. That's my boy. There's a pistol for you.
Really, what color is it?
Gray.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'll mark
Why
it.
is that your pick? What is that your fucking pickaxe, dude?
Marshmallow.
You're not getting those. You don't like my
Killing
marshmallow pick.
Captain Phasma, dude.
Hold on. I have something.
Look at how awesome this is.
Who the freak is trying to kill Captain freaking Phasma?
I can't hear any of your jam tracks.
Fucking turn on your jam chat.
Well, I'm streaming.
So is Daniel.
Yeah, but he has
Yeah, I'm just not a
the
bitch.
he has the shit on.
I'm killing
he
Captain Phasma.
Dude, he does have that shit on.
Oh,
He
You're
does,
correct.
he does
So
have his
valid.
shit on.
Phasma's blaster medallion.
That's what they called me
Faster.
back in college.
The blaster medallion?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude. I think they're making fun of you.
No, man, I'm a token minority.
That's true.
What do you think Vegas keeps me around? If I wasn't around, the diversity quota would go down.
Completely factual.
Like, sure, we have Scott, but Scott and I are two different races, so it doesn't really work out that well.
Scott is just not as funny.
Thanks, man. I don't think that's true. Well, let's hop on COD Zombie. Only
Let's
one,
hop on
though.
COD Zombie.
Only
Dude,
one
I want
zombie.
COD.
Dude, I want
Dude, I want
COD.
COD.
I want one
Dude.
big fish. I want one big fish.
Dude, I want big fish. Dude.
I
Dude,
really
I
only have
want
one
big
kill.
fish.
Daniel. I only have one kill. Daniel, lock in, dude.
There's only been one person!
No, man, you have to lock in.
The rest of his squad is just not here. They let him to go die at the fucking First Order
Oh,
base
they're
alone.
rebooting. They're rebooting.
Where?
I saw the icon pop up. They're nearby.
Market.
It's possible it's this one. But I think they ran
Entirely
off.
possible.
I did see the reboot icon show up though.
Oh,
so-
hey, blue pistol.
Yay! They probably launch padded the way.
I need to lock the fuck in. Searching for a man all across Japan. I need my samurai. We're raiding.
We're raiding? I love Clash of Clans. Oh shit.
Good job, man.
Move that, move that.
Nice one.
I'm glad I could help.
One's to our left and some to our right, if I'm not mistaken. No, that was just Happy. Okay.
No, that's
I'm over here
Holy
fighting
shit,
for our
a fucking
life.
ban? Who the
Thanks,
fuck?
man. That's just Happy. That's
I
just Happy.
cracked him so
That-
much, he
that-
got the last hit.
that- He's white. Oh my god, he's white.
He's white. Thermal imploders.
Thanks, man.
I know you
I'm
want
not sure.
those.
I'm not sure you should be trusting me with these, but I'll take them.
I know you want them though.
Yeah. Happy, how did you get that?
Why the fuck does he have a goddamn TIE
Hello.
fighter?
Hey, don't shoot me down.
Dude, let me get on your fucking like wind. Like get me on
Yeah,
there.
we-
Get me on like the wing.
I have
we
no
get on
idea
there,
how to
man.
fly this thing.
It's
Fucking-
bad. I
hold
hate
on.
the controls. It's just me.
Okay,
Sorry.
Oh, well. You have fun down
I'm
there.
not sure I trust Happy's flying.
I didn't do them anyways.
Yeah, but check this out.
Where are we going?
Yeah, and you're getting shockwave, buddy. Oh no, never mind. What the fuck are you doing?
Hold on, I'm looting. Like loot lane.
I'm having fun.
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
getting
there you
off.
go. Dude, get back on. Dude, no!
Oh, well. There he goes. That sucks. You wanna hop on the TIE fighter? Whooshy,
save
TIE
my-
fighter.
He sucks
have
at
to
flying.
see
Don't
it.
get on.
I'm really good at flying.
see
Get
it.
on.
He sucks
I-
at flying.
I've-
Don't get on.
I have to save my
Up
bountiful
on.
friend. I have to save my friend.
Hop on.
He fucking sucks at flying.
Oh,
I
I'm
have to save-
stuck. Hold
I have-
on.
I have to save my friend.
Yeah.
I should probably save him, though.
Dude, I want revive.
Dude, I kind of want revive.
Eh,
Dude, I want revive. Thank you, Juice World.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Juice WRLD.
Does anyone have a med kit?
Yeah, I do.
Dude, I want med kit.
That is not the right
Oop,
thing. How do I drop it?
You can hold right click. You can right click to throw it and then hold
Oh,
press
right.
N1.
I forgot that that's a thing.
There's war.
Let's get out of here.
Famine, hunger, plague.
Get out of here? What are you? What are you, dude? Oh, they revived. They rebooted. The reboot. They rebooted him like around pumped.
Hold on, I'm playing.
Where are
Battlefront
they?
right now. I'm playing Battlefront right now.
I hear him.
Clearly.
You're not playing Battlefront, dog.
Everyone's over here, by the way, Daniel. I think there's multiple
know.
squads.
They're in the bush to your right, actually. It's fucking Trunks.
Don't worry, I'll keep clearing the land for you guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, I wanted that.
I already killed him, so it's my job. Where the fuck is Trunks? Do you want to take Trunks out?
Do not take your trunks out right now. Don't do that.
Dude, Happy.
Huh?
Kill him.
Oh, hey. There it goes.
Thank you.
It was
There's
Vegeta.
somebody shooting at me from behind.
Where?
He's in this direction. I felt his
Okay.
gunshot.
There was a like res over there from the reboot van.
I felt his
But in this-
gunshots tickle my
Where the
back. I
storm
felt
is right now.
his gunshots
Oh, I see
grazed
him.
my nuts back.
I see him. Nice.
Oh fuck.
Get me on there.
Good luck, Happy.
Good
Yeah.
luck, Happy. Dude.
Well, I have
I
a new
won't stay
friend.
fight. It's a car.
This is fine. I'm used to being abandoned
Okay, well,
by
if
my
you insist,
friends.
if you insist,
I do insist. I want to get my Miku car. A nice parking job.
If you insist.
I do insist. Let's go save this guy. Yeah, fuck
Alright.
that fucking TIE fighter. Do you want to just break it?
Totally, man. Oh, I was just trying to raise it.
I want to kill it.
Alright.
The wings are at soft spot, I think.
Oh yeah, that's totally. That doesn't make no, that does make sense. I'm pretty sure that's a real low fact. It's actually like a weak spot.
Yeah. They. It
What
would be
about the Indo-Stan
fucking like if like being completely for real. It'd be absolutely horrifying to hear a TIE fighter just like fly over you. Like
Yeah, that's why like they're actually kind of scary when you think about it from like the perspective of like a normal dude in Star Wars. It's like, oh
yeah,
fuck.
it's scary as fuck. But like,
They're so
and
much
then
bigger
you
than
see a
that
TIE
in
fighter
the
in
show,
Fortnite, and it's
in
just
the
like,
movies.
Right? Also, like the
Yeah.
X-wings are like those are low key heroic, and I kind of get why he does like a symbol of hope and shit, dude.
low key kind of awesome, low key heroic.
But low key, I'd forgive. No, I wouldn't forgive Kanye actually.
If he was in
Who
a
do we
TIE
hate?
fighter,
Who do we hate? But we also low key kind of want forgiven, guys. Who do we?
Emperor Palpatine.
If Emperor Palpatine was driving an X-wing, I just think he'd be kind of fucking cool.
Star
Wait, let me get it, let me get it.
I want it. No. I'm not giving you the big shield.
Okay, man. I really want it. You got it last round. You have to give it to me this time, okay?
Whatever.
Howie,
Whatever. I'm fine.
I'm sorry, man, but it's fair.
Whatever.
It's
Whatever,
fair. Fair's fair.
Whatever.
It's fair's fair.
Whatever.
Fair. Dude, I got you, man. I can break that for you. I got you.
Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever.
oh hey, I got some slurp from that.
Whatever.
Anytime.
We'll see there's gunfire, and I'm not telling you where.
I think that's just sabotaging yourself, frankly.
Prioritizing my own awesome wins over you.
That's just quite.
I'm being
I
shot
thought we
at
had
and I don't
something.
appreciate it.
I thought we had something.
Oh, I thought we had was
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Oh, we have a special. It's okay. The hero is coming. I'm the Mandalorian.
I don't need no hero.
I'm the Mandalorian. Did you know that?
I did actually. Quite evident. You see. Searching
Sorry, I got you.
man all across Japan.
I got you, Daniel. Get behind me. Secret
Thank
strategy? Secret strategy?
Secret fucking strat? What the hell? Check this out.
Oh fuck, that was not a good secret strat.
I'm okay.
Motion in the ocean.
Bushi,
Are you kidding?
you fucking
Oh, man.
asshole.
Guys, what the hell? I looked away for 1 minute to chase him around.
Don't let him see you. Just.
They're busy. They're busy.
They're busy. Happy, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm just kind of
See, they're
going in
busy.
circles.
They're busy.
You think they saw me?
Thank you.
Hello.
They're fucking busy.
I am Travis
That's-
Scott.
That's not Travis Scott, actually. What the fuck do you mean that?
I keep saying Travis Scott. I
You
keep
keep saying
saying-
Travis
I
Scott.
keep saying Travis Scott.
You keep getting away from me, man. I can't revive you in these conditions.
Stop.
Stop fucking moving around.
Stop fucking around. I'm the support class. Shh. These fucking assholes.
It's
Nice
called
one.
Zero Builds.
Oh, okay.
He's hit 60.
Not very good.
Buddy, don't fade him.
Hello.
Holy shit.
I need Darth
Holy
Vader.
fuck. Holy
Dude, what the fuck?
Holy fuck. Epic minute,
Yeah,
epic minute.
yeah. Bring him back.
I need the drink, dude. I need the drink.
I know,
back
but
right
like,
now.
you can
I need
just
the
like put it down for a second.
I got a drink right
You
now.
just put it
dude.
down for a second. You can just put it
Dude,
down for a second.
Dude, my fat ass cannot put this down. You happy? I don't want that. See, there's 2 lightsabers actually.
What?
I already have
We
that
don't
one.
get the force powers.
We don't get the force powers, but we still get a lightsaber that can block. So it's not too negative.
Negativity.
What?
Oh shit, the X-wing. How many lives
You
does this have? It still
What
has a whole life left. Shoot it.
what pistol do you
We'll get out of
use?
it. I can't shoot it if you're inside of it. Remember.
What
There's no-
pistol do you use, Wushi?
I used the
There's only one
DL4.
pistol.
I used a DL44 blaster pistol from Andor.
There's only
I
one
have a
pistol.
legendary. I have a legendary of that.
Please?
Legendary.
Thank you.
The van,
Like
the
that one.
bus. Bus.
Did the bus heat? What?
Thanks, man.
I thought you do that yourself. I was about to be like, how'd you do that?
Fucking hate that ledge. There's a car.
I feel like I feel like once you get to the final 7, it's a better idea to not have a crawl. Be like discreet, low key.
What if I tell you that's fucking stupid and I hate you?
That's fine. I agree with your
Hi.
opinion on those. You know, I've been talking to myself after 9 p.m. and I've started to agree with what they're saying.
That's
I,
saying-
they provide good counsel. Actually, I think what they say is correct. I'll be top of the mountain. Top of the mountain.
You are not fucking Sentry, okay? Just like pull yourself together.
He's white. He's white. He's white.
I don't
He
have
is
a
white.
pistol.
Sentry is white. That's true.
One's down.
Nice. I cracked him, then you sniped him. We're like a power couple.
True. Another one's in a car. He's going down the mountain. It seems.
I'm just kind of there.
And as you should be.
Yeah. Third wheel.
They're coming at us from behind, Happy. Konichi, what's up?
I'm in his van.
What's up?
Bushi, I need you to help me. He has no
Happy,
idea.
Happy, shoot that van.
He has,
Happy,
he
shoot
has
that van.
no fucking idea I just got in his van.
You're just hanging out with him? That's awesome.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Don't worry, heal behind me. I'll protect you.
Happy.
I'll keep you safe.
Happy.
I want it.
Look,
Yeah, you pet Woodsy. He's all cute.
it's like Mr. Fantastic. It's looking like Mr. Fantastic.
It's low-key like Mr. Fantastic. Me protecting my,
Oh my God.
the wife with my big long hands.
You?
I love Mr. Fantastic.
I know, dude. He's so fantastic.
He's so fucking awesome.
That's not the fucking terminology I would use. There's a car.
Oh,
coming.
it's it's really awesome that there's 4 of them.
You know, the car is here.
Peanut, the car is here. Peanut.
I'm not letting them go.
Dude, we had a good spot going.
I'm not letting him go. I can't let him go. I can't let him go.
Ah.
Just keep shooting their car, Happy. It'll blow.
Oh,
I
up.
can't let him
They
go.
got a new car.
I just can't let him go.
Why are they just driving around?
I fucking hate cars. They need to remove them.
They were shooting from us behind, Happy.
They need to remove the fucking vans from this game.
I agree, but also it's kind of funny sometimes.
They piss me off.
I think everybody should have. I think they should stay, but only for me, Loki. Loki, I think everybody
Okay.
should not have it on me. They got out of the
Okay.
car. They're trying to
What
reboot.
the hell are they? What the hell are you doing? Dude, other side.
Here comes the hero.
Oh,
Here
they
comes
died.
the hero. Hold on, I'm clicking right now.
I'm cranking it.
I'm cranking it. Oh my god.
Hold on,
This
one more
is the-
skin.
This is the team that could save the Twin Towers if we went back in time, like the Tokyo.
No, no, we can't.
I
No,
could.
dude, we could save the Twin Towers. We could save them.
No, we fucking couldn't.
If I went back in time, I would tell Seth MacFarlane to get on that plane.
Dude,
Oh my god.
I like that one show he made though. What is it? The Star Wars clone? No, not
the
the Star
guy.
Wars. Star Trek.
Oh, true. Yeah, the Orville.
I love that show so much, man.
I haven't seen it.
I love
What are you
the
wearing?
Orville.
What are you wearing? What are you wearing?
I got my
Underwear.
drip on.
What are you wearing?
I changed into my drip.
Holy shit. The drip.
He's wearing the skibidi toilets again.
I see that.
What if I don't do that actually?
There's a world where at like Prada you get run over by a semi truck, Final Destination style.
That's okay.
Take that off!
Oh,
my
okay.
God!
Incredible.
No!
Incredible.
Dude, dude, I'm during the match. I'm during the match. I'm actually like during the match.
No,
I'm doing-
no, we can't throw the.
We're all jumping in the ocean.
We can't throw. It doesn't even kill you anymore.
We're all jumping in the
Hold on,
ocean.
Oh, look at the fit.
Holy shit. The skibidi toilet.
This fucking sucks. Check this out.
Holy shit, a real person. Wait, this is awesome actually.
Where? What?
Right here.
Real?
This is a real individual who emoted with me. Daniel, get in here.
Oh my
Daniel, get
God.
in here. Get in the pile. Get in the pile.
I don't even have the fucking sound on.
This is awesome as hell, actually.
This is
Why isn't this
awesome.
person emoting?
They're
What's
free.
wrong with them?
They're like looking at it.
Wonderful.
Incredible.
Where are we
Alright,
dropping?
we're dropping
Where
here.
we dropping? Okay.
I'm dropping like right beside that, just like on, just on the base, so I can get like a big slide into the water.
Yeah, I agree actually.
Success.
What do you just-
Don't look up.
Look up.
Look up. Look up.
Look up.
That's where you're going.
Look up.
Look up.
Look up.
That's where you're going. That's where you're going.
I already
That's
got
where you're
2
going.
pistols, dude. Holy fuck.
Yeah, we landed beside somebody already.
Rishi, you gotta get in here, man.
Hold on, I'm fighting for my life.
Oh yeah, that's understandable. I got it.
He's gaming? Wait, he's actually going. He's going
You need-
crazy.
you need
I'm
help.
gaming.
You need help.
He's going crazy. Wait, let him do his best. Let him do what he does.
That was awesome.
Me and my powers.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
grab a
that was
weapon
like
this game. I'm doing
Don't
pacifist
fuck.
only.
Don't fuck with my powers.
This is a
You know the powers I
pacifist
got from
run.
from child sacrifice, Loki.
Yeah, like Loki from Marvel.
Dude, that is not where he's from.
Yeah, man.
That is not
I
where
got
he's. How do I fucking get out of here?
Hell, hellish, hell. Let's go kill Captain fucking. I can't say that
Falcon?
word. Phasma.
Captain Falcon?
Captain. Oh wait, I have to think about it.
Oh,
Give me a
wait.
minute. I have to think about it.
Is my career really worth it?
I mean, you already kind of said you were like gay, so I think it works out.
I feel like that's not enough confirmation, and it's not in an empowering way.
Well, it is kind of an empowering way. When you think about it, actually.
When you think about it, I think it's quite empowering to say I want to kill this.
Mod check? Mods? No mods?
Mods.
Mod check.
Mods. Mod check. Oh, she sucks.
Dude, there's a bunch of bots in here and I'm just fucking whacking them to death.
You're mogging them.
I am actually.
You win, baby.
I knocked one
You
down.
win.
You and I'm mogging.
You want a mug?
You and I'm mogging. Holy shit, blue shotgun. No, that's not a shotgun. I got jebaited. Fuck. What the hell? Oh my god.
Oh my god, how'd you make me cool? What
You
the
know-
fuck am I?
When the big Mr. Beast event was going on, I actually did try to get the umbrella.
I just killed a squad with my pickaxe.
You did? Were you a big Mr. Beast guy? Oh my god.
I did what Mr. Beast did to them during the Squid Game video.
My sister was in the Squid Game video. Did you know that, Happy?
Yes.
What?
My sister's in the Squid Game, dude.
Why?
She's in there for 11 seconds because she got eliminated during the cookie game, but she's in there.
That's fucking awesome.
Every
I
time I
know.
remember it, it gets funnier.
Oh, my dear old sister Gabriella.
She died in the Squid Game War in 2024.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
dude,
what
there's
she
a bunch of
died.
like barrels down here. Check this out.
Hold on, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah.
Watch
Sorry,
this shit.
I was setting the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
You can't hit him. He's a good prince.
That's me punching him.
But then, yeah, no, I agree.
Just beating him up like that one. What's that one gif where the guy's like really heavily lifting his fist up, then punching, then it cuts to the video of the guy petting the dog.
Well, you're thinking about Markiplier. You're thinking about the Markiplier.
I'm thinking about
gif.
Markiplier. Yeah, it's the
You're thinking about
It's Markiplier.
You're thinking about the Markiplier gif.
It's so good. I love that
It is
so
good,
much.
but unfortunately you forgot his name, so I will have to kill you.
No, I just forgot. I forgot who was in it. I didn't remember
No,
the guy
no,
who was
you
in
forgot.
there.
You forgot his name.
No, because okay, Darkiplier, Antisepticeye,
Fucking idiot.
That was awesome.
Jacksepticeye, Markiplier,
Markiplier, Jacksepticeye?
Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, what's that guy's name?
Mini Lad. No, not Mini Lad.
Oh,
Not Mini Lad.
fucking
Pro Jared.
No,
Mini Lad,
no, not Mini
piece
Lad.
of shit.
Pro Jared, I think.
It was not Pro Jared.
I
I
think it
know
was
who
Pro
I'm thinking
Jared.
of. I know who
Who
I'm
was on it?
thinking of.
The guy
Ray,
who
Ray,
was on it.
Ray William Johnson.
Oh, him. He uses AI in his videos. It's no cool.
Yeah.
The guy! Straight to the battle. Here I go.
Got him.
I got fucking impulse.
Here I go.
Here I go. I love impulse grenade. Straight to the battle. Here I go.
Here I go. It's so good.
I don't think I'd ever take psychedelics because I think I'd become somebody nobody would like.
This is a really funny game
I
from my
think you would just start
perspective.
screaming about the demon in the corner of your room.
No,
But not
I think
because
I'd-
you actually see one, just because you're not really tripping that hard and you want us to think like you're tweaking out for
Exactly.
a bit.
But at the same point, though, I feel like my natural curiosity would immediately like take over everything else in my body.
Oh, I wonder what happens when I stick a fork in this outlet and then I touch the microwave with my big finger.
I low-key wonder what happened if I would make if I made like ammonia in my sink right now and I put it in the playground. What would happen?
Dude. What the fuck?
It's super easy to make ammonia. Did you know that?
Ammonia.
It's
Yeah,
super
it's
easy
super
to
easy
make
to make, like-
napalm as well.
I almost made it as a kid. I was in like my parents' closet because I was bored and I was just mixing chemicals together. I found it under the sink.
You told me about this.
Yeah, it was fun as fuck.
It was fun as hell.
Oh, I'm being shot at.
Guys, don't make pneumonia.
That's the lady
Ammonia.
from.
It's ammonia.
That's the lady from Pokemon.
Pneumonia.
Guys, I'm
Yeah.
kind of fighting a whole team right now.
I'm coming
They
to
all-
save
they all-
the
they
day.
all suck ass.
Sorry,
They all
dude.
suck.
I gotta
They all
I
suck ass.
gotta,
It's
I
just
gotta
bots.
train my
It's just
Pokemon to
bots.
beat pneumonia, like the disease,
Get 'em
the
happy?
medical
Yep.
condition, where there's like stuff in my lungs. Oh, the fucking
Yeah.
blue guy is clipping into the skibbity toilet back
Got
then,
him.
and they're like merged together.
Good job. Good. That's my boy.
Sorry, I ran to go get Palpatine. I entered the dark side of the Force.
I fucking hate you. You always think about yourself.
That's why I'm in the dark side of the Force, you fucking dick.
Dude, I don't think. Dude, I would have a yellow lightsaber. I want a yellow lightsaber so bad.
You want one made out of pee?
Well, no, because like yellow lightsaber meant you were a Jedi Sentinel, and that means you were awesome sauce.
No, you got a pea saber.
Exactly. Do you know, that's how they made the, that's how they made the crystal.
You know, yeah, that's how like they infuse hatred into the Kyber crystal. It's like you just start pissing.
Dude, I low-key hated that. I was watching the new Star Wars show because I have like an obligation, right?
Yeah.
It
'cause
was
you're
so
a
like
minority.
no, the lightsaber like changed. First of all, you're correct, but listen, I don't think you should say that on Twitch.
Lightsaber! Lightsaber!
I want it. I
Jesus.
want it.
Oh my god, it's fucking Emperor Palpatine. Dude, we're twinning!
We're twinning! We're twinning! I get the lightning. I get the lightning.
Holy shit.
Dude, Miku Sif.
This is canon.
This was canon.
This is canon. I want them to bring back the Taskmaster skin.
Was it a good skin or was it a bad skin?
Was it like Greg Davies skin? That'd be awesome.
Please, God, help me, dude. You guys suck.
Got him.
Never mind, you guys rule.
What was the skin? Was it MCU Taskmaster or comic book Taskmaster?
Comic book Taskmaster.
Okay, then yeah, that's valid actually.
I love Taskmaster.
There's a guy on this rock that I can't run over.
You know the
Never
do you
mind,
know
I
the
got him.
artist on Blue Sky who just posts about Taskmaster and that's like their thing?
How many
Yeah.
kills do you have, Rishi?
I love that person.
I have 2 kills.
I have more kills than you, and I
I have
haven't picked
4.
up a gun.
I have 4
I know.
kills.
That's how I play this game.
I've just been running people over and hitting people with my pickaxe.
Me getting wins is because Daniel was on my team, not because I am playing the game.
Yeah.
I've literally... My inventory is full of heals and nothing else. I've not
That's
been
okay.
playing the game.
You're,
this
you're a big
time.
box of healing that we love.
You see,
We should get on the car.
it's hyperly skilled autistic versus guy who's just here sometimes.
Hold on, wait, I saw death.
Uh-oh. This is my
Imagine
trolling
if I wasn't
game.
talking about video
I'm
games.
trolling this whole time.
Dude, I saw him in my fucking closet, dude. It's
I
my
saw him,
time.
dude, I
It's my
fucking
fucking,
saw him,
it's my
I saw
time.
him.
He had his
Oh,
big
there's
fucking
someone
Lock in.
rebooting over
Lock
here.
in, lock in, lock in. Lock the fuck in.
Oh, there's a lightsaber. I don't need it though.
You should grab it though.
But I don't. But this is my pacifist run.
The genocide.
Genos from Mario RPG.
Dude, Mr. Beast on the dark side of the force using lightning, I think it might be correct.
It might be correct. It might be accurate.
This might be canon. They're in there.
Accurate, dude.
They're in that building.
Force lightning.
I had a lot of fun.
They're running away from me. But they're in that building.
I had a lot of fun.
They're avoiding conflict like a real man.
I'm running him over.
Get him happy.
Let me
Get him
open that
happy.
door.
I'm getting him.
Where the fuck? I see.
Oh, they're down there.
Okay, I'll get
Oh,
him.
they went down in the water.
Yeah, I can't get down there.
I'm so sorry, Alex. I'm so sorry, Alex.
Wait, is it? Wait, I killed that person already, and they got rebooted, and you killed them again.
Yeah, I drove them down the fucking the sewers, and I forced lightning them in a dead end path.
That
Incredible.
was so cool, dude.
It was,
We
like,
might,
really funny.
dude. We Loki might be like the Sith Loki.
Loki might be like the Sith.
Combat awaits.
Where?
Go straight into battle.
Straight to the battle.
Yeah.
I got my car stuck.
That was awesome, dude.
If you
Hold
find a
on.
car, let me know.
Hold on, check this out.
Do you guys
Dude.
need any heals?
Come here.
Dude, come here, man.
Come here, man. So,
Even-
oh, you're
even-
touching Skibidi Toilet.
Oh, dude, his spit is all over my fucking
Holy
hand.
fucking shit. What
Dude,
happens if you flip it and I'm on it? Oh no, it's
It's
gone.
like- Dude, it's like that
it's
one.
just a
it's,
tower.
it's like that one meme where it's like, how does this?
Wait, hold on,
work?
we can get on top of it.
I can't.
See
What the
who's edge?
hell?
Dude.
This is fucked up.
Check how many.
Be back soon. Damn, it's been a while. I just want to remind you of what could be.
Zone Wars.
Dude.
Why the fuck are there 4 people watching me?
Give me some love.
Because you have 10 kills.
Wait, dude, Happy, get over here. There's lightsaber.
Yeah, I know. It's been there.
Oh, it's Mace Windu. Don't get that one.
Why not? This one's all. No, actually, this
The force pull is ass.
Okay, but like if the force puller combos into us, what happens?
I'm gonna get him.
Unlimited power.
Right, Happy, just don't
Get
attack with it. Just pull them.
Just
pull
happy,
them-
just like pull people around, you know?
pull them towards me and Daniel, and we'll kill them.
Can you do that?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, your force ability is the force pull.
That's
Wait,
awesome.
Daniel, protect him. Defensive barrier.
Protect him!
activated.
Protect him! I'm in! I'm in!
Fucking Juice World with the lightsaber.
I hear combat from behind us and in front. Prepare for battle.
I have a
Prepare
chug
for
jug.
Me and my chig jig.
Chorg.
Quagga Stills came out right there.
Gather fuel
Like-
and fix the TIE. Oh wait, I'm fixing the TIE fighter.
You can
Good
do that?
lad. I'll go on ahead. And then I'm gonna get brutal and kills. I'm gonna get-
I can fix the TIE fighter.
Oh my god, you're fixing it?
Dude,
Okay.
get the fuck out! Get out! No, actually, get out! I want that. That's mine.
I wasn't expecting to actually get it.
Mine.
Nothing fighting you two. Pacifist run, dude. Pacifist run. We're lucky not even bothered Loki. I'm lucky not even give it a swag.
Not even fucking phased, Loki. I'm not even fucking.
You know that one
What the
meme
hell?
where it's like a tiger screaming at a monkey? It's like thinking shit. I'm the monkey and you're the tiger.
You're the, yeah.
I'm
Hey.
getting shot at.
Who the fuck is shooting at me?
It's all team be killed. I cracked him. Kill him. He's white. Good job.
Yeah, they all. People who play this game tend to be white.
Hold my booty. Hold my booty.
I got him.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Drinking my shields, cause I'm a victor.
Lucky, Victor. Lucky. Number 1 victory, like Royale.
Wow.
Royale.
Now Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down.
We're about to get down,
And
bro.
kills on
We're
the
about to
board
get
right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town.
down. Oh no. Oh no, I'm fine actually.
My friend just got downed. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound.
Let me on.
If we were clones, I think one of us would die.
If we were clones, I think we would defect.
Dude, Happy would follow Order 66. Happy would
Happy
undoubtedly
would follow
follow.
the orders.
Yeah, he would follow it. Dude.
I would
He'd
do
kill
it
his
with
Jedi.
pride.
Happy would.
He would
Happy
kill
would-
his Jedi, and he would be happy
Happy would-
about it.
This guy looks like he'd kill his fucking Jedi. Okay.
I
Kill
don't
his
even know
fucking
what that
Jedi, dude.
means, man.
Dude, I have to, dude. Daniel,
Yeah,
lock it,
exactly.
lock-
Exactly. You don't know what it means. You'd execute
lock it.
Order 66.
Daniel, no, you need to lock it. We're gonna watch all the Star Wars.
Dude. We're gonna.
Yeah.
How many times have you made things like this and then you never fucking call me for them?
Okay, well, in my defense, you also have to call. We need. Both of us are like
In
the
my
social
def-
type of person. We need to
In
be
my
like
defense,
contacted by
you
someone.
message
if we're gonna
first
do
all the
something.
time.
No, I don't message first in my life. I sent an image. You can call it a day.
In my defense,
Why
you
you
have to
just-
send me a gift that says "Hop on Star Wars" and I'd do it.
Why are you flying around shooting trees?
I'm bored. Anyways, there's a reboot.
I'm gonna get him with my pickaxe.
No, dude. Getting him.
Force lightning.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna. You guys are like miles away from me, and I can hear Happy's pickaxe hit the fucking rocks. It's pissing me off.
I was killing someone with it.
Dude, I almost have
No.
all mythic weapons. I'm like swagged up.
Swagged up on a Saturday.
Swagged up on a Saturday.
Holy shit. Legendary pistol?
I'm nowhere near you guys. I'm so sorry.
Dude, we gotta get in the fucking TIE fighter.
Let
Happy,
me in.
Happy. The van! What is the van doing here? Get in.
I just
He's just driving into the storm.
Can you?
My team is fucking around. My team is fucking around.
Well, I'm just in this guy's car, so.
Dude, I gotta fucking. I'm gonna die. Nope, there's a car. I'm fine.
I'm just in this guy's car. I'm just driving around with him. He's gonna die before I die.
Yeah, and then you get the van and you live. See?
True. I'm just.
Oh, there's one guy left.
He's just
Yeah, I killed
driving
that guy.
around, dude.
It's the guy in the van. He's the
Lovely
last
sauce.
one.
Wait, the guy that I'm
Love it.
in with the van is
Yeah,
the
dude, he's
last
the
guy. I've just been in his van driving around. That's awesome.
Check this out.
We have had a
Powering you up.
we were having a consistent win rate.
I did not have I didn't pick up a single gun that entire match.
We're on a 4-win streak.
This is a squad that can like sweep ranked. We just needed happy and we like unlocked ourselves.
Exactly. This happy is just.
I'm
our healer guy,
carrying.
you know?
Change your skin.
It's because I'm in the game, so it's all bot lobbies.
No. Those were
It's
real
all
people.
it's all bot lobbies.
No, those were all real
What?
people.
One person Miku danced with me, dude. That's
The
a real- it's a
person-
real
Yeah.
individual.
The person driving around in the storm for no reason was a real person.
That was a real person.
I
It was a real
think
individual.
they thought
Real-
that they
Bots
had
can't
more
drive
health
cars.
than
Bots can't
me,
drive. Bots
but then
can't
I
drive.
pulled out a chug jug.
Bots
Bots
can't
can't
drive.
fucking drive.
Take away their licenses. Take away other licenses and then start with you.
Fruit nuke.
I'm still in the car.
Yeah, it'll become Wolverine.
I don't
Dude.
have Wolverine.
Dude.
Dude, this is close enough.
Dude.
He's yellow.
Dude.
He's yellow.
You
He's
know how many Star
yellow.
Wars skins? I feel like everybody has one.
Oh, I need to put on the Millennium Falcon, not fucking Astroworld.
Take that off. Take that off.
I could have put on the Peter Copter, but you know.
Oh, you should.
Happy, dude. What do we think about my skin?
I have not looked at it
This
yet.
is the worst fucking squad I've ever seen in my life.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what skin I'm gonna put on.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
what
You gotta put on just like the worst piece of dog shit you have in your inventory.
What's the worst skin I have?
There it is.
There it is. Hold on, it's not even loading for me. That's a dog shit.
This is a good skin.
I like the cat paws that came with it, and I like a good amount of the outfit, but something's just weird.
This one's always pretty bad.
Dude, take that fucking off right now.
Hold on, I'm trying to decide what I want to go as.
Take that bullshit off right now.
You know what? I'm feeling like TNT now.
You feeling like TNT now?
I'm feeling like TNT now. Here's what I would say if I was a fucking pussy.
Fuck yes. Hold on, I got Wolverine.
This is the team.
This one's kind of fucking awesome.
Happy
Actually.
put on a
Hold
kitty cat.
Look how rad I look. Hold on, kitty cat? Do I have a kitty cat? Oh, I
What
do.
the fuck is this?
That is not a kitty cat.
I'm a kitty cat.
It's not a fucking kitty cat, dude.
I'm literally a kitty cat.
Dude. Turn that BPM.
This
Turn
is
that BPM.
awesome watching you guys sing and dance in silence.
It kind of works out, dude.
Oh shit! I was gonna change my pickaxe.
Whatever,
Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, and then I kill myself.
Whatever. Yeah, that happens.
Lucky jet.
We're locking the hell in.
I'm thinking Miku. This is the squad that will save the Fortnite Island.
Dude, check this out.
Hold on, let me get in on that. I can't get in on that. I can't get in on that.
Hold on.
No, get the fuck in on, get in on,
Okay, hold on.
fuck yes.
All
I'm
the
bugged
kitty
up, I'm
cats are
bugged up,
dancing
I'm bugged
together.
up.
I'm bugged up, and by bugged up I mean there's a giant. Don't
Let's go to Darth Vader. Let's go kill
Don't
Darth
go there.
Vader.
Okay.
Vader.
Okay, I'm actually gonna play the game this round. I wasn't
Oh
playing
my
the game
God, dude,
last
we're gonna
round.
lose.
You're
We're
not
gonna
you're not
lose.
fighting with Mr. Beast anymore. It's okay.
Well, that's. Oh yeah, that's the reason why I wasn't playing the game. It's because of Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot. I just kind of wasn't playing for a while.
You just didn't want to play.
No, I was having my own fun.
Hmm. That's true.
Ooh,
Oh,
I'm
God,
landing
gets a
on this
computer
bounce
thinks he's
pad
better
for
than all of
fun.
us, dude. Gets a computer once, and you think you're better than all of us.
Thinks you can fucking compete with me.
Thinks you can fucking compete with me. This is the squad that will kill the Twin Towers.
Huh?
This is the squad that could have stopped 9/11.
This is the squad that will stop 9/11. Actually, check out check out my big time machine.
Happy.
It was awesome.
My squad won't stop fucking drowning. What the hell? Guys, where is everybody?
I need to get the moist critical scream on that roulette of sound effects.
True.
That would be a good one. I think that one would just make me laugh.
But you could help out a little. Happy, you could help out a little.
There's a chest somewhere and I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Happy.
Juice WRLD's getting fucked up by the gate.
Guy right here. Oh, I
Hello?
gotta say it 3 times to feel better about myself.
Ah!
Holy fucking shit, what? Darth
Juice
Vader!
WRLD.
Papi Chulo is here!
Holy shit!
Oh, I'm gonna die. I've been murdered.
I'm fighting fucking Darth Vader.
Me and
Holy
Juice
fucking
WRLD are
shit
making
balls.
out. We're making out.
I'm fighting fucking motherfucking Darth Vader, dude. Holy fucking shit.
We were hanging out. Are you just gonna let me die?
Got him.
Yes.
I knocked him down. He has 2 fucking tries.
Oh, I need that victory crown back.
Oh no, I get what the hell? I get Darth Vader's fucking what? Oh my god.
I didn't mean to actually like let you die. I was gonna get
Who's
you. But I
she?
had to kill this,
Why did
I had
you
to kill
let
this
me
squad.
die?
I had to get
I'm
the
going to the
squad.
fucking lava planet.
Mustafa?
I went to Mustafar.
That's what they
Dude, you gotta see this shit. You gotta see the shit. Check this out.
Holy shit. That's awesome.
I killed Darth Vader, and then he said, "You are good. Let me give you my shit."
You are okay.
Please.
I like you.
Please,
okay.
please
Let me
revive
give
me.
you my swag.
Please.
There's no reboot van near. There's not a reboot van near me now.
God damn it.
No,
Who
no
the
one
fuck
tell
is
anybody.
breaking this wall?
It's a stormtrooper probably.
It is.
Don't worry, Happy. I got you.
Save me.
Geronimo! I loved those books as a kid.
Yeah.
Geronimo Stilton was
You know
so
what's
cool.
Geronimo Stilton? Fuck yes,
Yeah.
dude. Oh my god. You know what's awesome?
What's awesome?
When I throw my lightsaber, I can like use other things
Well, that's pretty
while
cool.
it's out, so I can like switch to my gun. Which is something I expected them to totally fuck up.
Yep, that's what they usually do.
Yeah, they usually fuck up and make everything bad, but it's okay, because it did it good this time.
It was okay this time.
It's all right.
All right.
Where the hell is
I
my
will compliment
shit?
Fairy treasure.
Daniel, there's a TIE fighter we can over here.
Dude.
There's a TIE fighter.
If you let me
over
fly the TIE fighter, I will direct you towards buried treasure.
here. Okay. I just have to get in it. Are you emoted that I got kicked off? What the fuck?
There be treasure.
I don't have my
Yar.
phone anymore. God damn it.
There be treasure. There be treasure, dude. There be treasure. It's somewhere in this big. There it is.
I see it, yeah.
Can I get it with the lightsaber?
I'm gonna die looking for my stuff.
No, I can't pickaxe. Fuck yes. Oh my god. There's one
So
more.
cool.
It's over
Where's it?
here.
I'm so thirsty.
I'm so thirsty. I was so thirsty.
Oh shit. Oh no, they're seeing me. They're watching me fail to fly this thing. Get in! Get in! Get in! Get in! Get in!
I'm battling for my life right now.
I'm killing Aaron Yeager. I'm killing Aaron Yeager.
As we should have. He should have died earlier in the show.
Yeah, check this out. Oh, I thought that was Aaron Yeager from a distance. It is not Aaron Yeager. 70 damage for a throw? Holy shit. And there's no cooldown on it. There's like barely any cooldown. It's insane. It does piercing damage too. I just killed Nick Fury.
Dude, you can't kill him. What are the furries
I
gonna
already
say
did,
about
dude.
this?
What the fuck? Yeah, fuck the MCU. We have 3 minutes left to get that buried treasure.
I mean, some of them are quite hot, so I kind of agree with your sentiment on this situation. You want to watch the Thunderbolts, Daniel?
Dude, I would love to watch Thunderbolts.
It was
Let's watch it
awesome.
right now. Actually.
was
Let's
really
watch it as
good.
soon as your streams end. Let's
I'm
watch it as soon as your
streaming.
stream ends.
Oh yeah, as soon as my stream ends, yeah, I'll like make some snacks, and we'll just watch it muted in VC. True.
What if we have to give your opinion? What if we have to give your opinions?
Then you unmute and then just start talking.
No, that's true, actually.
I just don't want you to hear my fucking sounds of eating.
I love when you eat, though. But that
What?
I like when somebody has a full belly. It's a good sign.
What?
Let's take this clip out of context and send it to everybody you know.
Let's take this clip out of context and send it to his lawyer.
My lawyer is me, dude.
I got a purple pistol.
No, give it to me, please.
What do you have in return?
My love.
I
course.
love.
I'm killing this whole fucking squad without you.
I don't even know where you are anymore.
Yeah, that's the point.
Who the fuck just shot at me?
An AWR trooper? What are they doing here?
It's a Canada, low key.
Oh, they know. Oh, they know who I am.
Hold on, I have to mute real quick.
Okay.
I love the fucked up, super fucking fast SMG, but it's just not as good as the normal rifle.
It's funny as fuck to use in like close range, though.
It is though. It just melts people. It's hilarious. Dude, I think I am Darth Vader. Not many.
Sorry, I'm back. Everything went wrong as soon as I left.
Oh, it disappears so. Oh, owie, 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 owie.
Mom called. Had to take a phone call.
Mom called.
I'm
Classic.
cold. Like Binding of Isaac.
No.
Like Binding of Isaac.
No, not like Binding of Isaac.
Got him.
Completely different.
Help, help, help. Ushi?
I got you, I
Ushi!
got you. I'm
Ushi!
looking at you.
Ushi! Ushi!
We're fucked, aren't
I'm only
we?
one man. I'm only one man. I'm only one man in this society. Society of a down.
Right, dude. You suck.
I'm busy.
I'm
I
sorry,
know.
you suck.
That's what we play
Happy,
for
I'm gonna
now.
fucking...
I have no items.
Who's
I
fucking
have
dead?
no. I have no item. I have no item.
Dude, I want item.
Dude, I have no item.
Are you at least near a reboot van?
Yes.
Do you have 500 gold?
Buy
I think
Daniel
so.
back, not me. Buy Daniel.
Yeah, I
buy
have-
Daniel.
You have 600 gold.
I have
You buy back
650
both
here.
of us. You buy... Okay, I'm gonna get the enhanced reboot. So bring back
Cool.
both of us. I'll get extra guns, and
I will
we'll
also
win.
do this.
Okay.
We gotta lock in.
Why does Vencord keep fucking updating every 5 fucking seconds?
Every time I sneeze, it
Oh,
updates.
I don't.
Buy it back.
I'm not in the zone for the reboot.
What?
I have to go get the
That's not
reboot cards.
No, you don't.
No, you can buy
it.
them back.
I can't. You're too far away from the
Why?
nearest reboot van.
Okay, then go get them. You just said that from the start.
I didn't realize it was too far until I got there.
At chunk. At chunk.
At chunks.
Let's play a Minecraft War mod, guys. Let's play the broken script.
Okay, well,
Dude.
we're
Happy
doomed.
fuck- What are you doing?
I couldn't have done anything, man. I'm not gonna
Just
go
go
around
slow.
You were
them.
aiming at the ground.
I don't know what to say. I'm not skilled like you.
Abby, you were doing better when you didn't have a gun, actually. You were doing better when you were running people over. I like
Yeah.
this.
I was doing better, yeah, you're right.
Keep up the pacifist run, and I think we'll win this one.
I'm gonna have to go for a little bit.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Honestly, I might end stream. Because I've been going for 12 hours.
Pussy, who said that?
Who said that?
Come on.
Lucy, do you want to harp on harp?
I
You want to
love
hop on Marvel?
I haven't hopped on Marvel in like 7 months, man. I'm
You wanna hop
rusty
on
as fuck.
Marvel?
I'm rusty as fuck, dude. I would not be a good match.
That's the point. We're gonna have fun.
Fair enough. I could hop on Rap. Oh, we could hop on Street Fighter 4.
I don't have that installed.
Oh, we could hop on Pokemon, that one Pokemon fighting game.
I think that would be a network thing we'd have to figure out beforehand.
Why are you so negative?
Negativity.
I've had just chatting on this entire time. We've been playing Fortnite, I didn't even realize.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could. I forgot how to play the game, though, so you have to forgive me.
That's okay.
Let's
My
plug this baby back.
goat. He's back. Jumps a lot. Almost did it to your alt, not your main. Sometimes I forget I'm running a game that uses Steam, and then I try to close Steam, and then it closes the game, and I'm like, oh.
Alright,
you,
I'm ending
thank
my
you.
stream. Hold on. Don't womp me. You're an asshole.
That doesn't fix it.
Perfect. I don't want to hear him anymore. Alright. Ah. You're an asshole. Fuck those guys. Alright, I'm ending stream now. Yee, whippy! Banger, 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 banger. Who do I raid? Oh, Nom is live. I could just raid Nom. That'd be easy. That'd be simple. I'll just do that.
Did you see they released a new like?
I'm not raiding any.
mini
I'm
pack.
not raiding you, Daniel, because you're being mean.
Please raid me.
You're being
Please
mean.
raid. I'm sorry. Please raid me. I'm sorry.
You're being mean.
I have a cool effect when you raid me. I have a cool like visual.
True, but also you were being a little bit mean.
Sorry, I just want to hear the sound effect.
Take this out.
What? Don't do it.
Long,
Holy
a
shit.
long time ago.
Holy shit, you're right. They fucking Dragon Ronin Punisher.
I know, that was really good. I like that skin.
Do I raid you? Should I raid you?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes,
Oh, look at
yes,
all.
please.
Raid whoever your heart desires.
Why the
Thank you.
fuck? When the fuck would Namor ever be part of the X-Men, and why does he have a fade?
Well, first of all, Namor's a mutant.
Yeah, he's been a part of the X-Men
but he's an
for a
asshole.
while.
But he is an actual mutant. He was
He's a
part of
piece
the
of shit asshole. I don't like him.
He was near. Do you remember the Krakoa video I sent you? Namor was involved.
How long are
I
you
know.
gonna stream for,
And also,
Danny?
A few more hours.
A few?
Yeah, a few more hours.
Oh, I'm just gonna fucking raid you, whatever, I don't care.
And then also he's Dominican in this skin. Actually, no, I
Oh,
was Dominican.
dude, you don't even have to pay for this one. You get
Okay.
a costume coin for free.
I muted them. Goodbye. I actually have a VODs channel now, so you can actually VODs. Hold on. There it goes. Happy VODs 156. I'm uploading these now. Okay, I'm rating now. Okay. Hello, VOD. Goodbye, VOD. I haven't been able to say that before.